For the word that I once remembered, and then I forgot forever. For everything that is in the burning sunset you searched and did not find. And for the hopelessness of dreams, and the cold growing in my chest, and slow dying. Without any hope ahead. Ha, ha. Naruto let out an involuntary scream as he tried to throw the shurikens with a wide swing at the wooden board attached to the wall. Uzumaki gasped for air with bated breath, his blue eyes cautiously focused on the flying weapon. And another miss. The shurikens, as luck would have it, kept flying past their intended target, causing him to become furiously irritated and the entire class to burst into uncontrollable laughter. What are you laughing at? He snapped, turning to his classmates, after which they burst into even more laughter. You're just a loser. It's already your 6th try, and you still can't hit the target. Ha ha. You will never become a ninja. Why do you even go to the academy? You are not teachable. Uzumaki felt heat enveloping him from the inside. His teeth clenched tightly from the heart-wrenching resentment. His lips pressed into a thin line, barely holding back the growing emotions so as not to cry, which would be so humiliating. But they are right. You are not teachable. The one who was least expected to speak through gritted teeth. Iruka-sensei looked at Uzumaki with eyes flashing with anger and headed towards the shurikens that had fallen on the grass as a sign that the attempts of the good-for-nothing hooligan, as he called him, were over. Naruto watched his actions, feeling depressingly annoyed and replaying the teacher's words in his head several times, the causticity of which made everything inside him go numb. Only after a few seconds did Naruto feel that his lungs were critically short of air, after which he took a sharp breath and returned back to the class. So, now there will be a test to determine your physical abilities. In this test, you can only use taijutsu and cold weapons. No ninjutsu or genjutsu, Iruka-sensei asked a new topic. Is everything clear? Hi, the classmates responded positively. Excellent. Let's begin. And, the first fight, the teacher ran his eyes over the list of names. His hands clenched into fists. An unpleasant shudder ran through Naruto's body from the expectation that his name would be called now. Uzumaki absolutely did not want to participate in all these tests and even be in this place. He looked from one classmate to another, and his face naturally wrinkled with hostility. Everyone, without exception, was prejudiced against him. They called him names. They humiliated him. They laughed at him. Naruto, get out, you don't belong here. Naruto, you are such a fool. Naruto, all you do is irritate everyone. Naruto, such a fool. He thinks he can beat Sasuke. Sasuke. As soon as Uzumaki remembered him, Iruka-sensei's voice seemed to tear him out of his thoughts. First fight, Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. The pupils of the blue eyes narrowed in surprise. The legs seemed to have grown to the ground, not wanting to bend and move their owner to the middle of the field. Naruto could not believe that he had just been named, and paired with the one he could not stand most of all in this crowd. After this announcement, a drawn-out squeal of girls was heard. Of what they were shouting at the Uchiha, only enthusiastic praises could be heard about how he was the best, and that he would definitely be able to smear Naruto on the ground. And the Uchiha himself outwardly did not pay attention to either the screams of the girls or Naruto himself. And because of the latter, Uzumaki came out of his detached state and experienced a long range of emotions, from renewed irritation to hatred. Separating from the class, both stood in the center of the stadium. Uchiha's phlegmatic gaze nevertheless acquired a shade of interest, and at the sight of this, Naruto's ardor sharpened. Maybe you should give up right now, Sasuke said in all seriousness. His words had already trampled Naruto into the dirt. Surrender. Yes, I'll beat you. Shut up, Naruto. You'll never defeat him, the pink-haired girl yelled, standing up for her crush. A pink-haired girl named Sakura. The girl that Naruto liked so much, but who hurt him so much every time she spoke to him. How hurtful it was to hear those words from her now. Ino also shouted in support of Haruno. Yes, better get lost before Sasuke beats the crap out of you. Iruka, who had been watching the quarrel until then, let out a resigned sigh, but before he could blow his whistle, Naruto, finally provoked by the last phrase, immediately rushed forward towards his opponent. The clanking of shurikens could be heard. Uzumaki was not about to let Sasuke defeat him with his eternal self-confidence. Arrogance. And arrogance. Take that, he shouted, jumping up and throwing several weapons at his opponent. But no matter how much he wanted to win, Sasuke was still more gifted than him. Faster. And stronger. Every single weapon flew past the Uchiha, and he didn't even have to dodge much, because Naruto's lack of accuracy did everything for him. Sasuke, having done only a backflip, then picked up several shurikens from the ground on the way to attack Naruto and threw his own weapon at him, after which he was going to deliver a direct blow to the jaw. With the help of one remaining kunai, Naruto wanted to repel the shurikens flying at him, but inexperience and banal incompetence did not allow him to do this, because of which he received numerous minor injuries. Due to the distraction of the cold weapon, Naruto almost at the last second noticed Sasuke's fist and as a result was barely able to dodge it. Hit him. A girl's cry was heard in the background. The Uchiha's instant turn and kick to the back at that very second doomed Naruto to defeat. Ah! A cry came out from Uzumaki after hitting the ground. One of Sasuke's hands immediately grabbed Naruto's wrists behind his back, and the other hand pressed his face to the ground. His crushed jaw began to ache from pain, and dust from the ground was mercilessly driven into his eyes. Sasuke, with indifferent eyes and a barely visible satisfied grin, watched as Uzumaki trembled and grunted in anger because of the outcome of such a short fight. No matter how hard you try, you will not become stronger or smarter. You will remain a fool, at whom everyone will laugh. Naruto's resistance weakened in an instant. These words pierced his soul with lightning speed, like ice arrows, with piercing coldness. A choking lump lodged in his throat, which he could not swallow. And in his gaze, bitterness entangled his body with invisible ropes. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha, the teacher concluded. Another joyful squeal of the girls was heard, which finally finished Naruto off. He didn't have the strength to stand up at all. Crushed by Sasuke's words, Naruto didn't even notice that he had already freed him from his embrace with the ground. His forehead felt heavy because of the tears that were trying to come out. But he couldn't let them show themselves. Not in front of them. Overcoming himself, Naruto stood up and disappeared behind the crowd of classmates. Silence. The birds chirped outside the window. The gentle rays of the sun gently showered the room with a golden light for the last time, until the sun finally set behind the horizon. For some reason, this calm atmosphere was not to the third's liking. He sat before the Hokage's face, with a deep sense of regret, never having fully come to terms with the events that had happened in his life. Some of which were the departure of his most gifted student and the death of the fourth Hokage. Sarutobi looked at that light hair, those blue eyes, and his soul felt so warm. Warmth that completely burned out his heart. Hiruzen promised that he would take care of the boy and protect him from enemies. But the years took their toll, taking away the skills that had deteriorated in quality, and no one else was eager to keep his promise for the sake of the fourth and Naruto's well-being. What will become of him? Minato. Naruto walked along the busy evening street, freezing in the cold in a light t-shirt, step by step overcoming houses and shops. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed how everyone around him turned unkindly to look at him, and some even tried to push him so that he would disappear from their field of vision faster. Raising his head timidly, Uzumaki began to peer at the people passing by. Contempt. That was all that could be read on their faces. But why? Why this attitude? Naruto couldn't understand it at all. What was the reason? What caused this baseless hatred towards him, weighing so heavily on his heart? Lost in his tormenting thoughts, he didn't even notice the girl walking towards him, whom he subsequently knocked down. Ow! Seeing her on the ground, a worried voice of some man was heard. Hinata. He quickly approached her, and, having made sure that everything was okay, turned the angry gaze of his empty eyes to Naruto. Before Uzumaki had time to apologize, the man immediately exclaimed, "Get out!" The suddenness of such a menacing voice made Naruto flinch in fear and move away. But, Dad, he didn't do anything to me. Hyuga was heard to squeak. Stay away from him, the man said through clenched teeth. And Naruto ran. Wandering down a narrow, dark alley, he ran without looking back. He wasn't running from Hinata and her father, no. He was running from the entire village. Having climbed up some carts with bags lying around to the roof of a rickety residential building, Naruto headed for the village gates, jumping from one roof to another. Approaching his goal, he stopped abruptly in front of the fence and froze. His heart was beating wildly, his breathing was interrupted. One more jump. And he did it. There was no one around. Naruto, with his reckless desire to run away from the leaf, did not even imagine how much he was risking himself. His legs were racing with incomprehensible speed, overcoming the branches of the trees, behind which, after a sufficient amount of time, the village was no longer visible. From the emotions he had experienced today, his strength was purposefully leaving his body. But he still did not stop walking. Time flew by quickly. From the lack of energy, his legs eventually gave way, and Naruto fell down from a not very great height like a stone. A dull thud was heard on the ground. He stammered in pain, depressed. Fatigue took over, not even allowing him to raise his eyelids, despite this jolt. The only thing he perceived in the surrounding darkness was someone else's steps, but he did not react to them. The young offspring of the fourth. Interesting. Chapter 2. In the snake's den. Did you call me? Yes. Come in. The Hokage pointed to the chair. Having closed the door barely audibly, Yumino obediently approached the table and sat down on the furniture opposite. His face was tired, his eyes were sleepy, his consciousness was drawn to the world of dreams. But, despite this, Haruka was full of interest, as he wanted to know what was the urgent reason for his being called to the residence at such a late hour. I wanted to talk about Naruto. About Naruto. Yumino was surprised at the name of a not-so-pleasant person. Yes, how are things going with him at the academy? Hiruzen looked up from his papers with all his sternness. Business, Haruka said again, confused by the topic of conversation. Business is not going well for him. Why? Sarutobi frowned. He's a hooligan. He doesn't listen. He's always arguing with his classmates. The explanation sounded like some kind of ridiculous justification, which is why the third asked again incredulously. Does he quarrel with his classmates? Maybe his classmates quarrel with him. Yumino lowered his gaze from this restructuring of the question, blinking several times. Well. I don't like the fact that you transfer your personal dislike for the boy into the curriculum and refuse to take him on as is. Haruka's eyes widened, the Hokage's tone and harshness knocked him out of his comfort zone, and what he heard caught him off guard, which is why he literally swallowed his tongue, not daring to say anything in response. His fingers began to nervously fiddle with each other from the third's displeased insistence, because the third was not at all happy with the state of affairs, because Naruto, more than anyone else, in his opinion, had to become stronger. To be able to control the fox for the sake of protecting himself and the village. And in the end, the son of one of the most talented shinobi of Konoha could not be taught even the most basics from the textbooks. There were not enough books for him, he is not supplied with material from here, no one pays attention to him in class, and when problems arise, no one tries to give him even the slightest hint. If this continues, I will have to suspend you. The eyes from the floor immediately stared at the Hokage. Haruka admitted that he understood everything perfectly. In the academy, Uzumaki was indeed deprived of due attention and no one wanted to mess with him at all. Haruka understood perfectly well that most of the blame lay with him, because he was the one who mainly taught Naruto, but the memories of that ill-fated day, tearing him apart from the inside, still framed him in invisible frames, causing such excruciating pain, so Yumino could not yet overcome himself and accept the little Uzumaki as a person, and not as a vessel of the nine-tailed monster. I'll talk to Naruto and find some extra time for him, Haruka said, as if through force and reluctantly repenting. I hope. The sound of the chair legs moving against the floor was heard. Yumino pushed away from the table, stood up from the furniture and headed for the exit. Sarutobi's eyes involuntarily closed from fatigue, accompanied by a powerless sigh. I will fulfill my promise. Cold, damp, the air was filled with a slight smell of chemical extracts. Naruto's body was crawling from the icy bed he had somehow found himself on. Beads of sweat were slowly trickling down his forehead, not helping at all from the tormenting heat. His head was aching, not allowing his thoughts to concentrate clearly enough to understand where he was at all. The heaviness overcoming his body did not allow him to move even his fingertips. But he did not want to move. Slightly opening his eyes, he saw some vague room around him, with vials, pills, and syringes lying around. Naruto was too weak to look around better, and so he closed his eyelids again. His eyebrows involuntarily drew together, his lips trembled, and it became difficult to breathe. No matter how hard you try, you will not become stronger or smarter. You will remain a fool, at whom everyone will laugh. Naruto didn't have enough willpower to restrain himself, and, squeezing his eyes shut, single tears still rolled down his rosy cheeks. His chest began to rise more often. The condition was getting worse. Too much pain had accumulated inside. He wanted to cry harder, but Naruto was trying to control himself. He didn't want to show all these weaknesses anymore. But for now, he wasn't doing it very well. He continues to feel unwell. A voice unfamiliar to Uzumaki was heard nearby. The medicine will start working soon. Naruto felt someone approaching him with barely audible steps, and opening his eyes, he vaguely saw a man with long black hair. Several strands of hair disobediently covered some parts of his face, on which there was a hostile grin, and in his eyes one could read arrogance. Arrogance that had nothing in common with contempt. And for some reason, this slightest remark made Naruto feel a fervent internal uplift. The man looked down at him like a boa constrictor at a mouse, which at any moment could drive it into a circle to further entangle and squeeze the small body until it lost its life. But Naruto felt that the snake was not going to attack. It's funny that the material itself came to me, his voice finally rang out, accompanied by a contented, quiet laugh. Naruto's eyes closed again from the sheer effort of keeping them open for a few more seconds. Who would have thought that he could escape from the village? It doesn't surprise me. Konoha can't even keep an eye on its own leader's safety. What are you going to do with him? Are you interested? The black-haired man asked intriguingly. The hours flew by at an incomprehensible speed. Before Iruka could notice, blue began to appear in the sky outside the window instead of black. Such light, such gentle, such warm tones. Yumino, having arrived home last night, was unable to close his eyes and spent the entire time in his thoughts. He had absolutely no desire to go meet the boy, but circumstances forced him to do so. It was impossible to disobey the Hokage. Sharply pulling the blanket off himself, he got out of bed and dressed with active movements, so as to quickly visit his student. Having adjusted his shinobi headband before leaving, Iruka left the house and made his way to Naruto's house. And his house was not far away, literally a couple of steps from the place where he lived. The steps creaked unpleasantly underfoot. In the small courtyard in front of the front door there were some packages of fast food lying around, and on the railings there were clothes that Naruto had apparently tried to wash, and yes, tried, and hung out to dry. A couple of knocks on the door. Silence. It was not early. Naruto should have woken up by now. Iruka knocked again. Naruto. He said his name quietly. And in response, the same silence again. And for some reason Yumino didn't like it at all, which is why he decided to visit the student at home by force. Having knocked down the door with precision, calculating his strength so as not to break it, Iruka found himself in a small apartment. The picture around was as depressing as in the courtyard. Clothes lying around with empty boxes from under food. Only in even greater quantities. Naruto, Yumino said again. But the house was empty. Is he training? Or, where is he? Chapter 3. Meeting. Crack, rumble. A thick smoke rose up around, filled with flying fragments. Someone's drawn-out howl could be heard. Naruto immediately lowered his head, seeing that his hands were completely drenched in blood. What is this? The echo of his own voice was muffled. He turned around and saw several giant snakes in the distance destroying a building, and somewhere from there he heard the shrill screams of people unknown to him, after which pieces of flesh flew into the air, splashing thick red liquid in all directions. But despite the sophistication of the picture, Naruto was not afraid. He was not afraid, and moreover, he wanted to see more. His heart suddenly overflowed with a light joy, as if it had been freed from viscous shackles. A strange thirst for freedom was growing inside. He wanted to seize this fleeting impulse and squeeze all the juices out of it. All the blood. He wanted to get everything without a trace, give free rein to madness and, finally, swim headlong into this sweet euphoria. Someone's silhouette became visible through the layer of smoke. It was a man, hair down to his waist, skin with a slightly bluish tint. He stood confidently and looked straight at the same picture as Naruto. Although his back was turned, for some reason Naruto knew that this man had a very pleased expression. What happened? Uzumaki abruptly sat up. The dream ended at the most interesting part, and the question remained unanswered. His heart began to pound, as after a long workout. His body ached. His head immediately began to spin from such a quick rise. His hands involuntarily squeezed the thin blanket until consciousness began to return. Naruto began to quickly glance around the room and subsequently saw a large number of medicines on the shelves and table nearby. Hospital was the first thing that came to mind. But, despite the medicines placed around, it was hard to call this place a hospital. It was too quiet, too calm, too gloomy. This peaceful and lonely atmosphere lasted for a few more minutes, when Naruto lay back down to sober up completely. But he didn't want to lie down any longer, because interest had enslaved him. Stepping onto the ground, Uzumaki carefully moved forward, trying to get out of the strange ward as unnoticed as possible. Having closed the treacherously creaking door behind him, Naruto began to wander along the long, dark, patterned corridors with silent steps. The guess that his location was a hospital became even more doubtful. Moving slowly further with internal anxiety, he reached the middle of the forked road with 4 branches around it. Suddenly, he heard the echo of someone's footsteps. But it was very difficult to determine where exactly they were coming from. Naruto fearfully turned around and got lost among his own guesses. And the steps were getting closer and closer. Good. The class is free. And just in time after these words, the bell rang. The children happily began to pack their things in order to quickly leave the walls of the academy. Iruka, leaning his fists on the table, nervously exhaled through his nose. His face was worried. 2 days had passed since he visited Naruto. The Jinchuriki was still missing. Where could he have gone? The thought that Naruto could leave the village was immediately eliminated, because how could he? A stupid, completely useless boy who does not know how to do absolutely anything. Has anyone seen Naruto? Iruka asked the boys without much hope. No, they all answered at once. It's as if someone is talking to him, someone from the crowd said quietly. Yumino's gaze fell on the picture outside the window. He remembered the incident a few months ago, when Naruto had disappeared in the same way. For a whole week, the Anbu guarding the borders of the village, all to one, said that Naruto could not have left the village. And that turned out to be true. All those days Naruto had simply been hiding in the alleys, and now the same thing was most likely happening, because the Anbu would have immediately spotted the fleeing Jinchuriki. There's nothing to worry about, Iruka whispered reassuringly. A stranger's hand fell loudly from behind onto Uzumaki's shoulder, which was tense with fear. Are you really ready to take on this just for the sake of? Yes. A terrifying smile stretched across Sanon's face. I want to see pain and remorse on his face. But the presence of the fox Jinchuriki here won't be limited to the original target. Yakushi asked, already knowing the answer. Right. You guessed it. With its help, it will also be easier for me to catch my new vessel. I will save time and my own strength. The snake involuntarily burst into laughter. You, as a spy, are also an integral part of my plan. So do not be upset. Kabuto. Who are you? Uzumaki said with a trembling voice. Naruto's blue eyes, in which life seemed to have gone out, stared at the young man with round glasses, who was 3 heads taller than him. Yakushi looked down on him, both literally and figuratively. Kabuto didn't know how to feel about Naruto yet. A plain and incompetent child, but at the same time, he was not so simple inside. Given the power of the 9 tails and the complete lack of skills of the Jinchuriki himself, was it worth showing loyalty to him? Follow me, he called out in a confident tone. Orochimaru-sama is waiting for you. Orochimaru, herself, Uzumaki repeated casually. Don't ask unnecessary questions. You won't get the answers from me. Naruto stood in a stupor, and the stranger, not intending to call him again, silently began to walk deeper into the corridor. Naruto did not have the courage to be indignant at where he was, or how he got here. All he could do was obediently follow the guy in glasses, because there was nowhere else to go. The floor ahead ended in steps and the bars on both sides caught his eye. Going down, Naruto saw a long line of cells in which exhausted-looking people of different ages were imprisoned. The prisoners turned the colorless gaze to Uzumaki and tried to say something, and this made Naruto's blood run cold. What is this place? He asked in a trembling voice, without taking his eyes off the people. Who are these people? Experimental rats. Kabuto didn't skimp on expressions. He knew very well that his answer had been deeply imprinted in the boy's mind, and this fact amused Yakushi quite a bit. Naruto held back from asking further questions, for he had no desire to enter into conversation, even though interest was tormenting his soul. Soon they both reached the farthest room in the corridor. Its door was slightly open. Suddenly, Naruto, without knowing why, fear and anxiety were replaced by excitement, and the fear of meeting a certain Orochimaru. By anticipation. Why did the feelings change so strangely? In the center of the dark room, a bright yellow light was pouring out on the table, near which stood a man, stirring something in an oblong flask. Fragments of today's dream flashed through Uzumaki's memory. A tall man, bluish skin, waist-length hair. All these similarities between the dream and reality made Naruto raise his eyebrows in surprise. I brought him. Kabuto made himself known, although he knew that Orochimaru had noticed them both without his words. Chapter 4. Another Way of the Ninja. Naruto, the Sannin said slowly and contentedly, turning around. Uzumaki's throat suddenly began to ache disgustingly, and an icy chill ran down his spine. The snake's eyes were paralyzing, along with the musty stench of blood coming from it. Naruto could not open his mouth or utter a sound. His will was locked. The Sannin saw all his fear, confusion and fear for his own life. He saw it and was satisfied. But he did not plan to intimidate the Jinchuriki to death, which is why he finally broke the silence. I found you unconscious in the forest. Naruto remembered how he fell from a tree branch when he was running away from the village, and with that he now came out of his detached state. Where is? He barely spoke, nodding timidly towards the room. In my lair, they immediately understood the meaning of his question. We are not that far from Konoha, so you won't have to walk long to get back. Orochimaru leaned his pelvis on the table and folded his hands in front of his chest. Go back. Naruto looked down at the floor for a moment. Return to the place where his name alone made people feel baseless anger, where they chased him away as soon as he appeared nearby. Where the attitude of all the inhabitants pushed them into darkness without a single chance to get out. No, Naruto was determined to break the ties with this place once and for all. His eyes rose again to his interlocutor, and for greater authenticity, Uzumaki asked. Are you Orochimaru? Yes, one of the legendary Sannin Trinity. And this is Kabuto, my best student and spy. The voice sounded clear and confident, his facial expressions were moderately mobile, he masterfully tried to gain trust. We know your name. What? Naruto was genuinely surprised, and the fear immediately slipped away, replaced by amazement. Where from? Why are you surprised? We don't know each other, Uzumaki said awkwardly. Kabuto, who was standing next to him, smirked slightly. Naruto was too pure, like the innocent child he was, and all of his emotions and reactions were very easy to predict. We don't know each other, but not knowing the son of the fourth Hokage. Orochimaru feigned surprise, raising his fingers from his shoulders. The information he heard squeezed Naruto's head painfully. His vision went dark in an instant. A sharp, cutting sound stuck in his ears for several seconds. Not knowing the son of the fourth Hokage. Orochimaru continued. Don't you know whose child you are? Naruto began to audibly breathe in and out through his nose, his eyebrows arching downwards in disbelief. His voice hoarse, he replied. And no, who told you that? Why would anyone tell this if it's obvious without further ado that you're an exact copy of your father? Uzumaki, stepping back a little, turned his gaze to Kabuto, seeking confirmation from him of Orochimaru's words. The entire conversation went as Sannin had planned, because it was supposed to eventually lead to Naruto himself asking him for help and strength. The names Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki don't mean anything to you. The ash-haired man joined the conversation. Fourth, Naruto mumbled. I don't believe you. And who are you anyway? It's your business whether to believe it or not, the Sannin said, as if cutting it off. It seems Konoha decided to hide this from you. And do you know that the nine-tailed demon fox is sealed inside you? A sharp gust of wind hit the curtains, causing them to flutter noisily. A wave of icy air rushed into the stuffy room of the house, where, sitting over the academy documents, the third decided to casually familiarize himself with the students' achievements. The text eluded his attention, and Hiruzen could not concentrate on it, which is why he often leaned back in his chair in order to take a break. Hiruzen thought for a second about which of the current Jonin would be best suited to the role of mentor in the future team, where Naruto would be enrolled. Although it was still early, there was plenty of time before the exams, and the characteristics of the other two teammates would have to be taken into account. But still, while in thought, the night outside the window slowly began to dissolve. Morning came. The weather remained cool. The sun's rays barely filtered through the thick clouds. The leaves quietly rustled against each other under the pressure of a weak wind. The atmosphere was gray and brought on mixed feelings between cheerfulness and melancholy. The children walked lazily and discontentedly to school. Haruka watched them through the window, sitting at his desk, and with a barely creeping anxiety in his chest, he thought about Naruto. Among the numerous faces of the students approaching the doors of the academy, he did not see his face for the umpteenth time. Was it worth sounding the alarm? After all, it had been 4 days. Naruto had not come to class for 4 days. Previously, Haruka had not particularly followed the Jinchuriki's attendance schedule, because he preferred not to see him at all. And maybe Uzumaki had disappeared much longer than he had now. But right now, Yumino was very worried about his absence, because he had to urgently discuss the topic of extracurricular activities with him. Haruka stood up from his chair and walked over to the window, clutching his wrist behind his back until it went numb. It had started to drizzle outside, distorting the view through the glass, and Yumino began to take a closer look at the children while it was still possible. Suddenly, an orange vest over a bright blue t-shirt caught his eye. It was impossible to tell if it was a boy or a girl. Several kids were blocking his view. Haruka literally stared at that t-shirt. A moment, and a familiar face with 3 scars on its cheeks appeared before him. Naruto escaped my lips. He couldn't believe it. Was he mistaken? Or was it really Naruto? Why was he so surprised, as if the boy had appeared to him? Yes, it wasn't even surprising, but Haruka couldn't quite understand the reason for his reaction, because it was difficult to determine his emotions. This lack of understanding was a little disconcerting. He walked quickly towards the office door to go out and make sure. Hello. Yumino had only just managed to open the door and take a step forward when he had to suddenly turn back, greet everyone and let them in, with the appearance of almost an entire class on the threshold. Aruka gave each of the children a piercing look, which slightly alarmed them. His gaze became more and more nervous with each student who passed by. Yes, where is? He became angry, and then exhaled tiredly from the overly tense surveillance and closed his eyes for a split second. Hello, the small blonde boy said loudly, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, which made Yumino flinch slightly and quickly open her eyelids back. Are you okay, Aruka-sensei? Naruto asked in surprise. Yes, you, where have you been? Yumino collected his thoughts, changing his tone as he spoke, making it more confident. 4 whole days, he added, placing his hands on his hips in a sign of indignation. I was sick. The boy spread his arms out to the sides, looking away to the upper corner of the room, as if he was not telling the whole story. Were you sick? Aruka narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Yes, I was sick. I ate a lot of ramen at once and I felt sick. The bell rang, as if to save the boy. But Aruka stopped him when he tried to follow him to his desk. Stop. Don't scold me, Databai-oo. Uzumaki said pitifully, apparently expecting a verdict. And I didn't plan to. Aruka snapped and immediately came to his senses. I want you. I want you to start going to my extracurricular activities. It's mandatory and refusal will not be accepted, he said in one breath. Good, Naruto blurted out, either happily or not so happily, and went deeper into the classroom. Aruka watched him go and began to be perplexed by the student's behavior, which he considered strange. At this time, the rain poured down without ceasing and became stronger. But in the place next to the waterfall it was hardly noticeable. The splashes were even a joy to Uzumaki. They washed the feelings that had been boiling up from within. He sat in the lotus position, squeezing his hands in a certain seal for meditation and restoration, which helped to maintain balance between the two energies of the body. The use of a special, untested technique created by Orochimaru and pills that accelerate the flow of chakra output in return for the creation of a clone, exhausted the body. Moreover, this was the first technique, and also a serious technique, which he successfully managed to master. He gave a small part of his life energy to create not just a clone, but his own double, who would temporarily have to replace his place in the academy, and in general fill his absence in the village. This technique can be very dangerous for a normal shinobi, but with the high endurance inherited from the Uzumaki clan and an impressive amount of chakra, you will not be in danger of a fatal outcome. Know that the technique will not let you worry about the possibility of pursuit from Konoha while you are here. Kabuto's words came to mind. The double was probably already there. After these couple of days, the brain no longer tolerated the decline of mental activity. The resentment towards his home was replaced by mutual contempt for Naruto. Disgust, which grew deeper and deeper with its roots. The man who seemed to be an authority became an object of hatred. He chose the protection of the village over your well-being. Loving parents would never put their child's life in danger. They were more concerned about the safety of the village than how its inhabitants would treat their son. Naruto had repeated Orochimaru's words in his mind more than once. Uzumaki did not dare complain about his current impotence, because the Sannin had become a kind of opener for him. The sharp edges of the news had smoothed out a little, but that did not mean that they had disappeared completely. They would never disappear, and so Naruto now had a clear goal: to gain power and use it to destroy the Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 5. Wandering. I don't want to go back there, Naruto said tersely after coming to terms with the fact that there was a demon inside him. Some time passed, and the rain eased a little. It was worth briefly distracting myself from my thoughts and trying to come to my senses completely, as the pain, which had just been weakly cured, slowly began to disturb the pain again, slowly creeping up. You have nowhere to go except Konoha. True, I could help you. Uzumaki's eyes slightly closed, the corners of his lips curled down slightly. A burning annoyance flickered on his face because the village had shamelessly hidden such a thing from him. Everything inside was crumbling into small pieces. The raindrops turned into hundreds of needles piercing the skin, forcing the muscles to tense, thereby intensifying the dull mental pain. Will you take me as your student? Naruto asked hopefully. Only because you have the boundless power of the fox sealed within you, I will allow you to stay here. But in exchange, you will serve me and help me in my plans. I see you are actively recovering. Naruto, startled, sharply turned his body towards the voice of Orochimaru, who suddenly appeared behind him. The Sannin stood at a distance, not at all averse to getting wet under the drops of rain and the waterfall. For 2 days, Naruto saw him intermittently due to the fact that he lay almost all this time in a separate room for him in dreams in order to drive away the fever and headache, and therefore Orochimaru's presence still made him freeze under the impression of his power, which was still invisible to the eyes. Ah, yeah, Naruto said fearfully. Kabuto is collecting the medicine you need. As soon as he arrives, we will head to another shelter. Why should we go to another shelter? Uzumaki continued to stutter. For safety's sake, we change shelters every week, the snake informed evenly. Naruto really wanted to ask why the Sannin had left the village and what plans he had in mind that time, because those questions hadn't occurred to him the first time they met. And in principle, that conversation had almost immediately become a blur in his mind, and Uzumaki remembered it only in fragments. Naruto desperately tried to put his thoughts together and let the words come out, but his tongue, clinging tightly to his teeth, didn't want to help his master. Orochimaru saw the dead expression on Naruto's face and removed the shackles of his own gaze from him. And as soon as he did this, Uzumaki dared to say, "What plans?" The phrase sounded as if it had been taken out of context. The Sannin looked at the Jinchuriki again, considering the various ways in which this question could have arisen. And quite quickly, Orochimaru remembered their first conversation. "I'm going to raise Konohagakure to the ground," he almost hissed with a slight veil of irritation. The terrifyingly languid barrier suddenly crumbled to his feet. What he heard seemed to throw Naruto out of the depths of the earth to the endless expanses of the sky. It was incredible how the answer to his question blew away all the confused thoughts and cleared his mind, that Naruto was now ready to follow this man to the ends of the earth. Anywhere. If only Orochimaru would really give him the strength so that he could destroy this place he hated with all his heart together with him. Uzumaki was ready to jump to his feet and enthusiastically asked to start training, despite the fact that his energies were not completely returned to their previous state. Orochimaru couldn't help but notice the change in the boy's expression, as it noticeably became more animated. Ah, what is the Sannin Trinity? Uzumaki decided to ask another question of interest, using the well-established contact. Orochimaru smirked. It doesn't matter at all. Yes, Naruto also felt that it was completely unimportant right now. He suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in his chest, which forced him to return to the process of self-recovery. Orochimaru, mentally satisfied with another good find and smoothly going business, continued to stand next to the boy, watching intently as he diligently concentrated on meditation. Soon the air nearby was torn apart by a shunshin. The ash-haired youth in glasses immediately attracted the attention of the Sannin and Naruto. In his hands was a medium-sized gray backpack and a few shades darker, light, far from new in appearance, Haori with a brown belt. Here, Kabuto handed Naruto's things with indifferent calm. You'll put on an Anbu mask so no one will recognize you. Having risen, Uzumaki obediently pulled on the given mask, Haori and backpack with medicines, and Orochimaru and Kabuto at that moment transformed into 2 wandering tourists. We can go, said the Snake Sannin, turning towards the large pedestrian road. The village of Shadows is a small, not very populous village between the Grass Village and the Land of Fire. It is said that the Nara clan originated here. Whether it is rich or poor is a debatable question. The people are dressed decently, but their faces are not at all cheerful, darkened by something, as if they had recently declared a general mourning. The gloomy sky and slow rain made this place even more depressing. The construction of the buildings seemed of average quality. Done, and not carelessly, and not rolled up. Naruto smoothly looked from right to left and from left to right at every corner of the buildings. Not only was it hard to breathe through the Anbu mask, it was also uncomfortable to look through. Uzumaki kept adjusting it endlessly, and sometimes lifting it slightly so that a wave of fresh air could reach him. Naruto's stomach suddenly began to rumble, so loudly and protractedly that he immediately began to feel like vomiting. He consoled himself that the hungry roar of his stomach was not heard by outsiders because of the roar of the crowd around him, although it felt like this sound reached the entire area. It's worth having lunch, Kabuto said unexpectedly and in time. Yes, Naruto involuntarily agreed, clinging to this phrase like a life preserver. Orochimaru didn't say a word. After walking some distance, he came across a familiar eatery with a not very attractive sign, which showed its name and a picture of sushi. This place was also an inn, headed by Akikazu Ko, no, one of Orochimaru's spies. There, Sannin nodded towards the eatery. The location was ideal. After all, the fewer eyes, the better. After the door opened, the sound of bells was heard. None of the customers paid attention to the guests who had arrived, because everyone was busy with their own meal. But Akikazu, standing behind the bar and rubbing a faceted glass with a rag, immediately looked with a suspicious gaze at the three strangers, one of whom was also from Anbu, walking towards the table by the window in the corner. Usually, when No saw new people in his tavern, he shouted at them in a bold tone to find out the names, but this time something stopped him from doing so. Leaving the glass alone, he took the menu from the counter and hurried to approach the unfamiliar company. The overweight middle-aged man with stubble and dirty black hair walking along was immediately noticed by Orochimaru and Kabuto. "Hello, dear ones. Where have you come from?" Akikazu said with feigned friendliness. From under the voluminous straw hat he recognized the crooked grin of a snake. Sanan took off his headdress and, squinting slightly, looked at his compliant subordinate. "Hello to you too, Akikazu-san. Long time no see." There was a distinct hint of mockery in his voice. Despite the disguise and the feminine voice that gave off a hint of madness, No immediately realized who was in front of him, which caused a crushing wave of horror to overcome him. It seemed to him as if his body began to melt from the piercing gaze of the Sanan. "Oh, Orochimaru-sama," Akikazu swallowed. Naruto, without being distracted for a second, watched the scene before his eyes. "We'll wait out the night here," Orochimaru said in a calm tone. Yes, of course." No said loudly. "Stay as long as you want. And the food is on the house." "Then bring it," Orochimaru said as if it were self-evident. His voice seemed very calm compared to Akikazu's nervous voice. The latter, without delaying the arrival of food on the guest's table for a minute, quickly walked to the kitchen to bring out the signature dishes. "Who is this?" Naruto asked. "One of my subordinates." A smile stretched across the snake's masked female face. Uzumaki, having seen the owner's reaction to Orochimaru, no longer had any doubt that the Sanan was unimaginably strong, because it was not for nothing that just his gaze enveloped the body in paralysis. Kabuto also took off his straw hat. He did not change his appearance, because there was no need for it. Turning in the direction where the owner went, Naruto was almost poked in the eyes with a plate. "Here's sushi, onigiri, freshly squeezed juice, and signature ramen," Akikazu quickly listed. Ramen flashed through Naruto's head with delight. Uzumaki began to look at his favorite broth with wide eyes without embarrassment. Fortunately, the mask hid his indecently enthusiastic look. The only tasty ramen he ate was from Ichiraku. He reluctantly, but still allowed Naruto to come to his restaurant, as the old man called it, and order this soup. Naruto really hoped that the broth in front of his nose would not taste disgusting, because he was simply incredibly hungry. "Bon appetit. If anything, I'm over there." No pointed to the bar counter with a smile from ear to ear and immediately retreated. Naruto happily removed the mask from his face and grabbed his chopsticks. Orochimaru and Kabuto stared for a few seconds as Naruto quickly and greedily emptied the bowl of food, and then began to eat themselves. Uzumaki drank all the juice from the glass just as quickly, and he had to admit to himself that the food was pretty good. But he wasn't satisfied with just ramen, and so his hand reached for the delicious-looking onigiri. No one forbade him, no one stopped him, and this seemed strange to Naruto. But nevertheless, Uzumaki continued to gorge himself on the delicious things. "Why are we staying here?" he asked between chewing his food. "You'll get weaker on the way. It would be better for us to wait it out," Sanan replied. But Orochimaru and Kabuto looked up at Naruto. Kabuto pushed to continue the thought. "I already feel good," Uzumaki blinked. "And I can even start training." "That's out of the question. Training is contraindicated for you now." Orochimaru cut off this nonsense quite sternly. "But why?" Uzumaki was offended and indignant. "It only seems to you that the condition has returned to normal. The technique of creating a double takes away part of the vital energy. And the taken vital energy seriously upsets the balance between physical and spiritual energies. Everything could not return to normal in 2 days. It is impossible," Sanan stated. But at least something. Throwing shurikens. Naruto fell silent as he spoke. "In your current state, you won't last long," Kabuto added sharply. What was said offended so deeply that Naruto wanted to shout something contradictory right then and there. He had enough of being a constant ignoramus. Enough of being a crying burden. Enough of being a snotty brat. Enough. "I want to train," Uzumaki said as firmly and confidently as ever, clenching his fists on the table. And it didn't sound like a spoiled child's capricious protest. The words were full of seriousness and didn't want to receive a negative answer. Orochimaru liked this character trait, the desire to gain experience and knowledge, despite the fact that it was not yet within his power. resting his chin on the knuckles of his right hand, and with a thoughtful expression on his face with the shadow of an uneven smile, tracing the edge of the plate with the finger of his other hand, Orochimaru said. Try. What? Uzumaki and Kabuto were surprised at the same time. The latter glanced furtively at the Sannin. He did not understand why the master needed to undermine the health of the Jinchuriki. What did he want to extract and what did he hope for? After all, there was a high risk of a fatal outcome. Or, Kabuto was wrong. In the backyard of the inn there was a small ravine leading to a sparse forest. The rain had long since stopped, and small golden stripes of sunlight were breaking through the thick clouds to the ground. About 2 hours had passed since lunch, and it was getting dark outside. The pleasant smell of ozone filled his lungs, giving Uzumaki a boost of energy. All this free time after lunch, near several cut trees and an abandoned bridge in the middle of nature, Naruto meditated and waited for the new sensei to arrive. The snake did not keep him waiting long. His silhouette was already outlined in the distance. He had a scroll in his hands, and Uzumaki stared at this scroll with his gaze almost immediately when he saw the Sannin walking towards him. He stood up from his place, as if in a sign of respect, and unexpectedly for himself took a step towards him. So as not to overload you, for the rest of today you will learn to throw shurikens and walk on trees. Ah, walk on trees. Naruto blinked in surprise. Yes, you heard right. Is this possible? Orochimaru frowned slightly. Apparently, Konoha is an even more wretched place than I thought. How can he not know this? The Sannin demonstratively walked to the nearest tree and casually walked up to its crown. Naruto's jaw nearly dropped to his feet at the sight of it. How? Orochimaru let out a strangled laugh in his usual manner and then abruptly landed back next to his young student. To rise in the same way, you need to concentrate chakra in your feet, the Sannin explained. Cool, but why is this necessary at all? Although this skill is very easy, it is quite practical, and therefore it will not hurt you at all. Having learned to control chakra in individual parts of the body, you will be able to master techniques of varying complexity without any problems, including throwing weapons without missing. Orochimaru twirled the scroll with his fingers, opened it, and used his seal to summon the weapon. 5 kunai and 5 shurikens are enough for you for now. Master them. I'll leave you. Are you leaving? Naruto was confused. If you want to achieve something, achieve it yourself. I told you everything you needed to know. Get started and come back with the result. The male figure disappeared behind the lush foliage as he spoke, leaving the small Jinchuriki in the middle of the virgin forest. Commentary on Chapter 5. Journey. 1. Village of Shadows. A village I made up. 2. Haori is a Japanese straight-cut jacket without buttons, worn over a kimono. To make it easier to imagine, remember the image of Haku. He also wore a haori, only in blue. Chapter 6. New technology. The evening was smoothly turning into night. The sky, clearing its expanses, was slowly wiping away the gray clouds. The air was getting fresher, cooling the skin and persistently not giving a reason to fall asleep. Weapons were stuck into several scratched trees. Footsteps were heard knocking on the trunk, and this was the only thing that disturbed the surrounding silence. Naruto, throwing his arms back, ran up, trying to stay in a perpendicular position as long as possible and reach at least the first branch. The result after the first hour of solitary training was achieved. If Naruto had previously fallen after the first step on the trunk, then after the time had passed, he began to rise each time one step higher, but at the end of each time, control over the chakra slipped away, and Uzumaki fell down, because of which numerous wounds began to appear on his hands, knees and face. In between, Naruto meditated, which allowed him to better hold the flow of chakra, and closer to night he no longer fell, but pushed off the trunk, doing a backflip when he felt that his concentration was slipping again. His legs could barely hold on, his arms periodically felt heaviness, then lightness, his head was spinning for a short time after running through the trees. He was catastrophically thirsty, but Naruto, due to his stubbornness, did not want to return to the tavern until he conquered the first branch, and the trees, as luck would have it, or maybe even to his delight, were very tall. Things with throwing weapons were progressing with about the same result. Holding the flow of chakra in his hands, Naruto was already able to throw shurikens and kunai sharper and closer to the target. Naruto was sure that with a little more practice he would hit the bull's eye. Uzumaki felt that he needed to meditate again. It would help him to make up for the lost strength a little, but fate wanted to help him in a different way. Uzumaki, staggering, tried to go to a comfortable place, but suddenly fell to the ground, falling into sleep. Into a very deep and strong sleep. What zeal, Kabuto chuckled to himself, watching the Jinchuriki's training from the tree the whole time. Yakushi was truly surprised. A little brat without an ounce of talent could hold out for so long, despite being mostly exhausted inside. Impressive. Going downstairs, he approached the sleeping Naruto. Kabuto's eyes, slightly narrowed, stopped for a few seconds on the blonde. Kabuto himself did not understand why he suddenly froze, and, shaking his head slightly, picked Naruto up on his shoulder and headed to the tavern. The cool room was filled with the hubbub of people and the chirping of birds. Squinting briefly from the glare of the sun, his blue eyes suddenly flew open. Naruto growled and immediately turned away from the light. Despite the fact that he should have been deprived of the freedom to move and feel pain in his muscles, Uzumaki felt, on the contrary, more alive than all the living. Raising himself up, he saw that he was lying on a futon in a small, bright room, with no furniture except for a nightstand, and opposite were two similar beddings. Standing up from his seat, Naruto walked over to the window and, pushing aside the light curtains, which were stained in places, he saw a brightly lit road in front of him and people walking along it. A new day, he said out loud on an exhale for some reason. The rays of the sun falling directly into his eyes caused noticeable discomfort, which made it difficult to see, and because of this, interest in what was happening outside the windows soon disappeared. Suddenly, someone was heard entering the room from behind. His heart skipped a beat, and Uzumaki instantly turned towards the sound. But seeing that it was only Kabuto, he calmed down. Let's go. It's time for us to hit the road. Naruto walked wordlessly to his futon and began to gather his things from the floor. It was unpleasant to throw the haori over the dirty t-shirt from the night before, although it itself was not particularly new. As soon as Uzumaki was about to put on the Anbu mask, Kabuto stopped him. Take your medicine. Yes, Naruto had completely forgotten about it. Opening his backpack, he expected to get some syrup or pills, but he was very wrong. They were edible, tree branch-like herbs, and they tasted pretty good. Don't forget about them, otherwise you'll get serious complications, Kabuto continued discontentedly and opened the door to the room. When the two left the inn, they immediately saw Orochimaru at the door at the exit of the inn. He was in the same condition as yesterday. Noticing his subordinates, he pushed off the wall and walked forward along the road. How are you feeling? Me, Naruto asked again. Ah, good. Okay, Orochimaru looked, turning in profile and twisting his lips into a grin. Are you sure? Yes, I feel great, Uzumaki answered with optimism and firmness, to which the Sannin stopped and quietly said. Wonderful. Naruto's wrist was suddenly grabbed by the snake's rough hand and was immediately dragged to the roof of one of the buildings nearby. From there to the roof of another building, and from the roof of another building to a tree. Orochimaru released Naruto's limb and allowed him to move on his own. Uzumaki was taken aback by the speed and unexpectedness of the actions, and even when he was released, he did not have time to come to his senses before he had to quickly start running in order to catch up with the sensei and Kabuto, who were moving away along the tree branches. Hey, wait, he shouted and ran after them. The path to the shelter was made without a single stop, which greatly pleased Uzumaki, because now was not the time to rest. Naruto was filled with lightness and pushed off the branches as if they were springs. He did not keep track of time and did not know exactly what time it was. Was it midday, or was it already the second hour of the day? The three shinobi managed to pass the village of shadows and reach the bridge of heaven and earth at the same fast pace, and from there they made their way to the shelter itself. One lair was completely indistinguishable from another. The same darkness, the same dampness, the same patterned corridors, lit only by burning candles on both sides. The sound of footsteps echoed along them and then was lost in the depths of the room. One of the narrow corridors led them to a balcony, from where they could see a large round hall below, into the walls of which some kind of voluminous pipes entered, and in the room itself from the ceiling to the floor there were several columns. This is a training ground. I will teach you a new technique here, said the Sannin, and then returned to his former male appearance. Based on Naruto's training, Kabuto informed Orochimaru that the Jinchuriki could begin to learn entire techniques, because his powers were returning incredibly quickly. And it was simply amazing. The fox's power was truly astounding. And, of course, Orochimaru, in his usual ordinariness, underestimated it at first. Wow, Naruto said quietly. What's this new technique? Summoning technique. Orochimaru turned to face him with crazy eyes. Summoning. Uzumaki became nervous. But I haven't fully learned how to walk on trees yet. There isn't much time left before the exams for you to master all the necessary techniques. So you'll have to hone your old skills while learning new ones. Will it work out? All at once. Suddenly, Naruto felt the fear of disappointing his sensei. Is this too much to ask of him? Will Naruto live up to everyone's expectations? Or will Orochimaru become just another person who laughs at his ridiculousness and inability to learn? Since I'm saying it, it will work. I'm not throwing words to the wind. Naruto's thoughts, watered with doubts, changed in an instant. Again, how did he do it? Uzumaki couldn't understand it. The Sannin, as if by the wave of a magic wand, changed Naruto's train of thought and mood. Follow me. Orochimaru-sensei headed down the stairs. Naruto, with a trembling heart, obediently followed him to the middle of the court. Now listen. Summoning jutsu requires a lot of chakra. Your usual chakra definitely won't be enough here, so you'll have to use the power of the fox. The power of the fox. Naruto stepped back a little from these words. Have you ever felt two chakras inside you? As if he had missed the violent reaction of Uzumaki-sanin. Naruto looked up, remembering. 2 chakras. Yeah, something like that. One blue, and one red, and it's so powerful. This is the power of the fox. Wow, but how am I supposed to use it if I don't know how to control it? And I've never met the fox. I don't think he'll be happy if I borrow his power. Most likely, the tailed beast's chakra appears when you are in danger. After all, if you die, the demon inside you will die too. If you create a dangerous situation for you, the Bayou will be forced to protect you. A dangerous situation. Naruto repeated after his sensei, unhappily. What if I use up my regular chakra so that the 9 tails voluntarily has to give me some of its own? He does have some sense. It's simple. A quiet chuckle came from Orochimaru. Simple. Not at all. He raised his thumb to his mouth and bit it until it bled. A call. He slammed his palm down on the ground and then straightened up, standing on the giant white reptile's head. Awesome. Naruto clenched his fists in front of his chest in admiration. I want that too. The summoned reptile silently opened its mouth wide and pulled out a long tongue that reached the floor, in which a scroll was entangled. The manuscript in front of Uzumaki immediately opened, and he saw vertical columns with the names of the users of this technique. This is a contract with snakes. Write your name in blood and leave a palm print at the bottom. And when you want to call the summoner, create the required amount of chakra and lower the hand with which you signed the contract to the ground. The sequence of hand seals is as follows: pig, dog, bird, monkey and sheep. The Sannin demonstrated on himself for clarity. Naruto literally scanned the combination and tried to repeat it himself several times. It was impossible to remember everything at once, and also to fold the fingers in the correct position the first time. Only after the 4th attempt, Uzumaki was able, albeit slowly and uncertainly, to fold his fingers as needed. Then Naruto did what was said about the signature according to Orochimaru-sensei's instructions. He carefully listened to what he wrote in the scroll, so as not to make a mistake in the hieroglyphs of his own name. All. Excellent. Now we need to wear you out. How? The white snake swallowed the manuscript back and disappeared, and the Sannin landed right in front of Naruto's nose. It must always be remembered that Orochimaru is a man of decisive and radical action. He will achieve results by any means necessary, sparing no effort from his subordinates and not being afraid to lead them to death. Naruto had this firmly in mind as he fought off and dodged the attacks of the 5 prisoners that the Sannin had released from the dungeons so that they could help Naruto properly lose his strength. Uzumaki ran along the walls and threw kunai at them, trying to at least temporarily immobilize these thugs. But they did not calm down, despite the fact that they themselves were exhausted due to such a long confinement in the lair. Come here, brat. Naruto didn't even turn around to look at who shouted. How can we defeat them by simply running? His body was getting more and more hot, the hair on his forehead was sticking together from the sweat that was dripping down, his eyebrows were furrowed, holding the upper part of his face in tension. The room seemed unbearably stuffy, his t-shirt was constantly fluttering from running, causing his body to feel an unpleasant chill. Naruto squeezed out his will to the last drop and held on. He held on until he reached his designated goal. The prisoners released were those who did not know how to use the elements, but they were damn fast and Naruto barely managed to avoid each of their blows. At one point, Uzumaki felt that his hands were starting to be stabbed, and then completely burned. Distracted by the strange pain, he slowed down in his run and thus doomed himself to a blow from one of his opponents. Naruto flew several meters, turning over 10 times on the floor. Blood gushed near his temples and upper lip. Gritting his teeth, Uzumaki raised himself on his hands and sat on his knees. The burning, like a flash, suddenly intensified, which caused Naruto to roar loudly in pain. Orochimaru and Kabuto on the balcony did not take their eyes off him, watching with genuine interest what was happening to him. Blue eyes fixed the gaze on the palms, which began to be enveloped in a deep red, seething shroud. As if blood had come out of the flesh. And only when Uzumaki raised his head, he noticed the swirling waves of scarlet chakra around him, which did not allow the five guys to approach him. And Naruto understood. This is my chance. A shaking hand touched his face, and the pads of his fingers were covered with red liquid. Uzumaki tried to form seals more quickly, but his hands seemed to turn to stone, slowing down the process of summoning. Come on, he groaned quietly. One more symbol and done. Call. Thick white smoke broke through the red waves, quickly dissipating after a few seconds, after which those present were presented with a huge, dark purple snake that reached all the way to the ceiling. Maranda, Orochimaru said the name of his favorite animal under his breath with satisfaction. Unbelievable. He succeeded. Yakushi was surprised, adjusting his glasses. He needs a long rest after that. His tissues may be torn, and there may be a risk of a malfunction in his body. Yes, you're right. Send these five back. Naruto, with wide eyes, looked at the dark scaly surface that he was resting his knees on. It worked, the phrase formed in my mind with great difficulty. Manda, furious that Orochimaru would allow a mere child to summon him, began to rant and rave at the Sannin, his voice so loud that the walls began to shake and the earth above began to fall. And Naruto heard all this in the background. He was going to sleep. His eyes rolled back, and Uzumaki fell down, powerless and unconscious. The light of the training grounds suddenly turned to darkness. A smell of even more dampness than the Sannin's hideout hit his nose. Naruto heard someone whispering in his ear, urging him to go somewhere. I want to see you. A strange, hoarse voice cut into my ears, incredibly piercing. The eyelids immediately flew open, and Naruto saw a corridor with lamps giving off a dim yellow light. What the? Come here, Naruto, the unfamiliar voice rang out again. Naruto shuddered, afraid to guess who it could be, what kind of place this was, and how he ended up here, but he involuntarily dared to take a step forward. Come on, don't be afraid, I'll give you my power. Fox. Uzumaki, with a ton of doubts in his soul, barely moved forward. He was furiously afraid of meeting the demon face to face, but he understood that he could not avoid it. He had a feeling that he was imprisoned in his own subconscious, and he would not be able to get out of here until he spoke with the Nine Tails. Suddenly, a bright golden light began to illuminate the floor in the distance over the gloomy yellow. Naruto stopped for a moment, and then quickly moved closer to the source of this light. The room was filled with the sound of the beast's breathing. Naruto was already experiencing the onslaught of the tailed beast's dark aura. His heart sank. The meeting took place. Finally, the beast grinned terrifyingly at the sight of his Jinchuriki. You've come to me. And why you were waiting? Uzumaki's voice trembled slightly, amazed at the tailed beast's size. Of course. I know, and you need it. Come closer. Closer. Why closer? Just come up. Naruto stood there warily, his eyes glassy as he stared into the vertical black stripes of the Nine Tails' eyes. Come here so that I can share my power with you. How? Remove the seals. Uzumaki's gaze focused on the bars. Come on, remove the seals, boy. No, Uzumaki suddenly declared confidently. What did you say? Be grateful that you live inside me. You should be paying rent, fox face. Yes, how dare you? The demon became embittered in amazement from that phrase. He couldn't believe that some insignificant brat could say something like that. Answer unexpectedly. What kind of sudden display of courage was this? But at one point it even made the fox laugh. What's funny? Hey. I would really like to eat you. Naruto swallowed in horror. But I have no choice. Does this mean you agree? Agree to give me your power if needed. The tailed one exhaled loudly and mockingly. Consider this my gift, baby. Chapter 7. Return. The spinning crimson ball, distorting the air around itself, disintegrated into a slowly spinning spiral, which in turn turned into sparks, disappearing in different directions around its user. The body on the ground was disfigured by terrible burns. The skin in the solar plexus area was burned, from where charred ribs were visible. The enemy was strong, but the presence of the cursed seal did not play into his hands. This is your father's technique. As we found out, you're a fire elemental, and teaching you this technique will be more difficult. It will take a lot of time. And I have included something additional in it. What is this? Elements of darkness. Based on this, I introduced this seal technique. In the original version, they were not there, but here they are an integral part of it. With all this, the ball in your hand will be more powerful, and it can be thrown at the enemy. And how much time will it take to learn this technique? A lot. This is an unusual technique. You will have to rest often after training. You must also learn to walk on water. On water. I can walk on walls. Isn't that the same thing? Not exactly. Water and a solid surface under your feet are two different things. And in addition, you should learn the techniques of replacement and cloning. By the way, the latter is required for exams. You still have a lot to catch up on. A whole year of intensive training had borne fruit, which undoubtedly pleased Naruto, although this joy was suppressed deep in his soul. He looked at the dead man, on whose face was frozen a look begging for mercy, with complete indifference. The feeling of shame, pity and other meaningless emotions towards strangers had long since left him, because sooner or later this fate would overtake everyone and it did not matter how, when and where. It was too obvious. The worldview succumbed to changes, which now gave him the proper degree of self-confidence. Uzumaki's chakra was at 0. It was best to use the fire rasengan against a strong opponent, especially to finish him off when his strength was drained. In a real fight, he would not use this technique to defeat this guy, but since the training was to determine his mastery of it, Naruto had to resort to this technique. Uzumaki felt a familiar presence behind him. Although he was not a sensor, he remembered the man's chakra well and now he recognized it immediately. Good job. Naruto turned to look at his sensei with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Is it true? Are you unhappy with something? Sannin raised his eyebrows slightly. Naruto looked away with the same expression on his face and stared into space. No, I am very pleased. Orochimaru came closer to examine the corpse lying on the ground. Seeing the aftermath of his student's technique on someone else's body, a strange feeling came over him, which made him happy in a special way. This feeling was like pride. You remember your limit, right? Don't even think of crossing it. The snake interrupted what he considered to be stupid thoughts and his gaze became stern. Of course. Have you been there yet? Uzumaki raised his head and looked at the teacher with interest, waiting for his answer. It wasn't me. It was one of my subordinates. The place you ran away from is still empty. It's a bad area. You'll come back the same way you ran away. It's clear. You'll reach the village gates in 2 days at most. The exams are coming soon. Naruto's fists clenched in mild indignation and anticipation. It seemed to him as if everything around him had darkened. He had been thrown into darkness. And it was so unpleasant. Not the kind of darkness of loneliness, where one could fall into one's thoughts, rest and reflect. This was the darkness of human hatred of his native village. Was it really time for him to go there already? Naruto threw his head back, looking at the gray sky. He didn't want to go back, but at the same time his hands were shaking, to destroy this place. Nevertheless, he headed to the lair for things without wasting time. Have you heard that they're going to hold Chunin exams in the village soon? Oh yeah. I wonder what kind of ninjas will be there. Oh, if Uchiha Sasuke is there, I'll definitely come. Yes, me too. Yes, I think everyone will come then. Of course, unless they order me to guard something. The sound of the wind and the rustling of leaves drowned out the voices of the Anbu members standing at the top of the village's gate. As Orochimaru-sensei said, Naruto smiled slightly. Uzumaki was not tired at all from the distance he had covered. Running briskly along the gate and glancing at it sideways, he tried to remember from memory what the part of the fence he had jumped from that time looked like. According to the Sannin, everything should have been in place. Fortunately, it was early morning outside, and one could see the details normally without straining one's eyes. Having covered some more distance, Naruto saw one of those same residential buildings. And this very building was still just as sickly and unkempt, with peeling walls, broken windows, and a roof that seemed about to fall apart. Uzumaki, looking around, jumped over the village gate and landed in the middle of a trash-strewn street. The area was empty. Naruto confidently wandered between the houses along the narrow road, uneven due to all sorts of rubbish underfoot. His eyes fell indifferently on the unkempt and dirty old man leaning against the wall, who smelled strongly of alcohol. Ignoring the hungover muttering of the stranger, Naruto walked on and soon stopped. Here, he asked himself, looking at the abandoned house, standing out from all the others in its gray color. Pushing the half-open door, she fell in front of Uzumaki, raising a cloud of dust into the air. Naruto saw a blond boy in an orange vest and a blue t-shirt standing opposite him at the window, with his back turned. He continued to look at the unremarkable picture outside the window and did not turn around, knowing full well who was standing behind him. You. The real Naruto's lips slowly closed after he said that. Uzumaki looked at the boy with a glassy gaze because of the questions that arose in his head. How had this guy spent this whole year? How had the double's time been different from his intense training with Orochimaru-sensei? What had all those acquaintances become like? Maybe something had changed in their communication. But, even if they had changed, would it have affected Naruto's goal now? There is emptiness in the heart, as well as in the gaze. The double turned around. There was a moderate difference between him and the original. The real Naruto was a couple of centimeters taller, and his facial features were less rounded. His nose, lips, and oval face were outlined moderately sharper. His hair was combed forward, but this did not make it look as messy as before, and both of them had the same build. A breath came from the mouth of the double, passing through the dead silence of the room. Their eyes looked at each other, and in this visual contact, melancholy spread, increasingly absorbing the surrounding world. Hello, Naruto greeted hoarsely. The double only remained silent in response, not removing his gaze. It was strange and at the same time warm and pitiful to look at himself from the outside. The internal passive riot of emotions did not want to disperse. Naruto sluggishly began to move his legs towards the boy. A double is not a clone. It cannot be eliminated by physical or any other attacks. Unless, of course, they are lethal. Because it is a living being. A part of your I, woven from your own life energy. It can only be quickly removed by your own hand. One touch, and it will disappear. One touch and you'll disappear, Uzumaki whispered silently. Orochimaru-sensei's words corresponded to reality. The double really did dissolve, turning into dust. And this dust, along with the remnants of chakra, flew at the real Naruto, transferring back to him that part of the lost life energy along with the memories of all that time spent in Konoha. Uzumaki, closing his eyes, inhaled deeply, filling his lungs to the brim with air. Here is Iruka-sensei, barely able to speak, trying to tell Naruto about extracurricular activities. Here is a teacher, with a complete lack of enthusiasm and desire, trying to teach him the technique of transformation. And here is Sensei leaving in anger, without really trying to help Naruto see his mistakes, so that he does not repeat them in the future. And here are his classmates. All the same as before, absolutely unchanged. But among this grey mass, some still stood out: a fat man, a boy with a puppy, a blonde with a bad character, a shy blue-haired girl with grey eyes, and the most important ones. 2. The eyelids snapped open. When all those little particles were transferred to Naruto, he exhaled slowly and sharply through his mouth. It's time. The streets were empty. Naruto saw only a couple of people along the way. True, it was only 5 o'clock in the morning. Uzumaki was in no hurry to get to his house. He walked forward at a slow pace. His hands were in the pockets of the black and orange sports jacket that Kabuto had bought him because of the cold, and his chin was hidden under the collar of his head, which was lowered down. Everything around him seemed to have remained unchanged. The birds overhead were singing long and drawn out. The greenery was still blooming on all sides. Not everything lasts forever, Naruto muttered thoughtfully under his breath. Time crawled forward very slowly. The road seemed endless. Soon Uzumaki began to see the railings of the stairs of his house, after which he sped up his walk. Having reached them, he stopped, frowning. The courtyard was still dirty, packages were still lying around, clothes were still hanging here and there. Naruto was visited by a strange feeling, similar to nostalgia. But this feeling was not so reverent. It was overshadowed by resentment. Uzumaki went upstairs and, turning the cold door handle, went inside. Kicking objects on the floor in the form of the same packages with his feet not very hard, he fell onto his bed. Looking at the room of the apartment, which he could no longer call home, something unpleasant came to his throat, squeezing to the point of suffocation, not allowing him to breathe calmly. He had nothing to do yet and nowhere to rush to, so Naruto allowed himself to disappear until 8 o'clock in the morning in the dream world. Sasuke-kun, are you ready to take the exam? Sakura ran up to Uchiha, who was standing by the window, overjoyed and hoping that he would at least look at her. But his black eyes continued to stare aimlessly into the background, completely ignoring those around him. As always, though, a classmate with brown hair decided to interfere with her rival and pushed Sakura away from the local handsome man. They say it will be difficult there, but we are sure that you will pass everything. She turned to Sasuke. Hey, how dare you? Haruno clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. Oh, so what? The girl turned back with an unperturbed look. I'll rip out all your hair. Sakura went wild from her classmate's fearlessness. Try it, loser. Everyone in the class was already prepared for the fight to start, but the upcoming no-holds-barred fight was stopped by the door opening in the corridor. Everyone immediately focused the gaze on the one who had just entered. Naruto. Sakura stuttered. Even Sasuke finally dropped his coldness and looked at his blonde classmate. Judging by Uzumaki's expression, it seemed like he was feeling awkward, which left everyone somewhat confused. But no one could have guessed that Naruto felt like a titanium wall had collapsed on him due to the extreme discomfort created by all these strangers' gazes. Oh. Hello, Sakura-chan. Uzumaki rejoiced, and, putting on a routine smile, waved his hand to Haruno and then ran up to her. Something has changed in you, she noted with disbelief. Ah, maybe the hairstyle. Naruto gave a hint. Yes, maybe, Sakura agreed uncertainly. PFFT, ballast, Uchiha said quietly, but what he said, even though it didn't bother him, reached everyone's ears, especially Naruto's. What did you just say there? Uzumaki flared up in anger. Sasuke expected Naruto to do something like that, and he smiled unkindly. Are you fighting again? Iruka grumbled, and after him came the white-haired teacher named Mizuki. For all the years of study, the same thing. Even now, the jingle of keys was heard, and Iruka began to open the lock of the office. Children are like that, the second sensei grinned. The door opened. The exam began. The transition back to life in the leaf and studying at the academy was like a sudden change from summer to winter. Naruto seemed to have outgrown life within these walls, as he had received most of the knowledge ahead of his peers. Uzumaki stood apart from everyone else with his arms crossed and looked at the floor. His classmates weren't as surprised by the slight changes in Naruto's appearance, but they still occasionally turned around to look at him. The boys and girls tried to set themselves up for success, repeating the rules from textbooks and creating clones, but not overdoing it so as not to lose all their chakra. But Naruto didn't need all this, so he continued to stand, thinking about his own things. Hey, are you too self-confident or something? You can't even open a book. The guy with vertical black pupils addressed Uzumaki. His little dog barked twice in support of his master, peeking out from under his jacket near his neck. Kiba Inuzuka. Mizuki called after Ino came out of the office, and he walked towards the teachers with a confident grin. Each of the students was called one by one. Naruto clenched his fingers on his shoulders in displeasure. No, he was not afraid or worried. He wanted to get out of here. Oddly enough. But he did not want to show himself, especially since according to the plan it was still too early to reveal his abilities, and he did not want to surprise anyone. For now, he wanted something else. He wanted to quickly leave this place again and return to the one who needed him. Return to him, to the man who patiently taught him techniques and guided him along the true path. But, as luck would have it, the name of absolutely anyone present was called, but not his. Sasuke was the first, after 4 people Sakura, and after they left, Uzumaki became completely uninterested. Naruto did not even raise his eyes to his classmates. He did not want to think about them even for a second. Naruto-kun. A girl's voice sounded nearby. Naruto looked quickly at the person calling him and saw Hyuga. Hinata. Why yes. How are you doing? She barely managed to squeeze these words out of herself. Uzumaki suddenly thought that she was shy. Why were her cheeks flushed? Or was this her usual natural lack of self-confidence? What was so strange about this that he had imagined? Wonderful, he answered cheerfully. Ready for the exams. She didn't dare raise her gray eyes to him. I don't know, they'll call me and I'll see. Well, you, don't be upset if you don't pass. Naruto suspiciously burned a hole in her mentally. And under such pressure, all thoughts in Hinata's head turned into mush. I think Iruka-sensei will let you try to pass again. Hinata was sure that she had to tell him these words. She knew that no one would even think of supporting Naruto. Her chest ached quite a bit from the loud and rapid beating of her heart. The air in her lungs seemed to stop halfway and did not supply the body with oxygen. Her palms were sweaty from terrible excitement. Hinata already guessed that she would faint now. At the same time she was surprised how Uzumaki could influence her so much that she could not even talk to him coherently. She was always more worried around Naruto than around her father or any other representatives of her native clan. Uzumaki Naruto. Mizuki's voice rang out. Come on in quickly. Naruto left Hyuga alone without a word. Good luck, Naruto-kun. Commentary on Chapter 7. Return. The first art, link in the description, shows Naruto's approximate appearance after his return. For those who don't understand, the sports jacket he's wearing here is the jacket he's wearing in the original for the entire second season. Chapter 8. Release. A crowd of people gathered near the doors of the school. Not a single parent was too lazy to come to such an important event in the lives of their children. They all happily congratulated them, picked them up, hugged them tightly and dreamed of a wonderful career as a shinobi, which their children would definitely be able to build in the future. The teachers were given their last flowers, and even candies as a token of gratitude, and they accepted them with a smile, seeing off their former students to the adult world. A wonderful day. A wonderful graduation. After all, this year, absolutely everyone passed their exams. Everyone. Even him. Who would have thought? Can you believe it? And this one gave in, came a sharp voice from some woman. Her friend blinked in amazement and asked again to make sure. This one. Don't point your finger. It can't be. People like him shouldn't become shinobi. Naruto heard their indignation to the last syllable. It felt like these women weren't even trying to hide their conversation from his ears, and when they met his gaze, the women weren't the least bit embarrassed. Having said something with sour faces, they turned away from Uzumaki. And for their sake, you sealed the fox inside me. Naruto looked mockingly and sadly at the face of the fourth, who was showing off nearby on the mountains. A shadow of a smile appeared on his lips. Naruto saw no point in staying here any longer and therefore began to leave the academy grounds without saying goodbye. Iruka noticed him leaving. The boy's golden hair caught Yumino's eye and he involuntarily gave in to surprise again, once again replaying in his head the fact that Naruto Uzumaki had passed the graduation exam. He stood in front of the two senseis, waiting for them to tell him what exactly he was supposed to do. Iruka was a little puzzled. Firstly, he was sure that Naruto simply wouldn't come. Most likely because of his character, because Uzumaki always disobeyed, played pranks, and ignored everything that was said to him. Iruka also assumed that Naruto himself could realize that he was not ready. And maybe the day when he would be ready would never come. But contrary to his expectations, Naruto still showed up. Secondly, his appearance. For some reason, it seemed to Iruka that Uzumaki had matured in his eyes. After the test at the stadium, Naruto had already changed in his behavior, but now it was somehow special. Maybe it was all about his hair or new clothes. But Yumino could not latch onto any of his assumptions, because they seemed somehow unreliable. Mizuki was looking at Naruto next to him, lifting his chin slightly and squinting his eyes. Uzumaki saw his jaw clenched and tense due to hidden hostility, and because of this, his facial expression automatically transformed, transmitting the same reaction back to the man. We'll give you something simpler and smaller, the white-haired teacher said mockingly, looking at the papers on the table. Create 3 clones, and we'll let you go. That's all, Naruto chuckled to himself as he made the seals. That's how you've been training me all this time, Iruka-sensei. The first day after returning to the village left an unpleasant aftertaste, as Uzumaki had expected. But still, Naruto hoped, deep down, that at least something had changed in the relationship between him and the village. But no. However, why should it bother him now? After all, the pain caused earlier had not yet subsided and was unlikely to subside at all. And he would not find the strength to forgive and love this place together with its inhabitants. It was already too late for them to receive such mercy from him. His hand tightened its grip on the cold protector that his dumbfounded teachers had recently given him. His eyelids were tensely closed from the wave of irritation that had washed over him. The only thing that somehow calmed Uzumaki was the warm sunset rays, pleasantly warming the exposed areas of his skin, the rays of the sun slowly disappearing over the horizon. There, far, far away, a thin line of bright pink clouds stretched out next to him. Naruto began to stare at it, as if it was literally hypnotizing him with its unusual beauty. But, despite the good weather, his mood was still lowered below the earth's crust. And with every negative thought, he quickly forced himself to remember that everything that was happening was temporary. He just had to be patient. Suddenly, the sound of someone running footsteps was heard from behind, to which Naruto immediately responded by turning around. To his surprise, the one who was running managed to run into him, so much so that the forehead protector from Uzumaki's hands flew some distance away from him. Young master, someone cried out from ahead. The address was clearly directed at the child who had bumped into Naruto. Uzumaki viciously grabbed the little rascal by the collar of his shirt and threw him away from himself. But he didn't have time to meet the ground face on. At the last second he was caught by a man in dark round glasses. Young master, how are you? The man looked at the boy frantically. The child didn't answer, even though he was conscious. He was probably surprised that someone dared to treat him so rudely. The man's gaze became furious. Without raising his face, his eyes peered out from under his slightly lowered glasses. And when he saw Naruto, his expression became even more violent. You. Naruto raised an emotionless eyebrow. How dare you address the honorable grandson of the third Hokage like that? Uzumaki's expression didn't change at all. He looked at the little guy with a complete lack of interest, then back at the man and said, "What difference does it make to me who he is? What difference does it make?" The stranger stumbled over the question, long suffering. The boy in his arms broke free from the rescue grip and looked at Naruto with admiration, sparks flying in his black eyes. "My name is Konohamaru," he introduced himself loudly. "And who are you? Tell me your name." A quiet muttering of a man in glasses was heard nearby. "Lord, why do you need to know his name? You don't need it, believe me. Ebisu-sensei, I'll handle it myself." "I don't want to introduce myself," Naruto answered, not very friendly, and came closer to the two interlocutors behind the protector. "Hey," Ebisu called him back rudely. "How dare you? The grandson of the third Hokage himself is standing before you. Where is your respect? And your apology? What right do you have to push the young master to the ground?" "Teacher, shut up." Konohamaru flared up, blushing with indignation, and then looked at Uzumaki again. "Why won't you tell me your name? Why do I need this?" Naruto picked up the bandage. "You are an uninteresting fry to me. I don't see the point in getting to know you or continuing this dialogue in principle." Without uttering another word, he turned around and continued on his original path, leaving the teacher and student in the deepest amazement with their mouths open to the ground. "How impudent, the bastard," Ebisu said with incredible effort. Unlike him, Konohamaru was pleasantly surprised, because he had just met the first, and perhaps only, person who didn't care that he was the honored grandson of the third Hokage. "What difference does it make to me who he is? Hey, I'll definitely find out your name." A wide smile appeared on his face. "I'll definitely find out." The whole night passed unusually slowly. The monotonous ticking of the clock was diluted only by the singing of crickets, which could be clearly heard from the open window nearby. A light wind ruffled the curtains and filled the small apartment with the night freshness. Naruto did not sleep. Sleep did not even think of taking him to Morpheus. Uzumaki lay peacefully on the bed, resting his head on his folded arms, and looked at the ceiling. But this did not add to the thoughts in his head, and sleep still did not come. He was so imbued with the peace surrounding him that he almost fell into a trance. On the nightstand, the forehead protector with the village's emblem sparkled in the moonlight. I wonder if circumstances hadn't turned out this way, he would have been happy with this bandage. If Orochimaru hadn't met him that day, would he have fought to get her? There was no answer. Morning slowly began to drive away the night from the yard. The room was very cool, as the window remained open until the alarm went off. Naruto managed to take a nap, but only a little, an hour or an hour and a half at most. Based on this, his head ached, and he did not want to get out of bed at all. Stepping onto the frozen floor, the old board sank a little. Naruto began to get dressed, but at some point he accidentally overheard someone talking outside the house. The voices were male and were coming from right under his windows. At first there were two of them, and then a third joined them. "Hey, did you hear? What? Last night, Mizuki was caught stealing a scroll from the Hokage's residence." Naruto froze for a second. What? Someone was surprised, apparently not expecting such news at all. Is that the weird one who teaches at the academy? Yes. Wow, so what next? Where is he now? In prison, of course, where else? The conversation continued animatedly, acquiring the rich colors of abuse addressed to the traitor, but the topic very soon changed. Uzumaki, having lost that small insignificant interest in him, closed the window doors. Having dressed and eaten in a hurry, he was ready to go to the academy for a meeting. All that was left for him to do was put on the headband with the Konoha emblem. Naruto, approaching the nightstand, looked at the leaf icon for a few seconds. The fresh, engraved drawing was just itching to be drawn over with something sharp, for example, a freshly sharpened kunai blade. Naruto forced himself to put the headband on his forehead, tying it at the back with disgust and angry jerks. Finally, he cast a fleeting glance at his reflection in the mirror and left the house. A new and last day when the students gathered together and might never meet again. Iruka nervously tapped his fingers on the table, waiting for everyone to gather. Most of the class was already sitting in the classroom. Another 10 minutes and they could start announcing the distribution of the students into the formed teams. Yumino already saw Haruno and Yamanaka, who had arrived in the window, arguing about something as always. A few more guys and Naruto was walking slowly among them. Iruka was distracted and took a sheet of paper with names out of the drawer. The door opened and all the children gathered. Ino and Sakura fell with a crash right at the entrance, which drew the attention of absolutely everyone present. The girls started yelling at each other again, and the empty curses smoothly began to turn into a fight. And everyone else continued to look at them. Uzumaki, hiding his hands in his pants pockets, walked around his former classmates as if nothing had happened and, after walking a few steps along the row between the desks, stopped. He was sitting in front. The object needed by Sensei. He was sitting alone, keeping half of his face hidden from the eyes of strangers with his clasped hands. Sasuke was again looking somewhere into space, completely immersed in his thoughts. Iruka loudly barked at the restless girls, and they immediately shut their mouths and apologized. Naruto and Sasuke seemed not to notice the bacchanalia that had occurred. Uzumaki moved from his place after a short stop and sat down one chair next to Uchiha. Sasuke noticed Naruto out of the corner of his eye and said nothing. Haruno, still not having cooled down from the rivalry, as soon as she stood up, immediately rushed to the free place next to Uchiha. Naruto raised his eyebrows, looked at her from under his brows, curled his lips and clicked his tongue. Sakura sat down and didn't pay attention to Uzumaki for a second, but was looking at Sasuke with all her might. And that's what made Naruto laugh. It made him laugh to the point of disgust. Do you even have any pride? Naruto continued to caustically burn a hole into Haruno. But very soon he lost interest in her. Iruka, having calmed everyone down, finally began to announce who would work with whom and in which team from now on. While he was naming names, the children became more and more nervous. Naturally, not everyone liked the composition of the teams, but no one argued. It seemed like an eternity had passed, but soon it was Naruto's turn. So, Team 7, everyone sharpened their ears again. Sakura Haruno, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha. After a second of deathly silence, Haruno squealed with joy, despite the fact that the blonde she hated would always be hanging around with her. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, just as Naruto glanced at him. Uzumaki couldn't believe his luck. They had assigned him exactly that way, so he ended up with Uchiha. That made the task much easier. Don't rush to leave, Iruka put the papers away. Your new senseis will be here soon. Don't go anywhere and wait for them. As for me, he exhaled loudly. I'm leaving you. I'm no longer your teacher. I wish you success in the future. I wish you to become brave and strong, loyal and recognized. Live and protect the village. His voice gave into weakness, but Iruka immediately regained control of himself. Treasure your loved ones and preserve your honor. All the best to you. The boys, touched by the words they heard, loudly clapped their hands and began to sincerely thank him for all these years of study and for the knowledge he had acquired. Iruka was also touched. Among the jubilant classmates, only a few were not flattered by Yumino's words, and one of them was naturally Naruto. He knew very well that although Iruka had wished for these words from the bottom of his heart, they in no way concerned him. Chapter 9. New teacher and new test. One by one the kids left. The first team, the second team, the third. The classroom was becoming more and more empty with each passing minute, and the remaining kids were staring tensely at the door. Soon almost everyone else had left, and only 3 were left sitting in the classroom. 3 from the 7th team. Yes, where is he? Sakura asked herself the heartbreaking question that was worrying everyone in this room. She tapped the edge of the table with her fingers clasped together, filling the silence with a lack of rhythm. Sasuke looked out the window at the academy courtyard, waiting for his sensei to appear. Naruto stood in front of his desk, leaning his pelvis against the desk next to him and crossing his arms over his chest. The waiting time was starting to get annoying, and the prolonged silence was making it even more so. Sakura exhaled loudly from unbearable boredom and looked tiredly at the door. They definitely guessed that it had probably been about an hour since almost the entire class had left. Can experienced jonins really be that late? Uzumaki grumbled discontentedly, looking at the floor. I don't know, Sakura answered measuredly, in order to maintain the sparse conversation. We've been waiting for quite some time. Will he even come? Sasuke spoke up, asking a question that no one had an answer to. The sound of someone's footsteps was heard outside the office. The boys, having perked up, immediately turned their heads and began to listen vigilantly, hoping that it was their teacher who had finally deigned to appear to them. Soon the footsteps stopped. The door handle turned with a characteristic sound, and a tall, white-haired man of about 30 appeared in the office, wearing a green vest and a mask on his face. The newly formed 7th team found this man a little strange, firstly, because he was so late, and because his face was almost completely covered. Hello, he greeted. 7th team. The boys groaned positively. Excellent. My name is Hatake Kakashi and I am your new teacher. He was a little surprised in his heart. It was understandable why. After all, the son of his late teacher and the child of the legendary clan were now his students. But outwardly there was no hint of surprise. A deep sense of relief descended upon the boys. Finally, this is what we've been waiting for. Why were you gone for so long? Sasuke didn't hide his displeasure. Kakashi walked from the door to Iruka's desk, simultaneously answering the question. Unforeseen circumstances delayed me. Lost. On the road of life. The boys frowned and looked at each other. The teacher's strangeness was growing before their eyes. Catching their reaction, Kakashi cut off the team's quick attempt to complain about him again for their excessive anticipation. So, I'm interested in who you are. Your names. What is your purpose in coming to the academy, and what do you want to achieve in your life? Answer briefly and to the point. And most importantly, sincerely. I need the truth from you. The questions sounded as if they were from an interrogation form. Hatake seemed unusual in his own way and very serious and even a little ironic. In his image, at first glance, the team did not have all this in harmony, and it was not entirely clear which of these traits was more pronounced in the sensei. And they all, despite 2 minutes of communication and the meager palette of emotions on his face, were very clearly manifested. And therefore, in Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura, the entire complexity of their teacher's personality was already outlined. Haruno blurted out involuntarily. Maybe you could tell us something about yourself first. Sasuke and Naruto agreed with her, raising their heads. Oh. Me. What can I tell you? You already know my name. I don't have a goal in life. I don't have a dream as such either. That's basically it. The seventh team looked down again, and a question flashed through their minds. So all we learned was his name. Well then, Naruto smiled. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I love instant ramen at Ichiraku's, and I hate it when it takes a long time to cook. And I also like to annoy Old Man Third and Iruka-sensei. My dream. He hesitated slightly. My dream is to become Hokage. He immediately got out of the situation, blurting out the first thing that came to mind on the fly. Sasuke chuckled, his lips curling into a smirk, and Sakura raised her eyebrows, but Kakashi's expression didn't change. The goal is for everyone in the village to respect me, Naruto added, adding credibility to the lie he had just made up. Hatake looked at the young descendant of the fourth impassively for a few more seconds. I see. Next, he then turned his gaze to Haruno. Me. My name is Sakura Haruno. What do I want to achieve in life? She casually glanced at the Uchiha, then looked away out of embarrassment. I want love. Well, I like, well, this. She couldn't collect her thoughts, but then she boldly said, I want to become a strong kunoichi. That's it. That's my dream. And my goal. Okay, next. Sakura and Naruto looked at Uchiha questioningly at his lack of response. His eyes grew even colder, and his clasped hands clenched tighter, fingers digging into the skin of the back of his palms. Uchiha Sasuke. It's hardly a dream, but I have to revive my clan. And kill one person. Haruno was visibly frightened by his words. Sasuke's aura darkened drastically and beyond recognition right before her eyes. For a second, he seemed completely alien to Sakura. But Naruto didn't overreact. He raised his eyebrows indifferently and smoothly, because Uzumaki had long known from Kabuto the recent tragic history of the Uchiha clan, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Kakashi's expression became significantly more serious due to his understanding and disagreement with Sasuke's dream and goal. Well, Hatake concluded his questioning. That's enough. I think you can start your missions. But. What? But. Sakura was already exhausted from the teacher's intrigues. First, all four of us will pass a survival test. A test for survival? Sasuke asked again. Naruto was the only one who was prepared for this turn of events, and all because he had once again been equipped with information a long time ago. This time, all the intricacies of entering the world of shinobi. Yes, I will be your opponent, Kakashi continued. And this will be an unusual training. Of the 27 graduates, only 9 will become genin. The rest will return to the academy. Silence. What? Kakashi burst into laughter at Sakura's reaction. In order not to arouse suspicion, Naruto also began to complain. What does this training have to do with the tasks? Wasn't there enough training at the academy? This training will show your worth and whether you can become genin. The final exam served to nominate those who had at least a chance to receive this title, Hatake explained calmly. The training will begin today. Today, Haruno continued to be amazed in the same spirit. Yes, Today, I hope, you haven't eaten recently. Sasuke and Naruto's eyebrows were drawn together, and Sakura swallowed nervously. Follow me. The training area was in the open air. There was a forest around, and nearby there were 3 poles, opposite which there was a low stump. The team was moving right towards this place. What exactly do we need to do? Sakura asked Kakashi. I'll tell you everything now. Having reached the pillars, Hatake took out his watch and, placing it on a stump, began to set the alarm. Look, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon and 55 minutes. The test will start in 5 minutes. You have until 6 o'clock to pass this little exam. 3 whole hours. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Yes, your task is to take these 2 bells from me in time. Kakashi took the named things on a thin string from his pockets. Each of you must take 1. What? Wait a minute. But there are only 2 of them, Sasuke interrupted Haruno, finishing what she meant. And there are 3 of us, the young Uchiha noted ingratiatingly, with which Naruto immediately agreed. Yes, exactly. What did you think? This is a classic selection process. Only 2 of you will become genin. This news was a direct blow to the face. Sakura's eyes literally popped out of her head. The thought that the short reunion with Sasuke could be cut short by this stupid test made Haruno seethe with uncontrollable anger. In contrast to recent times, Sasuke's 2 comrades had already been completely eliminated from his mind and were relegated to more insignificant roles than secondary ones. He was ready to resort to extreme measures, even to the point of eliminating the targets, in order to reach the goal. And Naruto didn't remember such a detail from the genin tests at all. Did Kabuto or Orochimaru sensei miss this point, or did Kakashi come up with these rules himself? The one who didn't get the bell will have to go back to the academy, Hatake added. We worked so hard to pass the exams at the academy. And for what? To be thrown back now? Naruto burst out in loud indignation. Hatake ignored Uzumaki's words and looked at his watch. The large arrow at that moment pointed to the 12th hour, which meant that it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Kakashi turned back to face the team and asked. Ready, let's go. As if in fear of death, all the boys scattered in all directions as soon as Hatake announced the start of the test. Frankly speaking, Kakashi was even slightly and pleasantly surprised that his students thought of hiding from his sight first. Very good indeed, but the skill level still needs to be honed, he noted in his thoughts. Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto, hidden in the dense foliage of the trees and bushes, watched Kakashi. He stood motionless and waited for their attack. Uchiha scanned him from head to toe, caught and listened to every movement and gesture, and carefully weighed every idea that arose in his head, for, and, against, the attack. Haruno, with her heart and breath frozen, tried to concentrate on choosing her own position. Where could his weak point be? Did he even have one? What and how best to use from the available weapons? Maybe create a clone and attack her from behind. And what if he manages to eliminate both the clone and her, and she ends up among the defeated and says goodbye to Sasuke forever? No, we need to think about it some more. Haruno pressed her lips together until they hurt. Naruto was trained enough for his age, but he still had no doubt that Hatake was damn strong and he would most likely not even be able to defeat him. After all, Naruto's strength was aimed at his peers, and not at experienced shinobi like Kakashi. Although, on the other hand, the presence of the fox inside and his help gave an undeniable additional strength, which could somehow help compete with Hatake. Uzumaki did not rush into action and, like everyone else, tried to carefully analyze the situation and build a strategy in his head. Suddenly and abruptly, Kakashi threw 2 kunai somewhere into the foliage, calling for the students to begin their attack, since the former classmate's silence had stretched out for a decent amount of time. The target of the thrown weapon was Sakura. In an attempt to dodge the tip of the kunai, she turned over on the ground several times, thereby leaving the shelter of the bushes. Damn it! Haruno cursed in panic and immediately rushed back into the depths of the forest. But it was too late. Ninja must not panic, even when they are attacked. You left your hiding place, Sakura. In your case, it is almost tantamount to death, Haruno heard behind her. Sakura's heart was about to burst from fear from these study notes from Hatake. Sasuke, who was watching the chase, decided that due to Sakura's distraction, the sensei would not have time to react to his attack. Sasuke was sure that now was the best time for him to appear. Naruto saw nearby how the Uchiha jumped from a tree and threw a bladed weapon into the area of Kakashi's pockets. Does he want to cut the rope of bells with a point? Uzumaki understood the motives of his opponent. Sasuke assumed that there was an incident with his miss, which, in fact, happened, and for this very reason he appeared from the tree crown, so as not to miss Hatake from a close distance. Kakashi saw everything from both sides. Sakura and Sasuke. Uchiha was fast, despite the fact that he had never professionally honed his speed of movement. It was in him, and it was also a real chance to snatch the bell from Kakashi, because if Sasuke had started attacking him or chasing him from the initial current distance, his chances would have been doomed to failure. And here Hatake was also chasing Sakura. Perfect. Kakashi's hands began to form seals unfamiliar to everyone. Ahead, in front of Sakura's path, a whirlwind with swirling dust and leaves inside formed. Haruno stopped abruptly and stood rooted to the spot, not knowing what to do. Should she run from Hatake or run from the vortex? Which way should she go if they were all blocked? Kakashi turned 80 degrees and moved straight towards Sasuke. If he hadn't slowed down, there would have been a direct collision. As soon as the Uchiha stopped, from the sudden cessation of his own running, he couldn't hold on and fell on his back, hitting his spine on the ground painfully. What should I do? Sakura didn't even notice that the chase had stopped. Suddenly, someone roughly pushed her aside, and she and this unknown rolled over on the ground several times in an embrace. When they stopped, Haruno opened her eyes wide and immediately recognized the blonde hair. Uzumaki, groaning theatrically, raised himself up on his hands and hung over Sakura. End Naruto. Haruno didn't believe it. She was just now so heroically saved by Naruto. Are you okay, Sakura? Yes. Where is Sasuke? Uchiha, ignoring the pain, immediately dodged Hatake's fist. His back ached from the bruise. Kakashi, wasting no time and not sparing Sasuke, threw shurikens at him. Sasuke could think of nothing better to do than to use the substitution technique. To his great luck, after activating this technique, Uchiha found himself next to his comrades, who, realizing it, pulled him away from Kakashi. Naruto, placing Sasuke on his back, ran northwest from Hatake's location. Alone, we can't defeat him, Uchiha summed up unpleasantly, sitting in the shade of a tree with the others. We need teamwork. Teamwork, Sakura stammered. Yes, I think so too, Uzumaki agreed. He's clearly pushing us to do this. Sasuke and Sakura stared at Naruto for a moment, confused that he could figure something out. Haruno shook her head, remembering one important fact. But there are 2 bells. And there are 3 of us. Teamwork is basically impossible. After all, one of us will still be left with nothing. What's the point then? One by one, nothing will work, Uzumaki answered her somewhat rudely, interpreting it. And teamwork remains the only way out of our situation. Sasuke's eyes widened a little from the tone and meaning of what Uzumaki said, and Sakura even became slightly offended and fell silent. Yes, Uchiha blurted out. We need a plan. The sun mercilessly beat down on his body with bright rays, bringing a headache to this already tense atmosphere. The situation for the team was heating up, despite the fact that nothing was happening yet. Kakashi returned back to the pillars and began to wait for the students again. Hiding from me all the time won't help you pass the test. No one entered into a dialogue with him. Only the fluttering of leaves could be heard from all sides. But at one moment, someone landed on the ground behind him. Kakashi, raising his eyebrows mockingly, turned and saw Sakura. Someone else's landing was heard on the right, and this landing was Naruto. And again, another person appeared on the right side. The last one. Have you decided to surround me? Sasuke grinned and took out 3 kunai from the pouch attached to his belt, placing them between his fingers. Naruto and Sakura did the same. Hatake smiled contentedly, but it was not visible because of his mask. Jumping off the ground, everyone simultaneously threw weapons at Kakashi. But he was too fast and agile to fall for such a trap, and therefore disappeared from sight, and all the kunai he had saved hit each other. Kakashi, using his incredible speed, began to attack the students one by one. At first, he was glad that the team appeared together, but at the same time disappointed that they began to attack head-on. But not everything was as simple as it might seem at first glance. Striking the students with blows, they began to evaporate in front of Hatake. Clones. A second Sasuke appeared on top. A second Naruto on the right. And a second Sakura behind. And again kunai. What smart guys, Hatake smiled even more. He easily cut off this batch of clones, but more arrived to replace them. And this time they appeared not alone, but in pairs with real users of the technique, although Kakashi assumed that they were also clones. One after another, the sound of poof was heard every time Hatake eliminated several attackers at once with a spin. To Kakashi's surprise, the real Sasuke, using all his physical strength, tried to hold his hands from behind so that Naruto could more easily strike the solar plexus area. Uzumaki, this time sparing no effort, concentrated an abundant flow of chakra in his fist, and it is unknown whether Kakashi succumbed or not, but he let this attack get to him. In both cases, he did it in vain. The uncontrollable blow mercilessly passed between the teacher's ribs, as a result of which Hatake coughed up a large clot of blood and folded in half, and Sakura managed to snatch those two ill-fated bells at that time. Having achieved the goal, Sasuke and Naruto freed the sensei and jumped back, as did Sakura. Kakashi, genuinely amazed by the outcome of the fight, put his hand just below his chest and looked at his students. Although he did not put in even half of his effort, he was extremely surprised and infinitely pleased with the actions of his students. Sakura jingled the bells in front of her with satisfaction and stuck out her tongue. Well, Kakashi-sensei, did you manage? Naruto asked, chuckling. Sasuke looked at Uzumaki with an ambiguous look. After all, it was he who came up with the attack plan. You are one of the few, Hatake answered after a pause. One of the few who understood that you need to work as a team. Really? Uzumaki rejoiced. Yes, I think you can start your missions now. Officially, you've already become genin. Sakura squealed loudly in joy that they all managed to pass the test, not even fully believing that they actually did it. Sasuke smiled reservedly, and Naruto grinned. None of them even noticed that this test completely took up the entire 3 hours given to them. The evening came to a close. Upon returning home, Naruto threw off his bag with weapons and a dirty jacket. Approaching his bed, he bent down to pull out a small scroll from under it. This scroll contained several techniques that Naruto could learn during his stay in Konoha. Uzumaki began to jump from one name to another, looking for what he needed right now. And finally, he found it. Putting the unrolled scroll on the bed, Naruto looked at the text and made seals. A small white snake appeared on the paper. The technique was similar to the summoning technique, but unlike it, in terms of seals, it was not significantly different. Uzumaki took the snake, lightly squeezing it between his fingers so that it would not slip away. In response, it hissed muffledly. Tell Orochimaru-sensei to send information about a man named Hatake Kakashi. The white color of the scales turned blue, and Naruto let the reptile go on its way. Commentary on Chapter 9. New teacher and new test. I've been writing the chapter since the middle of it at that time. Young J. got 7. Oh my god. I'm so inspired by this now. Love you gesture dark skin tone. 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 Chapter 10. Client from Awagakur. Days followed one another with an incomprehensible monotony. They were so monotonous that some people found it unbearable to breathe from the boredom that had washed over them with such a degree. The mood was colorless, just like these very days spent on missions given to the 7th team by the top of the village. D-rank missions. D-rank missions were not to everyone's liking. For example, Sasuke and Naruto. After graduating from the academy, they were not expecting orders to catch runaway pets or water flowers in an unfamiliar grandmother's garden, but something where they could improve their abilities through risk and work. They were not only angry about their situation, but also quite annoyed, because they clearly felt that they were wasting their time. But as for Haruno, she was not embarrassed at all. Sakura was pleased that neither she nor Sasuke were put in danger, were not ordered to kill, kidnap, and in any way were not forced to fall into wild fear for her and Uchiha's life. In addition, she was not psychologically prepared for scenes with blood and open flesh. The third Hokage and Iruka, like Kakashi, had no intention of raising the mission rank, and for several weeks now the 7th team had been obediently carrying out tasks for newbies, without saying a word about finally being given something more serious. After another completed job of searching for a lost pet of some wealthy resident of the village, the 7th team returned back to the headquarters, where Iruka, the third and a couple of other shinobi were sitting. The customer of the mission was a plump man from head to toe in expensive clothes and hung with gold jewelry on his fingers, wrists and neck, whose eyes widened beyond belief at the sight of the guys who came, and his lips spread to his ears in a joyful smile. Oh, Sun Ra, it's you. The man cried out, almost crying, running to meet the team. He snatched his pet from Naruto's hands and hugged him tightly. Everyone watched this scene of love, waiting for this man to pay for their work and leave the room. After 2 minutes of happiness, the customer fulfilled the mental wishes of those present and headed for the exit with tearful eyes. Well, finally, Naruto muttered as the door slammed shut. You've done well, praised the third, smiling warmly. So, your next assignments. Hiruzen looked down at the papers, lighting his pipe, and said. You'll have to babysit the elder's grandson. Then go shopping in the neighboring village. Then wash the Hokage's face. And help a woman who lives in with the harvest. No, no, and no. Uzumaki waved his hands negatively to the sides. These are too easy tasks. Give us something tougher. Tougher. We are not nannies to sit with some elder's grandson. What an idiot. Sakura felt a shameful heat in front of the Leaf Leader. The adults sighed wearily, having long expected such an attack from Naruto. And only Uchiha agreed with Uzumaki's words. Idiot. You're still just a newbie. Aruka couldn't take it anymore and stood up from his chair with a scream, causing the furniture to fall behind him, turning over on its side. Everyone starts with simple tasks, gradually moving on to more difficult ones. But we only get the worst jobs. Naruto yelled back. Quiet down. Kakashi slapped his student on the back of the head, the effect of which worked instantly. What? Am I wrong? Uzumaki was indignant again and immediately received an answer to his question from Hatake. No, you are wrong. No one can let you go on a serious mission. You are all just genin, and when you carry out a mission, for example, of rank B, you will definitely encounter strong opponents along the way, with whom you will not be able to compete. Why is that? Sasuke put in his 2 words discontentedly. Who else couldn't compete? Naruto was actually a little offended. Kakashi is absolutely right. D-rank tasks are just for you. The Hokage wanted to close this question, but Uzumaki objected again. No, he's wrong. Did we do badly in the last test with the bells? What are we bad at, or maybe where did we go wrong? Then why can't they give us? Naruto was interrupted by the third's quiet and unexpected laughter. What? Did I say something funny? Fine. Okay, everyone asked at the same time. What? Good, Sakura asked timidly. If that's what you want. Hiruzen began intriguingly. I'll give you a C-rank task. Everyone looked down at the third in surprise. He lit his pipe and asked. Are you satisfied? Is it true? Sakura couldn't believe it. Did Naruto's whims really work on him? Uzumaki let out a joyful, hooray, and jumped off the floor a couple of times, but he was quickly calmed by Hatake's hand squeezing his shoulder, urging him to stand still. You will have to protect one person, explained the third. Yes, and who is it? Who? Daimyo, princess. Calm down, Naruto. I'll introduce her to you now, the Hokage continued. Please come in. The shoji door was pushed to the side, and a blonde girl with green eyes and a face covered in freckles appeared near the doorway. From her appearance, one could guess that she was the same age as Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Who are these? She asked in a high, pleasant voice instead of greeting. Are these the ones who will protect me? There was a clear note of disappointment in her tone. Yes, the Hokage answered. Of them, only this one is worthy of protecting me. The girl nodded at Kakashi, not hesitating to offend anyone. You can tell he's experienced, and these. I'm afraid to even imagine. What are you talking about? We are professionals. Naruto got angry at the girl's words. We are not some second-rate shinobi. Yes, you are worse. It can be seen from you. The impudence of the words and their tone sent the entire team into a whirlpool of irritation. Naruto actually felt a little angry. If it weren't for Orochimaru-sensei's plan, he wouldn't have let that girl babble about him being second-rate. Don't worry, they're actually good ninja. Hiruzen tried to remove the girl's displeasure so that there wouldn't be any quarrels between her and the boys in the future. And if they did arise, they wouldn't be so long and stormy. The girl crossed her arms over her chest, clicked her tongue and began to look appraisingly at her bodyguards, and then, reluctantly, introduced herself. My name is Yui Taken. And I am from the land of stone. The village is Awagakure. You are to deliver me there safely within these 2 days. Is that clear? She asked sharply. I hope you will protect me well until you bring me back home. The members of the 7th team looked at each other. The gates of the village opened to let the shinobi on their way. Kakashi treated the picky Yui quite well, which could not be said about his students. Sakura's feminine instinct told her not to stand on ceremony with the client and not to allow her, Sasuke, or even Naruto to be insulted. Especially since what if this girl suddenly sets her sights on Sasuke? After all, who knows what kind of devils are in her head? As for Uchiha, his perception of the client was slightly less acute than Haruno's. He never liked people with the same character as Taken, and that was precisely why he didn't like her right away, but he was ready to put up with it, hoping that this mission would bring him at least some benefit in terms of fighting. And Naruto's attitude, or rather Naruto's real attitude, was quite passive, not taking into account the fact that he was ready to wipe her nose for daring to almost directly insult him as a weakling. And so, what she said about the 7th team, what she said about the leaf in general or could tell about herself, did not bother him at all, because there was no interest in it. Wow, this is my first time leaving the village, Uzumaki said, looking around. The team walked slowly, and the day passed quickly. Bright sunlight pushed everyone to sleep, and the lingering singing of birds, a fresh light wind and the rustling of leaves all contributed to this. Silence hung over, pleasantly diluted by the sounds of nature. The silhouettes of strangers were barely visible from the treetops. They were staring at the girl and the rest of the team, waiting for the moment to attack. Tell me, Hataki turned to Yui. It wasn't you who ordered your escort to your native village. No, they are my parents, Takan answered proudly. We came to your village as guests, to visit my parents' relatives and old friends. I stayed a couple of extra days to hang out with the guys I knew longer, on my parents' advice, and now the day of my return has come. They ordered this mission in advance so that I wouldn't return home alone. I come from a wealthy family, and it's quite possible that I could have been attacked on the way. When are we leaving? The shinobi asked with effort, flickering like a shadow behind the treetops. Step. Step. One more step. Naruto turned his head to the left suspiciously and looked at Kakashi, who looked back at him as if confirming his train of thought. Taken, Sasuke said thoughtfully, recalling information about this well-known clan. I've heard about your family jewels. Uchiha's sentence was interrupted by the unexpected landing right in front of his nose of an unfamiliar man with a black mask on his face, from under which only eyes sparkling with malice were visible. Next to the others, more of the same strangers appeared and, judging by the emblem on their protectors, they were ninjas from the stone. The shinobi around Naruto and Sakura with Sasuke simply stood in a stance that foreshadowed an attack, thinking that this action would intimidate them enough, because they were only children. But with Kakashi, one of the men did not hesitate and pressed a kunai firmly to his throat. What the? Yui blurted out. I knew it. Protect me. We'll leave quietly and peacefully if you give us the girl, the stranger hissed into the back of Hataki's head. What? Taken was indignant. Kakashi chuckled emotionlessly. Why do you need her? The kunai pressed harder against his throat, releasing a light stream of blood that stained the fabric on his neck. We won't touch any of you, just give her to us. Sakura froze in horror. Will he kill him? Will he kill him? The bloody neck, pressed against the kunai blade, suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a light smoke. A clone. When did he manage to do that? Uchiha raised his eyebrows. Sakura, at her own risk, rushed towards Yui to protect her with herself, while Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously defended themselves from the attackers. A couple of deft movements, and Uzumaki was able to dodge the opponent's swords and, allowing the enemy to approach him at close range, he focused the blow on the pain point in the chin area, from which he flew back a good 10 meters after colliding with Naruto's fist. Having eliminated the enemy, Uzumaki instantly felt another attacker from behind. Not having time to react and strike earlier, Naruto was forced to block the man's attack with his clasped hands covering his face, but then freely defended himself with kunai, fastening their blades against the blades of the enemy's kunai. At that time, Sasuke, jumping back meter by meter, did not allow the shinobi of the stone to hit him with shurikens. Having made another jump, he stopped for a second in a perpendicular position on the tree trunk and sharply pushed off from it in order to hit the enemy. The latter had in his arsenal long chains hung with explosive tags, which at that moment were planning to embrace the Uchiha. Sasuke, having taken out a couple of kunai, threw them towards the enemy's weapon, leading it out of the laid route so that it would not catch up with him, and when one side of the chain still almost reached him, he managed to grab it and pull it towards himself in order to deprive the enemy of a cold weapon. But he had no intention of giving it up so quickly and, wrapping his wrists in chains, he stood in a stance, spreading his legs wide and squatting down to pull the Uchiha towards him. Naruto mercilessly hit the weak points known to him from Kabuto's words, such as neck, jaw, ribs, to make it easier to eliminate the enemy. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Sasuke had fallen into the metal clutches of the chains and was flying towards his opponent's fist, and Sakura, with a desperate face, froze, clutching a kunai in her hands, in front of two ninja who rushed towards her, protecting Yui. At one point, Kakashi appeared again out of nowhere and, grabbing the girls, dragged them up into the foliage. Before the stone shinobi had time to hit Sasuke, Naruto quickly grabbed his already disabled opponent and threw him into the Uchiha's opponent with a jerk. When he fell to the ground, Sasuke quickly caught himself in the air, already wrapping the chains around his wrists. And landing behind the lying ninja, he immediately threw his enemy from behind onto the ground in front of him with a swing. Uchiha and Uzumaki then looked around. It's clean here, Sasuke said, looking expectantly at Naruto. Kakashi-sensei dragged him up. Uzumaki immediately understood the silent question and pointed his finger at the treetops. When both of them looked up, two shinobi fell down next to them in a disabled state. And on the opposite side, Kakashi landed with Sakura and Yui. You did a great job, Hatake praised the boys. Well done. And you too, Sakura. How are you, Sasuke-kun? Haruno cried out with burning excitement. It's fine. We're fine, Sakura-chan. Naruto scratched the back of his head, closing his eyes. Yui looked at Uchiha and Uzumaki in admiration. How skillfully and confidently they defended themselves. How bravely they protected her. How skillfully these two attacked. It was breathtaking. Haruno was standing in the same state now. If she had previously been sure that Sasuke was a genius and could cope with any difficulties, then she was not mistaken on this score, but the fact that Naruto would not be able to do anything at all in a critical situation, then her theory suddenly and miserably failed. Seeing how her former loser classmate, who did not know how to even use a weapon a year ago, began to skillfully handle it now, her heart simply sank. As if a completely different person had recently been in battle in front of her. A completely different Naruto. And Sasuke, although he was busy with his opponent, still managed to see how his blonde teammate dealt with the enemy. He already thought that he needed to finish off the shinobi who attacked him as soon as possible, in order to quickly come to the aid of Uzumaki. But what a surprise overtook him when, contrary to his assumptions, Naruto saved him. Saved Naruto. Saved. Sasuke shook his head sharply. Well, what kind of save? He helped a little. He was just a little unlucky. It was the wrong opportunity, the wrong moment. The thought that Sasuke would ever get a handout from Naruto filled him with dull irritation. He gloomily drilled the smiling Uzumaki with a cold gaze, but his face did not reflect any anger, because he was able to hide it well. Kakashi, who had also heard about Uzumaki's ineptitude and inability to study, saw the scene of the fight with the stone ninja and his eyes widened in amazement. Questions stuck in his head. When did he manage to learn these techniques? Who taught him this? In addition, some of the fighting techniques used by Naruto were not even studied at the academy. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Yui ran up to both boys and hugged them. Hey, Sakura called her back in a rough voice. And Hatake began to pick up the stone shinobi from the ground in order to tie them to a tree for further interrogation. While they were waiting for the enemies to wake up, the team sat down near a nearby tree opposite and fortified themselves with the food they had brought with them in their backpacks. The slapping method didn't work on the strangers, and Kakashi didn't do anything else against them. Why? They had nowhere to rush. And it was just about time for dinner. Why did they attack us? Yui asked herself a sad question. Why exactly shinobi from the native village? Oh, sensei, one of them is already waking up, Sakura noticed. A black-haired, thin man of about 30 blinked many times, trying to open his eyelids and focus his vision. Hey. Well, who are you? Hatake got straight to the point. The stranger did not answer. He lowered his head and stared at the grass. I don't advise you to go further. Yui visibly tensed up after hearing this. Why? Kakashi frowned. The shinobi of the rock, after waiting a few seconds, looked back up and said. Death lies ahead. Haruno was scared. What does he mean? If you go towards Awagakure, the shinobi continued, groaning for some reason, you will definitely be killed. Cough cough. They won't let you in. They won't let you in there. Why? Kakashi asked. Why do you say they won't let us in there? The sound of matches igniting barely reached his ears. Hatake immediately realized what it was. Grab Yui-san and run. The 7th team immediately carried out the command and rushed into the forest. 1 second. 2. Explosion. Yui screamed at the suddenness of the incident. Everyone felt the heat on their backs, which quickly spread through the air. Stopping at a safe distance, the team looked back, at the place where the enemies were sitting. Explosive seals? Sakura asked Kakashi. Yes. Taken shivered even more. Not only were they attacked by ninja from the native village, but they were also clearly not some kind of bandits, but truly experienced shinobi, seriously determined to kill her. Let's go. No. Hatake Yui stopped him, crying. He said. She burst into tears even more. Yui-san, calm down. Haruno was at a loss, not knowing what exactly to advise the scared as hell client, and placed her hand on her shoulder. Yui shook her hand sharply. No. She breathed heavily. Didn't you hear what he told us? Death lies ahead. Death. Naruto clicked his tongue angrily and said to console him. Yui-san, you don't have to be afraid. You saw how we protected you. I don't want to go home. I'm scared. Are you all stupid or something? Taken didn't have enough anger for everyone. Well, I never said that we would go to your village. Yui looked at Kakashi incomprehensibly. We will return back to our village. Ah, her fit of hysteria quickly stopped. Okay, she began to wipe her wet face with her sleeves. I agree. But how can we just turn around and leave? We have to warn her parents about the attack. Sakura turned to Hataki. Yes, but we don't have the opportunity for that yet. Especially since night will soon fall. We need to find shelter so as not to become easy prey for the enemy. Something tells me that you and I will meet someone else. Well then, let's go. Naruto turned around and walked forward with the others. The boys walked ahead of Kakashi. Hataki glanced at the almost invisible scratch on his finger, but then he had to stop walking because of a sharp headache. Weakness suddenly hit his legs, then his arms and chest. Are you okay, Kakashi-sensei? Haruno noticed something was wrong. Hataki only listened to Sakura's background voice for the last time and fainted. Commentary on Chapter 10. The Client from Awagakur. Shoji. Japanese room and GT. Shoji doors. Sliding doors of this room. Chapter 11. Preparation. I found it. Uzumaki appeared behind the trees after a long absence. Where? Sakura's desire to hear the answer flared up to the point of incredible. There. Not far away. A small hut. The old woman living there said that we could stay with her. Naruto informed the entire team, finally reaching her at the same time. Really? How good? Haruno breathed a sigh of relief. Come on, lift him up. Yui stood up from her knees and pointed at Kakashi, who was lying next to her, Sakura and Sasuke. Don't rush, Naruto smiled. Everyone looked at him with confusion, but then noticed the appearance of a young man, about 18 years old, running along the same path as he had a minute ago. When he slowed down next to Uzumaki, Naruto introduced him. This is the grandson of that old lady. She said that he is mute, but understands our speech perfectly. And she also said that he will help us drag Kakashi-sensei to her house. Without further ado, due to fatigue, everyone trusted both Naruto and this guy and allowed the latter to place Hataki on his back. Afterwards, they hurried to head to the temporary shelter. Cold water flowed in streams from the maroon cloth that the owner of the hut, Azumi Mitsuo, was clutching in her small, old hands. She carefully placed the cloth on Kakashi's forehead, as she had felt a slight heat on him with her hand earlier. How long has he been like this? Azumi asked. About 30 minutes, Sakura informed uncertainly. And why? We don't know, Sasuke answered this time, standing against the wall and crossing his arms over his chest. Oh. It's been a long time since I've used medical techniques. And I can't remember anything now, Mitsuo muttered. There's nothing serious with him, right? Naruto asked after a few seconds. I don't know. That remains to be seen. Azumi looked at Kakashi's visual condition and concluded that there were no signs of severe physical pain, as his face did not wrinkle, there was no mumbling, his body did not convulse, his skin color was normal, and even sweat did not flow from him. Mitsuo hesitantly resorted to her clan's long unused medical jutsu. Her own health was not what it used to be, so it was quite difficult for her to use this technique. But Azumi still decided to try, because she could not leave people without help. Her hands were filled with green light when concentrating her chakra, which immediately attracted Sakura's admiring gaze. Mitsuo placed her palms on Kakashi's chest and closed her eyes. Judging by their faces, the guys did not understand what exactly she was trying to do. By placing her palms on the patient's body, she could see the state of the person's internal organs with her chakra. This inspection was interrupted by her very soon after activation due to impotence, since it was difficult to control the process of Azumi as it should be, as she expected. But despite this, she was still able to see what she needed. The internal organs are not seriously affected. However, I saw traces of sleeping pills in the body. What? Sleeping pills? Yui was taken aback. It seems I was wrong about him. How could he take sleeping pills when he knew he was supposed to protect me? Sakura's eyes darted across the floor, remembering. Dragging her and Yui away, Kakashi-sensei climbed up the tree branches, jumping from one to another. At one point, unexpectedly for Haruno and Taken, he threw them into the air, from which they screamed in fear, turned around, also in zero gravity, and caught one of the enemies by surprise, literally flying at full speed at the sensei. Having received a deafening hand-to-hand blow to the jaw, the enemy changed the direction of his path back to the ground. But before the teacher led the second enemy to the ground in the same way, only this time with his foot, He managed to get an almost invisible scratch from one of the needles, controlled by the enemy with a fishing line. After that, he caught Sakura and Yui and returned back to the boys. A scratch. Haruno realized as she remembered that fight and then saw the scratch on her teacher's middle finger. When he threw us up in the fight, I saw a shinobi from the stone throw needles at him. Sensei fought him off with kunai, but apparently he still got a scratch from one of them. Azumi took Hataki's hand in her own and used her medical jutsu again. The green light touched Kakashi's hand and Mitsuo saw a clear picture of the patient's blood. It looks like a strong medicine, made from special herbs from Awagakure. Yes, that's right, Awagakure. There are special greenhouses there for growing these very plants. These herbs act on the brain within 2 minutes of being ingested. It's not a lethal drug, but it does raise the body temperature. Your teacher is fine. He'll wake up the next day. Haruno was amazed that her grandmother, despite her advanced age, managed to take just one look at the sensei's internal organs and immediately understand and explain everything. It seemed that in her youth, this woman knew much more than she could tell now. So, if their warning to give you up voluntarily, Sasuke reluctantly turned to Yui, hadn't worked, then they would have put sensei to sleep and, as they thought, would have easily taken you with them. Not taking into account that we could also pose a significant problem for them. Apparently so, Sakura agreed with his thought. I wonder why they didn't use poison instead of sleeping pills. Naruto thought. Apparently, their only goal was to take and kill our client. And not us, Sasuke continued his reasoning. If it weren't so, they wouldn't have asked to give her up voluntarily, but would have blown themselves up right away. But at the last moment, when they were tied to a tree, they realized that they couldn't handle the matter, and decided to resort to killing us as well, activating explosive seals on their bodies. But I wonder why they need you. Sakura turned to Yui. How should I know why these idiots needed me? She snapped, and then turned to the mistress of the house. Grandma, do you have anything to eat? I haven't eaten anything since morning. Azumi smiled warmly and invited the little guests to the table. Yui decided to distract herself from the current situation by inviting them to a proper dinner. She had been attacked too many times lately. A chill was coming through the poorly sealed window frames and into the wall, which had noticeably changed the temperature of the room overnight. Feeling the discomfort of the chill, Kakashi's consciousness was torn from his dreams, after which his eyes opened and stared aimlessly at the gray ceiling. He reluctantly turned his head to the left, feeling pain in his neck, because he had slept in the same position for the past 9 hours, and saw Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura and Yui sleeping next to him. Hatake felt a general weakness that for some reason he couldn't ignore. Leaning on the floor, he tried to get up, but even with such a slight rise, his head began to hurt again, as if it had been hit with a hammer. Moaning silently, he lay back down on the futon. At the sight of the sleeping boys, he immediately realized that they had found shelter during his blackout, which could not help but please him once again. Thoughts involuntarily flashed through his aching head. Maybe send them to the exam. For the Chunin exam, especially since they're planning to hold it soon. Echoes of Sakura's awakening sounded. Kakashi-sensei, are you awake? She barely squeezed out of herself, half asleep. Yes, those ninjas put me to sleep, Hatake asked rhetorically, in a tone of cheerfulness. Or rather, even ease. Sakura just nodded positively. I knew it. Kakashi stared at the ceiling again. Wake up the boys. Haruno's back left the warm futon, and then she saw her comrades sleeping peacefully next to her. It was as if they were both having the same nightmare, because their facial expressions were equally tense and serious. This made Sakura chuckle with a touching smile. Why, are we going to the village right now? Haruno asked without looking at the teacher. No, we have to wait here for a while. This is a hotel, right? Kakashi's own judgment was interrupted by a question. But he immediately remembered where the entire team was at the moment after the battle. The nearest inn would have been far from this place. So his question immediately lost its meaning. No, one woman, Azumi, or rather, grandmother, allowed us to stay with her. She also told us that we can stay here as long as we need. Yeah, Hatake assented understandingly. This granny is a doctor. She said that you were injected with a sleeping pill using needles, but it is not life-threatening. That's what I figured, Kakashi sighed tiredly. My head is still splitting. The fact that this woman allowed me to stay here longer is good. I'll finally come to my senses to be ready for any attacks. And you'll train in the meantime. Now we know that serious guys are hunting for Yui-san. So your training is necessary. Okay. But, Kakashi turned his gaze to Sakura. And who were these people? Criminals. It doesn't look like it. The emblems on the protectors weren't crossed out. Of course, that doesn't guarantee that they weren't criminals, but still. And their skill level wasn't up to the level of Jonin. I think they were Chunin. Chunin, and someone hired them to kill Yui-san. As soon as I feel better, we'll immediately return to our village, because the rank of this mission has already crossed category C, and maybe even B. We don't know who exactly is hunting her. It's quite possible that we might run into some S-rank criminal. With each sentence Haruno spoke, her eyes widened in fear. Seeing this, Hatake quickly added as a reassurance. But don't be afraid, Sakura. You have your friends and me with you, and besides, we're not heading to Iwagakure anymore. That shinobi said that death awaits us ahead, which means there would probably be someone else guarding us at the borders of the country, only many times stronger than those guys. When they see that neither we nor those hired ninja are approaching the country, they'll think that we're all dead and their mission is accomplished. Yes, and what if they decide to make sure of this and send someone to make sure that we are all really dead? That's exactly why I need to fully recover, and you need to start training. So go ahead, wake up Naruto and Sasuke. Why yes, Haruno listened to everything and began to carry out the order. Well, why so early? Uzumaki complained, squinting from the sun. We don't have time for your complaints, we have to work. Kakashi appeared at the front door of the hut. Today I'll teach you how to walk on trees. Haruno and Uchiha were surprised, which made Naruto grin. What do you mean? Sakura asked. You must learn to circulate chakra in any point of the body. In this case, in the legs, to rise to any surface. If you master this, you will be able to easily learn various new and complex techniques. This is one of the basic techniques, such as cloning or the substitution technique, so absolutely everyone should know this technique, Hatake interpreted somewhat strictly. Remember, to perform it, you need to clearly concentrate chakra in your legs, but do not overdo it, otherwise the trunk under your feet may crack, and if you do not apply enough force, then you simply will not hold on and fall down. Look. Kakashi demonstratively folded his hands in a certain gesture and walked towards the nearest tree. For Sakura and Sasuke, it seemed to be a whole incident, but for Naruto, it was just an empty show. Having reached the nearest massive branch and stood on it, Hatake addressed everyone. That's how it should work out for you. This training will help you control your chakra more effectively than you could before. You won't waste energy or not use it in the right amount. Is that clear? Hi, they all answered at once. The team members each chose a tree, one next to the other, and began to concentrate chakra in their legs according to Kakashi's instructions. Mixing the energy of the body and the energy of the spirit, the streams of the resulting chakra flowed down to the feet. Use the kunai to mark your limit of how far you've gone so that you can go beyond it the next time you climb, Hatake advised. Yes, Uzumaki blurted out in his thoughts out of boredom. Everyone, as one, threw their hands back and moved towards the trees, trying to walk along the trunk at full speed. Sasuke pushed off after about 5 steps, doing a backwards flip jump, but not before he managed to leave a boundary with the tip of his kunai, and then, having landed, he looked at it. The Uchiha had to retreat, since the flow of energy in his legs was too abundant and, as Kakashi had warned, the trunk could not withstand it. Sasuke looked at Naruto's progress out of interest. To his surprise and painfully rapid heartbeat, the Uzumaki was able to reach the whole middle of the tree, but then his legs slid along the trunk, and Naruto fell down. Yes, what the? Uchiha got angry. His eyes filled with angry sparks, ready to grow into a whole fire. His hands suddenly began to tremble from the flaring desire to surpass Uzumaki's achievement. At what point in time did the loser from the academy start learning something so quickly? At what point in time did he suddenly become so good at fighting? At what point in time did he become so physically strong that he could throw a chunin aside or knock out people several decades older than him? Although those shinobi did not have impressive muscles, rather they were distinguished by significant thinness, but still. Wow, I ran so much. Uzumaki rejoiced, specifically drawing Sasuke's attention, even though he knew that he had already seen the successful result of his first attempt. Well done, Naruto, Kakashi praised him, after which the Uchiha snorted contemptuously and turned away. Hey, a distant voice was heard somewhere above. Everyone looked up at the same time and saw a happy and smiling Sakura sitting on one of the very last branches of the tree. Wow, Sakura, it seems like you are the one who can control chakra the best. After you I would put Naruto. This result hit Sasuke's pride hard. He clenched his fingers, gathering a handful of earth into his fist. He immediately stood up and tried to climb the tree again. Almost simultaneously, Naruto began to try again. Kakashi and Sakura noticed the rivalry that had arisen between them, because it was difficult not to notice Sasuke's angry jerks, Naruto not lagging behind him, and the numerous glances between them. After half a day of training, Naruto pretended that he couldn't reach the limit that Sakura had reached yet, and at the same time allowed the Uchiha to catch up with him in results. Sasuke was overcome by the inspiring mania to overtake, not to let himself be caught up. After all, he couldn't let him surpass him. Grabbing his right side, the Uchiha rose to his feet. Oh. No, Sakura worried. She could see very well that he was exhausted and needed to rest for at least 15 minutes. Since Haruno had reached the heights earlier than everyone else, literally and figuratively, in today's training, she decided to meditate, sitting very close to the others. Naruto was sitting, leaning against a tree and catching his breath. Kakashi was sitting on a bench near the porch of the hut and reading some unfamiliar book with a turquoise cover and a picture of a man sitting on one knee. Seeing Sasuke hobbling to the place from which he ran to the tree, tears began to flow into Sakura's mint eyes. Why was he straining himself so much? Was he so afraid of not being ready for the next fight? Or was the competition in the race with Naruto egging him on so much? But contrary to her expectations, Sasuke was walking further and further from that very place. What did he want to do? Why did he have to extend the running distance? Or was he walking towards her right now? Her heart started beating faster than usual, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, the color of her hair, because the Uchiha's black eyes seemed to be fixed on Sakura. She didn't even notice, due to the inarticulate flow of her thoughts, that Sasuke had already been standing next to her for a minute and asking something. Sakura, he addressed her, as if meaning, wake up already. So. What? Haruno didn't understand. Can you tell me how you got to the top so quickly? Sakura's face stretched out in amazement. He just asked for her help. Her advice. That can't be right. Naruto, on the other hand, was closely watching their actions and was not going to interfere in the conversation. Haruno said something to Uchiha, to which he nodded and audibly, with heavy sincerity, thanked him. Naruto stood up from his place when Sasuke returned back to the place where he had started running, and then the attempts to climb began again by both of them. The weather in Iwagakure was very different from the border of the Land of Fire. While there it was clear and sunny with fairly hot summer air, here a fierce and piercing wind raged, scattering some trash and small stones across the streets. The hanging cloth signs of eateries and other small establishments turned inside out due to the air element and hit the roofs to which they were attached. The sky was dark blue, almost black, from which a terrifying thunder could be heard. But there was still no rain. People sat in their houses, not daring to show themselves from their hearths. Thanks to the massive stone walls, even a light breeze did not dare to penetrate inside. The owner of one of these fortresses stood near the window and looked at a framed photograph of his family. He looked with annoyance at the shinobi subordinates kneeling before him and burst out in a sorrowful voice of discontent. How is that possible? The squad leader began timidly. We were informed by a spy who was assigned to monitor the girl's murder. He reported that she and the ninja guarding her were saved and are now living in some woman's house. The owner exhaled hoarsely and closed his eyes. Before they get back to Leaf, you must find them immediately and destroy them. Even if they save her again, they have no idea what kind of threat Yui poses to us and them. Before that fateful day comes, kill her. Chapter 12. Fight. Morning came quickly. Yui watched the boys training from the window of her room all day after waking up at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She wasn't interested in it, but out of boredom and idleness, Taken decided to watch the 7th team's efforts to climb up the tree. She couldn't decide whether what the boys were doing was cool or not, because while watching, she was constantly distracted by the feeling that something viscous and painful was eating away at her from the inside. Along with this, her mental state also left much to be desired. She was reminded of that ill-fated day when the attack on her parents' house occurred about a month ago, which was mostly hidden from prying eyes and ears, and during which all the guards in the house tried to defeat the attacking bandits, who looked more like a pack of rabid animals who wanted to appropriate the ancient family jewels of her clan. Yui remembered being stabbed with something very thin, and it was after that she began to feel inside herself at times as if something was spinning somewhere deep, causing nasty discomfort. After her victory, her parents immediately sent her to the best medical doctors in the country. After numerous visits to doctors, her parents told her that she was fine, although she clearly felt something was wrong. But Yui did not say anything, trusting her parents' words completely. Taken did nothing all day, only going downstairs twice to eat, after which she returned to the window of the room and watched. And again a new day. Sakura woke up later than everyone else. Although she hadn't exerted herself much the day before, her body was aching tolerably. She stretched out a little in bed to relieve some of the physical tension, then looked around the room and saw that she was completely alone. As if scalded, she jumped to her feet and immediately ran down the stairs to the first floor. Entering the kitchen with a swaying gait, Sakura met Yui, Azumi, and her grandson sitting there at a low table, eating homemade pancakes with gusto. And only Kakashi was sitting idle with a thoughtful face next to the others, his right hand resting on his right bent knee, and his other hand leaning on the floor. "Good morning," Haruno mumbled. She heard the same thing in response, with the same tone. Apparently, the others had woken up just like her. As soon as Sakura joined everyone, Azumi placed a cup of honey tea in front of her and wished her a pleasant appetite. And after Haruno reached out for one of the jams lying on the table, she noticed that someone was clearly missing, causing her to drop her spoon back into the bowl. "Oh, where's Sasuke and Naruto?" "They're both meditating outside," Hatake said, distracted from his thoughts. "Ah." Sakura took a few pancakes from the plate and spread them with delicious-smelling raspberry jam. "They must have been very tired yesterday. And how are they doing?" "They're almost to the top," Kakashi informed with a slight smile. "We'll be heading back soon, so get some food." "Hi," Haruno replied, simultaneously putting a wrapped pancake into her mouth. "Not far from here, there is a bridge, the East Bridge. It will serve as a shortcut for you," Azumi informed. "It was only recently built and few people know about it, and few people walk on it." "Yes, thank you for the information, Azumi-san," Kakashi thanked her and stood up from the table to chase the two little rivals back from the street. "Thank you for helping us, Grandma." Naruto waved his hand cheerfully to her as he left. You're welcome, have a nice trip," the woman said as she stood in the doorway with her grandson. The seventh team set off on their way. After walking some distance from the house along the path indicated by Azumi, everyone reached a cliff. A very deep one, almost bottomless, and the distance was endless. "Oh wow," Naruto was surprised, standing at its edge. "How many kilometers is it?" "Where are you going, idiot?" Sakura got furious. "What if you fall? Ha, no one will save you." Okay. Uzumaki raised his palms to face level, smiling to calm his partner's rage. "She's right. The surface of the rocks is very slippery, you won't even be able to hold on. In addition, considering that you only recently learned to climb trees, this task will be completely beyond your capabilities," Kakashi supported Sakura, after which Naruto sighed resignedly. Okay. After walking along the cliff, the team, 10 minutes later, reached the bridge itself. It was wide and looked very strong and "It's quite long." Kakashi scratched the back of his head. "You can't even see the end." "Are we going?" Yui asked. "Yes." After Kakashi's answer, everyone headed forward. Everything was quiet. A cold wind whistled faintly. Occasionally the sun flashed through the thick gray clouds. The sound of footsteps hitting the bridge was stuck dully near the feet. At that moment the wind suddenly increased, ruffling the shinobi's hair with the blow. For no apparent reason, Yui and Sakura were overcome with unreasonable fear. Haruno looked around, scanning all 360 degrees around her. Sasuke reflexively reached for the bag with weapons, just as vigilantly piercing the surroundings with the cold gaze of his black eyes. And Naruto involuntarily clenched his fists in anticipation. He felt them even before they stepped onto the bridge. The skin on his hands was covered in goosebumps from the excessive desire to cause pain and enjoy the notorious euphoria. The desire arose suddenly and was so persistent that it was not going to leave him alone. He wildly wanted the shinobi to finally show themselves. Otherwise, he would find them himself. Having passed the puddle, Kakashi already understood what was going on. After all, there had not been a single rain in the entire territory of his native country for the last few days. The stranger's chakra was rapidly approaching. And it was paired with another chakra. Hatake deliberately began to wait for the time for one of the ninja to get to him. "Sensei?" Sakura asked quietly and ingratiatingly, to which Hatake answered firmly. "Ready." No one even had time to get a good look at the enemy shinobi before Kakashi turned around and immediately dispelled the cloning jutsu with a kunai, after which the alien's watery body flowed to his feet. Everyone froze anxiously, looking ahead. "Too obvious, huh?" Someone chuckled, standing behind Hatake with lightning speed and pressing a kunai blade to his throat. His sudden intrusion into the midst of the team left everyone in shock. Even Kakashi. He was a man in his 30s, wearing black pants and a black t-shirt. His head was covered with a scarf with the emblem of the stone, and his face was almost completely bandaged. Only his green eyes were visible. Hatake Kakashi. Or rather, Kakashi's Sharingan. Sasuke frowned in confusion in the crowd. What an honor. I'm dealing with Konoha's own copy ninja. And you, apparently, are Hayashi Aorimo. I've heard about your bloody adventures. Hatake noted phlegmatically. Oh. Really? I'm very glad about that. The shinobi smiled through the bandages. I think you know why I'm here. You're here. Kakashi singled out and disappeared into the smoke from his opponent's sight. And not with company. He drove Hatake Hayashi into the same trap, standing behind him and also pressing a kunai to his throat. The enemy chuckled hoarsely. How did you even notice? A short-haired ninja in a boyish purple robe appeared just as suddenly behind the rest of the team, causing everyone to turn their gazes to him every second. And who are you? Uzumaki burst out with a loud question. So, who? The shinobi asked again, raising his eyebrows. Rude. Are your eyes stuck together? I'm a girl. Ha, Naruto was actually surprised. And Sakura, and Sasuke, and Kakashi and Yui too. My name is Kako, let's get acquainted. Naruto snorted indignantly and shouted again. I don't give a damn about your name. Why introduce yourself if we're going to beat you? What kind of idiot is this? Hayashi muttered angrily. Why are you hunting her? Aorimo Hatake ignored the question. There was a short silence from the enemy. Well, he muttered. Dodging the kunai that was pressed against him in the opposite direction, Hayashi aimed his blow at Kakashi's carotid artery. Sakura once again began to shield Yui from the enemy attack, as she had done last time. Naruto and Sasuke silently agreed to take on Kako. What is this cold? Uchiha tensed up. The enemy, from the water that had spread from Hayashi's water clone, with the help of numerous ki, folded in 2 seconds, erected an ice dome over Sasuke, Naruto and herself, in which crystal clear water could be seen flowing in a circle at an incredible speed. What the? Uzumaki looked around. What is this? Kako, taking 2 steps back, entered the space of the ice wall of her own creation. This is my genome enhancement jutsu, ice prison. Even having earth element won't help you defeat me. What is this thing? Sakura panicked. Yui was so frightened that she couldn't even open her lips, so Haruno never received an answer to her question from anyone. Sakura, protect our client. Kakashi's order reached her ears. As if I'm just chilling out here, she thought indignantly to herself. Do you seriously think that some brat is a hindrance to me? Hayashi grinned again in his rough and hoarse voice, making lunges with his weapon at the same time. No, Hatake replied, parrying the attacks with his kunai. She didn't, but I did. Taken and Haruno's heartbeats drowned out all other sounds around them. Awe-struck panic rose in their throats. What was inside this dome? What had Aorimo's unknown companion done to Naruto and Sasuke? Would they all be able to survive here? Tears began to flow down Yui's cheeks from the tense and oppressive situation. She could not stand aside with cold-blooded calm, because the recent events had already brought her to the brink. Don't be afraid, Yui-san. We will protect you, Haruno smiled sunnily, turning to her in half-profile. The words, of course, did not calm Taken down, and the smile did not stop her crying, but Yui, having heard what was said, was able to find the drops of wool lost in her tears in order to be able to somehow control herself. The melee combat was actively flaring up. Both attacked masterfully, and at the right time blocked attacks. At one point, the kunai pressed against each other so tightly that both Hatake and Aorimo had to jump back, sliding their souls on the ground, 2 meters in opposite directions from each other. Against you, I will have to resort to something that I don't show to everyone. I had a feeling you would say that. Kakashi reached for his eye patch and gently lifted it, aiming to draw his opponent's attention to his left eye. But he quickly looked away to Hatake's shoulders, for the enemy was not stupid enough to fall for his trick so easily. Sharingan. He grinned contentedly. Have I really been honored to see even the legendary Sharingan? Today is definitely my lucky day. Hayashi loudly clapped his hands together to gather chakra. Even though the remaining water from his water clone was taken by Kako to create a dome, Aorimo had enough strength and skill to create a water element around himself out of nowhere. Element of water. Water cycle. At this time, the temperature in the dome was deliberately reduced, and even the bridge underfoot began to be covered with a thick layer of ice. As long as I'm inside this dome, I'm out of reach, Kako stated, grinning. There's no way you can reach me, and all you can do is quietly die of cold. Shut up. I don't hit girls, of course, but I'll smash your ice cave to pieces along with you. Idiot, don't provoke her. All you can do is talk, Sasuke hissed, irritated by the anger he had accumulated towards Uzumaki. Naruto forced himself to remain silent and refrain from commenting. Do you have a plan? He asked in retaliation, arrogantly and with a smirk, but Sasuke didn't seem to notice the tone of his question. Water, and I have the element of fire. I think ice can be melted. Uchiha shared his thoughts. I have a fire element too, Naruto informed. Yes, Sasuke asked with a hint of disbelief. Can you create any spheres of fire? Well, I tried to do something like that after graduating from the academy, but I don't think I can do it now. Although, I can try. Uchiha smiled contentedly. Great. What are you whispering about? Kako cut off the conversation loudly. Naruto and Sasuke looked at her with piercing gazes. Apparently, she knew perfectly well that they were probably preparing an attack against her. Anything you do will be useless. You don't have enough chakra to break through the thick layer of this ice. Fire element. Fireball. Ignoring the girl's words, Uzumaki and Uchiha shouted at the same time, and combining two fiery spheres into one, directed it towards the enemy. To launch this technique, Naruto borrowed some of the basics from the rasengan and created a chaotically rotating, less damaging ball. What? Sakura screamed quietly when she saw from both sides. Kakashi on her right side erected a mud wall against Hayashi's water technique, and on her left side in the dome through the ice and water a blood-red light flared up with a roar. What is this? She didn't know what exactly she should be surprised about. Yui and Kakashi were now in the same confusion, looking at the already disappearing red light in the dome with their eyebrows drawn together and serious eyes. Somewhere there, Hayashi stood in a stupor, trying to figure out in his head what it could be. Uncle, what's wrong with your eye? Taken asked in fear when she looked away from the dome and saw a real Sharingan for the first time in real life. Having drawn Sakura's attention to her proposal, she too asked herself this question with horror in her mind. But Hatake didn't hear anything. He was too excited by the chakra that had just appeared next to them all, which was so different from the hatred-filled chakra of the others. He jerked his head up, casting aside his thoughts, and suddenly felt someone else's presence besides the two enemies. Unexpectedly for Sakura and Yui, he bit the index finger of his right hand and then slammed his palm into the ground with all his might. Summoning technique. Through the thin smoke that quickly disappeared, a team of Ninken appeared, wearing headbands that symbolized their affiliation with Konoha. Dogs. Yui raised an eyebrow. Hakken, quickly find the spy, Kakashi quietly ordered the main Ninken, and then went off to fight the enemy again. A spy. Taken and Haruno were amazed, looking at each other, and then looked around. The heat from the two fire spheres quickly dissipated outside the ice prison. The technique did not work, but it did create small cracks. The ice prison was indeed a very strong fortress. Fools, Kako said angrily from under her brows. The element of fire is weak against the element of water. To melt my ice with fire, you need to have a colossal supply of chakra. Hey, thanks for the tip, Naruto grinned. It was clear that the opponent was far from being one of those calm shinobi who controlled their emotions with iron, but was one of those who could be thrown off balance by just one simple word. Therefore, she, in fact, easily giving in to the rage from trying to get out, spread her arms sharply and wide apart, tensed her wrists, and then raised her hands up, thereby creating more than 3 dozen ice needles around the dome above Naruto and Sasuke, which, a second after appearing, instantly rushed at them. I know that you don't have the Sharingan for granted, and if you use it for too long, you'll end up in bed for a whole week. Hayashi shouted confidently. He's right, Hatake admitted to himself. After all, he wasn't a true owner of the Sharingan and Kakashi didn't know how to use it perfectly. But then, he could put the enemy in genjutsu right now, but he needed the enemy to look straight into his left eye, but he actively and deftly looked away, not giving in at all. Hayashi began to fold the seals again. Kakashi, not wasting time, began to repeat his every movement, like a shadow. But one detail finally made Aorimo lose his head. And what made him lose his head was precisely the fact that Hatake not only repeated the movements exactly, but also performed Hayashi's actions even before he did. Are you reading my mind? Aorimo's eyes rose upwards of their own accord, succumbing to the cunning provocation. The sky was covered with a scarlet canvas, so strongly reminiscent of waves of human blood. The trees turned black, and coal-colored leaves began to fall from them. What the? The capillaries in Aorimo's eyes grew stronger from irritation. It can't be. I didn't. You weren't looking. Kakashi finished his sentence for him. Time here is only under my control. You can't even move here at your own will. In order to resist the Sharingan, you need someone nearby. Otherwise, you'll never get out of the illusion. And it was reckless to think that you could so easily bypass contact with my left eye. Although, at first, I must admit, you did it well. Devil. If you don't want to die, tell me, who sent you and that girl here? Why do you need our client? Hayashi, like last time, remained silent. Speak. I don't think you are unconditionally loyal to your clients. Aorimo exhaled heavily and closed his eyes. Okay, he finally gave in, knowing that he had no way out, no choice. A month ago, the Taken family was attacked by bandits. Naturally, they wanted their family jewels, which cost a huge amount of money on the market. During the confrontation, these bandits had to retreat, but before that, they managed to introduce a virus into this girl's body as a sign that they would not give up so easily. Virus. Yes, a virus. An unknown virus. And on the 100th day it will actively manifest itself, after which it will be able to infect everyone around. Having learned about the acquired disease, the girl's parents began to look for medicine to cure her. But there were none in the village. Not in our village, not in the neighboring one, nowhere. So the order to kill her came quickly. They arrived together in Leaf so that the girl could say goodbye to her remaining relatives and friends for the last time. Kakashi, for all his phlegmatic nature, could not help but be surprised by the reason for Yui's murder. It turns out that her parents ordered her murder, Hatake said. Yes, well, now you know everything. Free me. Our fight with you has come to an end, Hayashi. I'm sorry, but I couldn't leave you alive under any circumstances. What did you say? The man tried to jump up. Goodbye. The genjutsu has been dispelled. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura called out to him when she saw the pale and, as she guessed, apparently lifeless body of the common enemy fall to the ground. Something struck Kako's heart painfully. Teacher, she whispered in a sepulchral voice and slowly turned back. Teacher, telephone. At the feet of the enemy. Oh. You. Her fingers clenched tightly into fists, drawing crescent moons on her palms. To his left, Kakashi heard the barking of Ninken. And here's a spy found. Hatake smiled tiredly from excessive use of the Sharingan. Naruto's chest heaved with irritation. He wanted to scream so hard that all this ice would break from his voice alone. His eyes were fixed on the Uchiha's half-conscious face. Naruto didn't even notice that his opponent was distracted by the death of her mentor, and that now was the perfect moment to attack. Why did you shield me from the needles? Uzumaki asked Sasuke, who had awakened his Sharingan and was lying in his arms, with difficulty and restraint. Why did you do that, huh? Yes, I myself. I don't know. Cough cough. The body itself rushed, Uchiha whispered in justification. You think I'm that worthless, huh? That much. The fingers grabbed the blue fabric near the shoulder, causing the outer clothing to tighten slightly from the Uchiha. The blood in the veins began to boil, like lava before an eruption. Naruto had no idea how conveniently the fox's scarlet chakra began to cover him. Kako had completely forgotten about the original mission, to capture and kill Yui, enraged by the fact that her sensei's lifeless body lay a few meters away. At her command, the dome inside began to turn into a real freezer. Massive icicles of ice began to grow from its walls, creating a bridge under her feet with a roar. What's going on? Yui cried out desperately over the noise. Sakura and Kakashi saw with alarm in their souls once again that same scarlet light, which was now purposefully growing. And growing. I'm so tired of this. Naruto winced in anger. The situation was clearly testing him, teasing him, hitting him in the most painful places. He carried all his emotions into the force of the flow of scarlet chakra swirling around him. What the? Kako was horrified, feeling the unbearably wild pain from the chakra emanating from Uzumaki's body. It was as if the demon itself was breaking out. The icy prison, unable to withstand such monstrous pressure, shattered into pieces with a crash and a multi-meter swing. Sakura, lie down, Kakashi shouted at the top of his lungs. Fortunately, Haruno managed to carry out the command and at the same time save Yui in the same way. Just as the dome fell victim to Uzumaki's emotional outburst, Kako couldn't escape her fate, her body flying all the way to the beginning of the bridge after a powerful explosion and quietly burning there, far away and alone. Naruto made his second cup disappear from sight immediately after this incident, and only then did Sakura, Yui and Kakashi raise their heads from the ground. Sasuke K-kun. Haruno mumbled at the sight of the unconscious Uchiha, after which she reached the broken dome with magical speed and fell to her knees in front of him. Sasuke K-kun. What happened, Naruto? Uzumaki, looking at his feet, said absent-mindedly. I couldn't do anything. What? I couldn't do anything. And Sasuke. Sasuke managed to break all this ice with his technique. Haruno, having listened to the end, began to frantically feel for the pulse on her neck. If only. He's alive. He's alive. She hugged the Uchiha with trepidation and incredible joy, even forgetting to ask how Naruto felt. Uzumaki never once glanced in her direction during this short dialogue. And when his eyes looked ahead, he saw Kakashi standing in front of him. Ha, and here is the Sharingan, Naruto chuckled to himself. Everything is as it was written in the answer from Orochimaru-sensei. Hatake took 2 more steps towards Uzumaki, then suddenly sat down and quietly asked. Naruto, was it really Sasuke, and not you? Ha, Naruto raised his eyebrows in surprise. Sensei, what are you talking about? Kakashi continued to stare silently into the eyes of the little descendant of his dead teacher. Even though he had never taken on the task of raising the 4th son, although he could have, but did not, he did not see him as a serious threat. If Naruto was not deprived of the opportunity to be not isolated from society, then he should have been very docile. Okay, let's move on. Kakashi stood up and saw behind his back his summoning dogs, dragging the unconscious spy who had been watching the battle this whole time to him. 3 days have passed since the first serious mission of Team 7, the danger level of which was assessed by the Hokage as a little more than rank B. The spy's memories were replaced by Hatake's Sharingan, after which he was delivered by other shinobi from Konoha almost to the very border of the Land of Stone. Kakashi did not hide Hayashi's words from the team and from Yui herself. Shocked by the news of the truth, the girl did not utter a word on the way to the leaf. And Sasuke only woke up and came to his senses after a whole day spent in dreams. By now Taken's parents have probably been informed that the daughter was killed, and there is no more reason to panic. But in fact, at this time in the Leaf Village, they were actively trying to fight for Yui's life. If an antidote to the virus is not found, then no matter how you look at it, there will be no better solution than to kill her artificially. Uzumaki kept going over all of this in his head as he walked to the team's meeting place, and the memories kept bringing him back to the thought that his anger hadn't subsided with that outburst. He needed a fight again. A fight with Sasuke. Hey, Naruto, Sakura called out to him from the arched bridge, waving her hand. Hello, Sakura-chan, Naruto greeted her calmly but smilingly, approaching her. Soon Sasuke arrived, and after that the team stood in silence for another 30 minutes, waiting for Sensei to arrive. Yes, why is he always so late? Haruno broke the silence and turned back, and as she turned back, she immediately saw the great latecomer of the entire shinobi world. Oh. Hello to you too, Sakura, Kakashi smiled. Sorry I'm late, I got lost again. Yes, stop lying. Haruno was indignant. Why did you call us? Sasuke moved on to the question that interested everyone. Ah, it's like this. Hatake laughed. I nominated you to take the Chunin exam. That's it. Chapter 13. Chunin exams. Stage 1. Written test. Exam of what? Sakura asked again with excitement. What kind of exam? And without our consent, damn you. Chunin, Kakashi repeated. It's a rank 1 step above Genin. If you pass the exam, you'll get it. And you'll get to do more difficult tasks, wear the same green vests as me, and all that. Awesome. Uzumaki rejoiced. I'm for it. But how? Haruno became nervous. The news about the exam did not make her happy at all. Although she did not know how it was going in principle, but if you compare her with Sasuke or with the same Naruto, then she did the least on the tasks. And as she herself guessed, she was probably even weaker than Naruto. Don't worry, Sakura. If you don't want to, you can refuse to participate. It's not forced. Hatake hastened to reassure her, and then handed everyone 3 leaflets. Here are your permits. If we participate, Naruto frowned, looking at the permit in his left hand, will the plans change? He clutched the leaflet tighter, walking forward alone along the deserted road between the courtyards. If Orochimaru's plan before was for Naruto to come to the final stage of the exam only as a guest, and after his signal to begin the operation, now he could be corrected for participating. Then he would have to sweat once again, at the first stage, at the second stage. And so on until the final. Although, Naruto realized, and then paused for a moment. Why should I bother? If Naruto failed, he could still come to the tournament, as originally planned. As a guest. After all, no one forbade it. Let Sakura not agree, Uzumaki whispered, closing this topic for himself, because if he did this, then in the eyes of the team it would look strange and suspicious. Slowly wandering between the fences, Naruto enjoyed the silence away from all the hustle and bustle. The daily missions were mentally exhausting him with their frivolity and simplicity, which sometimes made Naruto wonder. Does Konoha even sometimes know how to draw a line between the work of a shinobi and the duties of all sorts of people, nannies, porters, gardeners, and so on? In addition, the constant presence of Sakura, Sasuke and Kakashi nearby added fuel to the fire. Sometimes it was so annoying that he wanted to chase them away or run away from them himself. It was also annoying and disgusting that he had to play the role of a simpleton loser in front of Sasuke, a sucker boy who cheerfully accepted all sorts of insults from Sakura, a non-arguing subordinate of Kakashi, a loyal shinobi of the leaf in front of the Hokage. Hypocrisy came with difficulty to him. There were even times when Naruto was afraid. Was he overdoing it? Was he overacting? Was he being realistic enough about his character? But that train of thought inadvertently veered off into a completely different direction, and a note of sadness suddenly crashed into his consciousness when he remembered them. Sensei, Uzumaki whispered bitterly. He was beginning to be exhausted by a thirst that was flickering in his mind. An unbearable thirst. A thirst for a meeting. After all, so much time had already passed. He wanted him to come back again, to advise, to give hope, but this time, not to let him go. Naruto wanted to be useful to him, so he should not screw up on this mission under any circumstances. Hey, little one, don't let me see you again, got it? Let me go, you freak. The thoughts were shattered by the shouts that reached Uzumaki's ears. After walking a few more steps, he saw a girl unfamiliar to him and an unfamiliar guy who was clutching a little rascal who was quite familiar to Naruto in his arms. What are you doing? Uzumaki asked indifferently. The little boy, recognizing Naruto's voice, turned his head in his direction with effort. Hey, it's you, Nameless. He was delighted. Please save me. PFFT, Naruto chuckled. If his memory served him correctly, they tried to beat up Konohamaru. Who are you? Who are we? Asked the girl, who looked to be a year or more older than Uzumaki. We are Genin from the Hidden Sand, here to take the Chunin exam. Like a Chunin, Naruto said, raising his eyebrows. I advise you not to interfere, otherwise after this little one I will kill you too. The threat from the boy with his face painted with purple stripes made Naruto burst out laughing again. What are you smirking about? Do you really want to die? The stranger was offended by Naruto's reaction. Yes, you're asking for your own death, Konohamaru groaned. You better shut up, the genin from the sand said through gritted teeth and squeezed the boy's clothes tighter. Death, Uzumaki said nastily, looking piercingly and coldly at the stranger with his ice blue eyes. And are you worthy of me fighting you? These words almost made the sand ninja's eyes pop out of his head, causing him to drop Konohamaru to the ground. The girl watched the rascal sneak away with a grin out of the corner of her eye. What's going on here? A girl's voice came from behind Naruto. Who is this? Turning around, he saw Sakura and Sasuke, with Konohamaru standing behind them. They were looking at the strangers with interest, standing next to Uzumaki. Oh. They're genin from the sand, Sakura-chan. They said they came to take the Chunin exam. Are they giving up too? Haruno froze. They look strong. Kankuro, Temari, an incredibly peaceful boy's voice came from somewhere above. Everyone from below raised their heads at that very moment and saw another boy standing upside down on a tree branch. He looked no older than Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura, so it was hard to call him a guy. Team 7 briefly noticed how the strangers' faces became frightened at the sight of the third from Suna. And they seemed to have guessed why. Because it was impossible not to feel that this boy on the tree had a very dark aura. Something slipped through those turquoise eyes that made one shy away from him, and his fiery red hair made his image brighter. Of a demon. Sakura looked at him as if enchanted, and was afraid to take even a sharp breath. She now very much wanted to free herself from his presence and rush away. Sasuke, on the other hand, along with Naruto, had a strong desire to find out better. Who is he? They were very intrigued by his appearance. The red-haired man seemed to be mentally gutting and bleeding this so-called Kankuro by the liters, because his gaze was so dark and murderous, as if he was the very personification of evil. This remark captured Uzumaki's curiosity, causing him to even become ready to fight. He will also be at the exam. A half-questioning sentence appeared in Naruto's head. Why are you here? The red-haired man continued with the same otherworldly calm. They're waiting for us. Gaara. Why yes, they're waiting, Kankuro obeyed immediately. The red-haired man climbed down from the tree. All three of Suna wanted to leave, but they were all stopped by Sasuke's rough voice at that moment. Wait, you. He turned to the leader of the team. What's your name? He turned around and introduced himself evenly. The dog no Gaara. Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke introduced himself with an unkind smile. Uchiha, Gaara said, but then his interest shifted to Naruto. What's your name? And mine. Uzumaki poked his thumb into his chest. My name is Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. Finally found out, Konohamaru triumphed. With a quiet chuckle, Gaara turned and walked forward down the road. He had immediately understood Naruto's true nature, as Naruto had understood him. The Uzumaki watched him with a satisfied look, and out of the corner of his eye caught the displeased expression on the face of the Uchiha standing next to him. But as always, Sasuke masterfully hid his anger towards Uzumaki from everyone. The next day came differently for everyone. For Naruto, there was nothing special. Yes, this morning he and the whole team had to go to the academy and officially sign up for the exam, but this exam meant absolutely nothing to him. There was no interest or need for the title of Chunin of the Leaf. It was even funny. The dog no Gaara. Interesting, Naruto spoke to himself, lying on the bed. Here is the only thing that could spark his interest. But nothing more. At this time, Sasuke was already getting ready to leave in order to get to the academy from the outskirts of the village where he lived. He wasn't interested in the title either. The only thing that motivated him to take part was the search for strength. He was looking forward to a fight with some strong opponent. He was looking forward to becoming stronger himself soon. And at the same time, Sakura was tormented by doubts. Uncertainty bound her in invisible chains and did not allow her to move. She sat on the edge of the bed and looked at her fingers, resting on her knees. She was completely unprepared. She did not want to go there at all. She was completely sure that she would fail. But for the sake of the team, she had to. All three, by the will of fate, simultaneously left their homes and simultaneously met near the academy. Having greeted each other dryly, they silently headed to the doors and at the entrance filled out special forms, handed them in and walked to office number 301. Ha, such a weakling and wants to take an exam, came from the upper floor, which could not fail to attract attention. After the phrase, it sounded as if someone had thrown someone to the floor. What's going on there? Haruno mumbled fearfully, clenching her fists in front of her chest. The remaining team had no answer, so they all decided to check the second floor, where the action was actually taking place. When Sasuke opened the door, everyone went into the corridor and saw a crowd of the same participants as them, gathered near the office. And this office was guarded by two shinobi unfamiliar to everyone, who were apparently already Chunin and who started arguing because they simply did not want to let people in. And a girl with chestnut hair tied in two buns, together with a thick-browed young man, tried to resist them. 301st. Team number 7 asked in unison when they read the named office numbers. After one of the guards continued to chatter about true shinobi, Sasuke interrupted him. Or maybe, the whole crowd turned to look at him. You could remove the genjutsu from this office. Everyone present stared at Uchiha in surprise, and then looked at the sign with the number 301, which began to distort, and then instead of 3, the number 2 appeared on it. It's 201 because it's the second floor, Sasuke stated. And 301 is on the third floor. A revelation came to all participants. That's right, one of the experienced Chunin grinned, suddenly deciding at that moment to rush into the attack. But genjutsu isn't everything. Sasuke, instantly reacting to the attack, was already ready to respond with a kick. But to everyone's amazement, the guy who had just been thrown into the wall like a dog, appeared with lightning speed between the attacking Chunin and Sasuke and stopped 2 attacks with his bare hands. This performance couldn't leave even Naruto indifferent. His former interest, which arose when he met Gaara, flared up again. However, not with the same force. After what happened, his reluctance to go to the exam somehow began to fade into the background. Hey, you yourself said that it's better for us not to attract attention to ourselves. The black-haired guy with grey eyes blurted out the team's plan and became the third interesting character for Naruto. Uzumaki even remembered those eyes. They were the same as Hinata's. Also Hyuga, he thought. Come on, I don't think it's right to fight before exams, the thick-browed man justified himself. The two Chunin retreated without a word and disappeared invisibly from the participants' field of vision. Sakura, Uchiha addressed her. I know, and you noticed. And you noticed it first. Your analytical skills and knowledge of genjutsu are the best on our team, he encouraged her, smiling. And the support worked. Haruno, after hearing this, simply blossomed and smiled in response, and, of course, her cheeks were rosy. She suddenly became confident that she could do it. She could pass the exam. As soon as the team was about to go further up, they were stopped by the same black-haired man with gray eyes. Hey, you, he called out to Sasuke. What's your name? Well, you didn't stay on the sidelines either, Naruto chuckled to himself. Before you ask someone their name, tell them yours first, Uchiha answered sparingly, to which he received a satisfied grin from his interlocutor. Neji Hyuga. Uchiha Sasuke, he paused and looked at the second guy. And you, who are you? My name is Rock Lee, he said proudly. And after a short introduction, everyone began to disperse. The seventh team finally went up and met their mentor there. Oh, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura raised her eyebrows. Sakura, and you came. Now you can take the exam. What do you mean, now? Haruno was confused. In the sense that only teams of 3 people are allowed to take the exam. If you hadn't shown up, no one would have gotten into the exam. Hey, I thought everyone decides for themselves whether to take the test or not. Sakura said indignantly. Wrong. If I had warned you about everything right away, you would have agreed to the exam for Sasuke's sake. Well, or Naruto's, and would have come by force for yourself. Sakura couldn't say anything in response, because Hataki was absolutely right. Nevertheless, you are all here and now you can safely go to the classroom. I wish you good luck. Kakashi smiled and let the students go to the office. Pleased with her choice, Sakura took the initiative and was the first to walk towards the doors, and when she opened them, she gasped in horror. My God. The entire hall was filled with shinobi from different villages with the terrifying look of bloodthirsty killers. It was impressive, made you freeze in place and not dare to take even one step forward, even one extra breath. One hand of Sasuke on the right shoulder, the other hand of Naruto on the left brought Sakura to her senses from the oppressive looks of others. Don't be afraid, Sakura, Naruto said, indifferently enough to be supportive. But neither he nor Sakura noticed it. And once again, as the team wanted to move forward, someone stopped them. This time, a rival for the heart of Uchiha named Yamanaka Ino. Sasuke-kun, you're late. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Hey, get your paws off him. Sakura immediately got furious and blushed. Hello to you too, big-headed one, she quipped. And after her came 2 others, Nara Shikamaru and Akamaki Choji, members of team number 10. What are you yelling about? Another acquaintance of the 7th team from their studies at the academy appeared, rubbing his temple, Inuzuka Kiba. And behind him, like a shadow, Hinata Hyuga and Aberame Shino, members of Team 8. Well, you're no better. A very familiar male voice came from behind Naruto, causing his body to shudder. His heart ached at how long it had been since he'd heard from him. A smile touched his lips and Naruto slowly turned around. Let me introduce myself right away. My name is Yakushi Kabuto. This is not my first time taking the exam, and I want to advise you all. You shouldn't act like screaming schoolgirls here. Naruto hadn't yet managed to tell Orochimaru-sensei that he was taking the exam, so based on this, Uzumaki read a shadow of surprise on Kabuto's face. Yakushi gave him a quick glance and began to examine everyone else in the same way. It was strange that after his exit, the crowd unexpectedly became more and more animated and began to shout more and more actively for some reason. Someone began to threaten someone had already managed to hit someone. So, everyone be silent. A menacing male voice thundered throughout the entire auditorium. Everyone, as one, was frightened and closed their mouths, and deathly silence reigned every second. That's it, grinned a stern-looking man of about 40 with 2 scars running diagonally across his face. I am your first examiner, Morino Obiki. I declare the first exam to have begun. Rule number 1. The test has 10 questions, and each question is worth 1 point. 1 wrong answer means -1 point. Rule number 2. This is a team test. The score will be determined by the sum of the scores of all 3 teammates. Rule number 3. Anyone caught cheating will have 2 points deducted. Rule number 4. Losers who lose all their points are eliminated along with their remaining teammates. Warning number 1. Fighting without the examiner's permission is prohibited. Warning number 2. Even if permission is granted, killing your opponent is not allowed. On either side of the participants sat a long row of the village's best chunin. The atmosphere was almost the same as a military interrogation or the prisons in Orochimaru-sensei's lair. That's what Naruto and Kabuto thought, and they also quickly realized why the examiner had come up with all these rules. After all, the only way to pass was to cheat, because the questions were not for the brainless or even the average mind. Sakura and Sasuke silently prayed that Naruto would understand the meaning of the test or be able to answer at least one question on his own. The only thing that eased their souls was the fact that Uzumaki was sitting next to Hinata. Luck itself smiles on him. Naruto, copy from her, come on. Sakura was almost pounding her clenched fists on the table from the overwhelming excitement. But soon she cast aside her worries and began answering her test questions. And just like that, Sasuke got to work, activating his Sharingan. If you looked around, you could see that almost everyone here had already begun to act. Hinata was beside herself with worry that Naruto wouldn't be able to pass the first stage, and confusion from the fact that she had been sitting next to him side by side for almost half of the exam. Naruto, she suddenly whispered, which immediately drew Uzumaki's gaze. I can give you my ANSW. Hinata's sentence was not meant to end when she saw the answers to all the questions after Naruto took his hands off his leaflet. She only managed to read a few of them and only briefly, but even so, she knew that the answers were correct. You wanted to help me? He asked, not believing it. Naruto was genuinely surprised, pleasantly surprised. Hinata, as Naruto expected, was confused when Naruto asked. Why yes, but you yourself. Thank you. Hinata froze. Her eyes widened as never before and looked at Uzumaki's profile. He said, thank you, and, closing his eyes, smiled. He smiled reservedly, with the corner of his lips. This made Hinata smile happily back at him. You're welcome, Naruto-kun. Both began to wait for the end of the test, sitting quietly at the desk and running their eyes over the participants. The only target that remained to be overcome was the 10th question. Chapter 14. Chunin Exams. Second stage. Forest of Death. The sound of the clock was getting on the nerves and was bringing the participants ever closer to the end of the first stage of the exam. A quarter of the teams failed to copy and were forced to leave the room. With each annoying tick of the hands, with each hurried beat of the heart, the children and some adults taking the test were frozen with excitement so much that they did not even have the strength to move their hands or force themselves to write at least something on a piece of paper. The minutes flew by for everyone, which made everyone fuss even more, and even less sensible things came to their minds. And now, there were 15 minutes left until the end. Abiki glanced at the wall clock and addressed the audience. So, he began, drawing everyone's attention to himself. I announced the 10th question. Everyone's ears perked up. Morino paused briefly, his eyes carefully scanning all the participants. And before I do that, I will introduce additional rules. What? Rules again? Someone from the last row rebelled. How many more? What number is it already? The second one picked up. Yes, they may be. Shut up, everyone. Abiki interrupted the third one rudely. You can keep your dissatisfaction to yourself. No one cares about your complaints. If you don't like something, you can leave this room and take part in the exam next year. Having received a submissive silence in response, Morino continued. I'll explain the rules, and these rules are very strict. The atmosphere between the participants, as if tightening into a tight knot, became even more tense. First, you must choose whether you will try to solve the 10th question or not. What? Naruto frowned. How do you mean, choose? And if we refuse, what then? Temari shouted. Abiki grinned crookedly. If you refuse, the points are reset. That is, you failed. What? Almost everyone screamed at the same time. Of course we will decide. Some guy from the third row answered for everyone. Then, Morino looked at everyone from under his brows. The last couple of words. If you try to solve this question, but the answer is wrong, then you will forever lose the right to take this exam. Everyone's thoughts froze on their lips. Wah, what do you mean, forever? Sakura was horrified. As soon as she gathered her courage and showed up here, she was told that if she made a mistake, she would forever lose the right to a second try. Sasuke and Naruto weren't happy about this statement either. They couldn't afford to lose the opportunity to fight one of the strongest in this room. What kind of rule is this? There are people here who have passed the exam before. Kiba pointed his finger at the examiner, rising from his chair, to which he burst into quiet laughter. You were just unlucky. This year I make the rules. Kiba, unable to find anything to say, literally swallowed his tongue and sat back down. A new wave of frantic panic descended on everyone. Everyone began to mentally torment themselves with questions. Should I take the risk? Or should I not? Is it worth it? What will happen next? If the very first stage, which at first seemed like an ordinary test, turned out to be so difficult. Then what will await them all next? Some teams went through this chain of questions, gradually arriving at what seemed to them to be the optimal solution, which was also salvation. I can't. The girl from the fifth row raised her hand, after which she apologized to her team and left the room with them in disgrace. But the elimination didn't stop there. Another, second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth teams left the auditorium. With each shinobi heading for the exit, Abiki's smile widened. Well, is that all? He began to incite the remaining participants. Everyone stubbornly and nervously forced themselves to think positively and did not allow themselves to raise their hands. Thus, the silence began to unforgivably prolong, languishing and weakening them. There was clearly a catch in all this, they just had to wait for the outcome. Right. But Sakura didn't think so. She began to worry that Naruto would drag her and Sasuke to the bottom. She was sure that he would never be able to answer this question. Therefore, she wanted to raise her hand and admit defeat, but her eyes widened when she saw that Naruto himself, having gotten ahead, did it for her. Naruto, she whispered half-questioningly. Yes, stop dragging it out. We're ready, Uzumaki shouted loudly and unexpectedly for everyone, after which he abruptly lowered his hand, hitting it on the desk. Hinata jumped up and down from this. No one will back down. I will not back down. This is my ninja way. These words couldn't help but impress the participants, and pleasantly surprise the examiner and the chunin. Hinata blinked her eyes in admiration, and Sakura's jaw almost dropped onto the table. And Kabuto chuckled to himself in a low voice. Sasuke wasn't surprised. In his heart he was expecting something like this. Morino looked at Naruto suspiciously and at the same time pleased, because after his words everyone's doubts were blown away like the wind. Are you sure? Abiki pressed, but realizing that there was no more time to delay, he continued humbly. Well, if that's the case, then I want to congratulate you. Hey, you've passed the first stage. Morino laughed quietly and restrainedly at the expected reaction of incomprehension and disbelief. What? How is that? Hinata squeaked. And so, there was no 10th question in sight. Although, you can consider that the 10th question was the choice itself, to solve it or to give up. The participants began to seethe with indignation, realizing that they had been exhausting themselves for nothing all this time. But no one complained out loud. After Abiki explained what the purpose of the 10th question was, and its purpose was to filter out potential trash and burdens for the team on missions, and the test was generally to check the skill of collecting valuable information, everyone's ardor, saturated with the colors of rage, cooled. After all, they passed, and this meant that they were worthy of the title. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. Sasuke began to feel uneasy about something. Naruto lay down on the back of the chair and arched back. But suddenly the broken glass of the window made him sit up straight immediately. Come on, everyone follow me. A blue-haired girl in a beige raincoat landed on the ground in front of everyone. No one immediately understood who she was, an enemy or just crazy. And that's why she didn't receive an admiring reaction from anyone. You're a bit out of time, Morino noted tactfully. Yes, she glared at him, then back at the participants. You left 26 teams. You were too soft this year. There are a lot of strong guys this year, Abiki corrected. The girl grinned. Well, after the second stage, there won't be half left. The guys were timid. Hello, I am your second examiner, Mitarashi Anko. And now everyone follow me to the place where the second stage of the exam will be held. The screaming examiner walked towards the doors, and all the boys, not daring to disobey, followed her. On the way out, Kabuto quietly slipped Naruto a few cards with information about the strongest members of the remaining teams into the back pocket of his pants. You'll study the information when you're alone, Kabuto warned and disappeared into the crowd, while Naruto calmly continued to walk forward. The dense, lush, and from the outside seemingly impassable forest was fenced off by a flimsy mesh gate, on which was a sign reading, Danger to life. Do not enter. Mitarashi, who was standing with her back to the teams, turned her body to everyone and said insidiously. Welcome to Training Area 44, better known as the Forest of Death. A gulp could be heard. Most of the crowd was actually shaking, which greatly amused Anko. Still grinning like a shark, she continued. You will soon find out why it is called the Forest of Death. You'll soon find out why it's called the Forest of Death. Mitarashi portrayed Naruto in a comical way. You thought you were scared, huh? But no, I'm not afraid of anything. The examiner smiled kindly, and then threw a kunai at him. In just a few seconds, she found herself behind Uzumaki and, leaning towards his ear, whispered. It's the brave ones like you who die first. You can only talk, but what are you really like, huh? She licked the blood from the scratch on Naruto's cheek from her discarded weapon. Uzumaki stood there meekly, doing nothing. But the meekness crumbled into the air, and his breath caught in his throat when he felt the infinitely familiar chakra behind him through Anko. Mitarashi said haughtily, looking in half-profile at the man in the straw hat with long black hair. You dropped. Something snake-like slipped into the unknown man's voice. Oh, thank you, Anko thanked for the kunai. But don't sneak up on me like that again, or you'll get into trouble. I won't dare again, the man grinned in an invisible grin, covering his face with his hat. Anko walked away. Naruto looked at the stranger, fascinated, barely holding back a smile. Shaking himself, he looked at the examiner. She began to tell about the internal structure of the zone. Inside the arena, covered with forest and locked with gates, water flowed, and in its very center there was a tower, where the teams would have to get in 5 days. The distance from the gate to the tower was 10 kilometers. This test was designed for survival. The participants would also have to obtain one of the missing scrolls, which could be either the Heaven scroll or the Earth scroll. There are 78 of you, that is, 26 teams. 13 of you will receive the scroll of Heaven, the remaining 13 the scroll of Earth. The battle for them is absolutely without rules. And in the end, only half of us will be able to pass the second stage, Sakura calculated. Exactly. Anko also added that a team that showed up late, or lost one of their comrades along the way, or failed to obtain the missing scroll, would be automatically disqualified. She also mentioned that scrolls were forbidden to be opened, since someone would definitely die in the forest due to enemies, wild animals, and other dangers, and it was not even a fact that at least half of the teams would be able to pass the test. Mitarashi handed out a contract to everyone. And the contract stated that the participants officially agreed to take the second stage, and in the event of their own death, the examiner was not obliged to bear any responsibility. Everyone, having received the papers, scattered in all directions. Naruto separated from Sasuke and Sakura and sat down near a tree away from all the participants. For a few seconds he just sat there and looked at the others without any reason, then stopped at Kabuto and the 2 other shinobi with him and the mysterious stranger, in a straw hat from the grass village. We're starting already, huh? Naruto muttered thoughtfully. Uzumaki reached into the back pocket of his pants to take out and read the cards given to him by Kabuto, but he was prevented from doing so by the shadow that fell over him. It was not a ninja, for no chakra flow emanated from him. He looked up sullenly and beheld Yui-san. Naruto wasn't too surprised. Yes, hello, Taken smiled, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. What are you doing here? And how did you find me? He no longer addressed her formally. He didn't feel like talking to anyone right now. I was looking for all of you, Sakura and Sasuke too. Your sensei told me where you were. Uzumaki agreed understandingly. I came to thank you for your help and to say goodbye. Say goodbye. Yes, I'm leaving soon. Together with the Anbu members, I'll go to Tanzaku to look for Tsunade. After all, they couldn't make a cure for me in your village. Yui lowered her eyes. Naruto had heard of a great medic named Tsunade, who was also one of the Sannin of the legendary Trinity. It's clear. Yes, there was an awkward pause between them. If I don't get cured, I'll be killed. So, maybe this is the last time we see each other. I'd like to say goodbye to the others as well. Where are they? Yui turned her head towards the participants. Somewhere there, Naruto waved his hand. And if you get cured, what will you do next? Uzumaki immediately realized that he had hit a sore spot, because Taken immediately looked at him and her face became very sad. Well, what will you do? Where will you go? How will you come to terms with your parents' betrayal? Naruto said this with a hint of a grin, thus confusing the girl even more. He did not remove his cold and confident gaze from her, and Yui began to lose herself in her thoughts and get scared. As far as she remembered, Naruto wasn't like that on the mission. For what purpose will you live? For whom will you live? Taken interrupted timidly. I wanted, if I get better, of course. I wanted to go back home. Naruto's teeth clenched at this stupidity and irritation. He slowly stood up from his seat and looked down at her due to the height difference. Taken shivered even more and was afraid to look at him in response. Your parents didn't know about Tsunade's existence before. There was a hint of steel in his voice. Or maybe they were just too lazy to look for her. Naruto moved closer to her face and, raising his eyebrows, whispered. Or maybe they weren't really eager to save you. Yui involuntarily met his gaze and was lost in fear in the depths of Uzumaki's icy eyes. Of course, it's easier to get rid of a burden than to save it. It's so difficult, he grinned openly. Are you seriously going to forgive them? He asked loudly and angrily, to which he received no answer and because of which he sighed in disappointment. I thought you had character and pride, but in fact it turned out that you have neither. It's not true. Don't be pathetic. The harshness of these words caused a lump to form in Yui's throat. She felt like crying, but she felt no tears in her eyes. Think about it. They wanted to trade your life for the safety of others. Isn't the thought of that enough to make you hate them? Hey, Naruto, a voice from afar interrupted him. Sakura, Sasuke, Uzumaki said the names of his teammates. While Haruno and Uchiha approached Naruto and Yui, Sakura narrowed her eyes, apparently not immediately recognizing her former client. Yui-san. Hello, Taken greeted weakly. I came to say goodbye. I'm going to look for Tsunade, she informed the purpose of her visit when they stood next to each other. Tsunade, Sasuke asked. Yes, she is a medic. She will help me get better. So they couldn't help you here? Sakura clarified. No, we couldn't. The girl's sad and constrained appearance did not surprise Sakura and Sasuke, and this is understandable, because few people would be happy to know about their imminent death. Come here, you, the examiner shouted at the 7th team, for they were the only ones who had not yet handed in the contract and taken the scroll. Well, okay, we'll go, Sakura said, and the whole team quickly headed towards the forest. Yui wished them luck and watched them for another minute. More precisely, watched Naruto. Think about it. They wanted to trade your life for the safety of others. Isn't the thought of that enough to make you hate them? Now Taken wasn't exactly sure what she was going to do next. Each team stood near the designated gates. A few more seconds and they would all open, and the participants would enter the path of death. Mitarashi checked her watch and after a short pause, made a sign with her hand. The second stage of the exam has begun. In the first minutes from the start, all the participants managed to go deeper into the forest. Some were thinking up traps on the go, while others had already managed to set them. The 7th team also did not sleep and came up with a special password so that in case of an attack they could figure out the enemy turned into one of its members. The anxiety that had arisen from the first stage of the exam was growing in Sasuke's soul. And he did not know what exactly he was afraid of. He was not afraid of this forest or any of his opponents. He felt that someone, or perhaps something, was hunting him. Stop. What is it? Sakura asked in alarm after Sasuke stopped abruptly on a tree branch. I think there's someone here. Uchiha began to look around. The anxiety was getting to him more and more, and he couldn't get rid of it. Without a word, he climbed down from the tree to the ground. Sakura and Naruto exchanged glances and followed him. Yes, what's wrong with you? Uzumaki turned to Uchiha. But Sasuke didn't answer. He began to look at the sky, then at the ground, then at the trees, then back at the sky. And then he began to nervously persuade. There's someone here. There is. I can feel it. Sasuke-kun, Haruno said quietly, having never seen him so worried before. Naruto himself didn't know exactly when Orochimaru would make his presence known. He really noticed, and now he's afraid of him. Uzumaki guessed. Sensei is so strong that even without seeing him, the victim falls into fear. I wonder if I was afraid of him too. Taking a few steps back, Uchiha tripped over a pipe protruding from the ground. Be careful. Sakura didn't have time to warn him. His black eyes stared at the object, realizing that it was not something natural that could stick out of the ground. Run, Sasuke shouted, but no one managed to carry out his order. The ground under his feet began to rise quickly. Uchiha tried to run away, but suddenly there was a large explosion that separated the three teammates far from each other. Naruto managed to land successfully 200 meters away from everyone on a tree branch. Sakura was thrown into the bushes, and Sasuke, like Haruno, fell half-consciously to the ground. And only he was left alone with him. Through the noise in his ears, Uchiha heard a poisonous hissing sound. Well, hello, Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 15. Almost there. The smell of a fire hit his nose. His consciousness, as if on rewind, abruptly returned and made him shudder. His body felt terribly tired, but there was no pain. A pleasantly warming heat came from the right side. Sasuke, being in a foggy half-sleep, listened to the sound of sparks flying near him. He slightly opened his eyes, but then immediately closed them. And incomprehensibly for himself, he reproduced this several more times. At one point, he was unable to repeat the process, squeezing his eyelids shut, and his pupils began to run around in panic from the sophisticated scenes that appeared. The eyes. Those devilish eyes. Their thirst for blood was so great that it made him see his own death. As if death itself had pounced on him. Crimson liquid flowed from his hands, his neck, his chest. Numerous daggers slowly pierced his body. His throat was overflowing with his own blood, and the strong grip of his hands contributed to the strangulation as they squeezed his neck. But in an instant, everything stopped. It was just a mirage. Such a fast, but paralyzingly frightening mirage. Sasuke was lying on the ground. All this time, he just looked into his eyes, and because of this, he fell into an imagination with the scene of his own death. He mocked. He grinned. He thirsted. I was eager to receive this vessel. The scene from the memories stopped, and Sasuke began to jerk his head from side to side. And halfway through regaining consciousness, he fell back into the memories again. But for a second, he doubted. Maybe it was a dream. The enemy wrapped his tongue around Team 7's scroll and swallowed it. Sasuke himself didn't know how, but he managed to get to his feet and activate his Sharingan. Too much energy, too much strength was being spent using it. But he didn't give up. Sasuke was afraid to give up. Element of fire. Fire flowers. A wave of flames blocked his view of the fight. And the last fragment flashed before his eyes. Teeth, like snake fangs, piercing his neck with unbearably sharp pain. He saw nothing more. Sasuke remembered nothing more. Only those very fragments. Remembering the pain in his neck, he managed to force himself to reality. The warmth coming from nearby was already starting to bring discomfort, as he woke up to the feeling of heat inside himself. On his forehead lay his shinobi headband, soaked in cold water. Naruto, after finally getting acquainted with the information from the cards, watched the frightened Uchiha nearby. Before he and Sakura had time to get to Sasuke, Orochimaru had done his job and disappeared. Uchiha was unconsciously lying on the ground like a discarded rag, shaking from fear and pain. Naruto immediately noticed the redness in the neck area, on which 3 small black drops appeared, spreading into Tomo. Naturally, Sakura began to squeal and fuss. She grabbed her hair and pulled it haphazardly onto her fingers. Naruto tried to convince her to take Sasuke with him to a safer place so that the other teams would not find them. Haruno was on the verge of hysterics, falling to her knees next to Sasuke, crying as if he had already died. At that moment, the feeling of hostility that Uzumaki had felt towards her since that very test at the stadium flared up with renewed vigor and was accompanied by arrogance towards her suffering. He glared at her, thinking of her as an annoying, narrow-minded, stupid girl who had so trivially fallen in love with a beautiful rapper. Just like he himself had once fallen in love with such a rapper. Sakura had become nothing more than a beautiful package for him, completely empty and uninteresting inside. A rapper whose emptiness was sometimes filled with dirt, manifested in her selfishness and fanaticism towards Sasuke. And from the day of his return to the village, Sakura, along with all this, had also become disgusting, both as a girl and as a person. Especially as a girl. But hiding this, he, as friendly and caring as possible, tried to lift Haruno to her feet, taking her by the shoulders, and convince her to go in search of shelter. Are you awake? Uzumaki asked quietly, so as not to seem harsh in the surrounding silence. Sasuke sat up and carelessly squatted, almost falling back into a lying position, but gathering his strength, he was able to sit up normally. He glanced at Sakura, sleeping in Naruto's jacket, curled up against the gray wall. When he turned his full attention to this gray wall, he looked around, realizing that it's a cave, Naruto informed. It would be foolish to start an open fire in the forest. The enemies would have spotted it. By the smoke and smell. And light, Sasuke said thoughtfully and suspiciously. Did you really think of that? Naruto chuckled softly. For a person who was delirious and convulsing half a day ago, you are now speaking very soberly. This time Sasuke grinned. In these grins and the accompanying glances, one could clearly read disdain and at the same time indifference to each other. Anger, accompanied by rivalry. In attempts to show their strength. Their superiority. All these feelings alternated, and sometimes all at once. Sasuke had already begun to suspect something after training with the bells, but maybe he simply hadn't noticed how Naruto had managed to get stronger in the academy. Or was Naruto hiding something? Uchiha wasn't sure about either, and so he watched closely but discreetly, trying to understand which of these options was correct. But Naruto was mentally amused. He was amused by the fact that he was literally leading Sasuke by the nose. Manipulating his emotions towards himself. Opinion and impression. He could say one phrase and instantly change the expression on the Uchiha's face, leaving a ton of questions in his head. He could perform one action and infallibly leave bewilderment and envy inside him, thereby heating up the intensity of his feelings so that when the time comes, in a battle with him, Sasuke would give it his all and, despite all his potential, suffer defeat. Naruto wanted to see Sasuke fail and become disappointed in his own strength, realizing how weak he was compared to him. And Sasuke wanted exactly the same thing with himself in the leading role. I think it would be better for you to rest now. Uzumaki wished to break the visual contact, and Uchiha was not at all against it. But he didn't lie down, he just turned away in profile so as not to see Naruto. Did you remember him? Whom? The one who attacked. Ah, Sasuke frowned ambiguously. It was the one who handed the kunai to the examiner. At that moment, the pain in his neck suddenly made itself known. Uchiha, wincing heavily, let out a muffled roar and grabbed the painful spot. With his other hand, he squeezed the wrist of the hand that was crumpling the fabric on his shoulder, trying to cause himself another pain in order to deceive himself into relieving this one. What's wrong with you? What's on your neck? Naruto lifted his chin. Sasuke listened to it, because the pain that sounded so sharply made it clear that that dream and that attack were real. And to finally make sure of this, he began to search for the scroll in his pockets through far from pleasant sensations. But after vain attempts to search, he found nothing. Hey, can you hear me? Uzumaki shook his sore shoulder, causing the Uchiha to shake himself off. Don't touch it, idiot. He snapped and felt the intensity of the pain begin to fade. Sasuke exhaled heavily and lay down on the ground. Did Sakura see this? He asked a question that Naruto didn't expect. No, Uzumaki answered, waiting for Sasuke to continue his thought, to which he turned his face from the fire to him with a nasty look. Just try, to her, to tell her that something is wrong with me. Naruto was surprised in his heart. Worried about her. She'll tell Kakashi everything. I don't want to let that happen, Sasuke explained, interrupting Uzumaki's guess. Naruto's expression relaxed, understanding his thought. And there was truth in it. If you told Sakura that something was wrong with Sasuke, she would immediately start to tear herself apart with fear. As if she wasn't a shinobi. And then the participation would end for both of them, without ever having entered into a fight with the strongest. Fine. Both were distracted by Haruno turning over, and then silently decided to go to bed themselves. Is it safe enough here that you chose this place as a hideout? Uchiha asked the last question of the day. Quite. The cave blends in with the greenery of the hill above us. The entrance is also blocked by overgrown plants. So it will be difficult to spot us here, Uzumaki answered lazily, heading to the previous place. Sakura found it by accident. After hearing the last unnecessary information, Sasuke lay down facing the fire, and Naruto with his back to Sakura. So, both silently fell asleep. The morning began with a noise outside. Team 7 unanimously opened their eyes and stared ahead. The noise was from someone landing right at the entrance of their shelter. The team stood up and looked at each other, hearing strangers' voices outside the cave discussing some kind of attack plan. Sakura felt relieved when she saw Sasuke in good health, but when she returned to the present, where the enemies were 2 meters away from her, she quietly asked, "What to do?" Sasuke raised his index finger to his lips to stop her from saying another word, and hearing something about eliminating the weak from outside, he nodded towards the entrance, calling for them to attack the uninvited guests. Naruto stood up in agreement. Sakura, hesitantly handing the jacket back to Uzumaki, also stood up. So, we only have the Earth Scroll. We need to find the Sky Scroll in 4 days and try to eliminate the weak teams from participating. That way we'll have a better chance of winning, the guy from the Rain team announced importantly. Their plump comrade was not entirely happy with this plan, fearing that it would be better for them to remain unnoticed, but the red-haired girl, on the contrary, was thirsty for battles and gave her friend a slap on the back of the head for his cowardice. What are you, a weakling? We have to screw everyone here. She scolded him very, very unculturedly. Her voice was so loud that it scared away even the birds standing nearby, but apparently the girl didn't care at all, which testified to her lack of intelligence. She continued to swear and ardently long for battles in words. And just in time, her wish came true. Suddenly, heat began to pour out towards them, and, turning towards the hill, the hanging leaves of the trees instantly burned under the influence of the fireball. Because of this attack, the Rain team stood in a stupor, and since they did nothing, everyone was thrown forward to the neighboring tree. They, having come to their senses already as they fell, finally stood up and then saw that behind those leaves was an entrance to a cave, from which only the pink-haired kunoichi began to emerge. You have the earth scroll, then, she smiled contentedly. It's good enough for us. The redhead snorted contemptuously and clenched 2 blades with finger holes in her hands, which began to be covered with lightning blades. Princess, who is this, us? Do you have the guts to go after us on your own? The fat man began to get nervous at his girlfriend's next insults. The team's leading ninja pulled out 2 katanas from behind his back, and his girlfriend, without waiting for commands, rushed forward. You're finished. Her other 2 comrades remained behind and made no move to stop her. Sakura, not at all scared, threw 2 large shurikens into the air. She was one of the best students in the academy in throwing weapons and always hit the target. But now, the shurikens flew past her opponent, after which the red-haired kunoichi laughed. Weakling. Sakura remained unperturbed again and smiled wider. After all, she wasn't aiming at her. The 2 shurikens also flew past the other 2 enemies. What the hell? And this is a ninja. The team leader didn't even blink an eye, not noticing what was happening behind him. Sakura wasn't aiming at them either. When the redhead reached her and was about to cut her throat, Haruno disappeared, leaving a log in front of her instead of her body to be torn apart. And those flying shurikens at that time changed the direction, like a boomerang, and returned back to the 2 shinobi, attacking them from behind, as originally planned. Hey, come out, you can't be so primitive in battle. The girl from Rain shouted. The fat man and the leader noticed the trick too late and turned back at the last second. And when they saw the weapons, the idea of catching them didn't even have time to occur to them. And it wouldn't have worked anyway. Instead of shurikens, Sasuke and Naruto appeared with the help of the substitution technique, who, simultaneously hitting them in the lower jaw, forced both opponents to fly up and land on their own girlfriend. After waiting for the result of her comrades, Sakura jumped down from above to them, and upon seeing her, Naruto asked, "Are you fed up?" "Yes. Let's go," Sasuke commanded when he saw the scroll in her hands, until the opponents got to their feet, since they didn't need long fights now. Team 7 ran away. From the shadows of a tree, 2 sound shinobi watched them. "He's doing a great job," Sanan chuckled, his eyes shining with satisfaction, leaning his right shoulder against the tree trunk with his hands clasped together. "Yes," Kabuto agreed. He accepted the seal into his body with dignity. "Hey. What?" Orochimaru remained silent, and a moment later Kabuto smiled predatorily. "Did you mean? Why ask if you figured it out yourself?" Sanan was not at all flustered, settling himself more comfortably against the tree. "Naruto." Yakushi finally voiced his thought as he exhaled and adjusted his glasses. "Even jealous." Orochimaru gave a stifled laugh. "Let's go. It's time for us to go." "Ha, how we did it." Naruto rejoiced, climbing into the water up to his neck. "You should be fishing, not swimming there." Sakura got angry at him. Okay. Uzumaki obeyed and dove deeper into the river. While Naruto was in the water and Sasuke was stacking dry sticks for a fire, Sakura decided to take advantage of the 2-minute chance to be alone with him and inquire about his condition. After finishing collecting a handful of branches, the Uchiha brought his hand to his lips, folding his fingers into a tube, and concentrating the required amount of chakra inside himself, then exhaling, he released it and lit a fire in front of himself. "Sasuke-kun." Sakura sat down next to him on the lying tree trunk. "I was really worried about you, you know. Really worried. When Naruto found me, I thought of you first. I didn't even pay attention to my pain and rushed to look for you. And when I saw you there, on the ground, Haruno didn't even notice that Sasuke wasn't listening to her at all. Sakura's voice wasn't even in the background of his consciousness. And all because images of that unknown shinobi's attack persistently appeared before his eyes, stealing all his attention. Those eyes, fangs, grin, all of this made his heart stop and stop functioning altogether. The heat after a whole day of rest in the forest still hadn't gone away. But compared to tonight, it stopped bothering him so much. And so his body began to sweat, a cold sweat under the influence of the wind, and from there a nasty shiver began to creep in. He felt weak, but more subdued than in the morning. In general, he was bothered by slight nausea, chills and a headache. Having soberly taken note of his condition, he incomprehensibly interrupted Sakura's monologue. "And then we must find the second scroll urgently." Haruno shuddered at the hoarseness of her voice. "I'm telling you, we need to find the second scroll." Sasuke raised his voice sharply and irritably at her. "Oh okay. We find a team, But before attacking, we make sure that it has the scroll that we need. We take the scroll, and after receiving it, we avoid any clashes with enemies. If we do meet someone, we still don't engage in battle and run to the tower. Uchiha finished everything he wanted to say. Sakura, frozen, looked at him in bewilderment with a stack of questions in her head. And the answer to everything was simply Sasuke's weakness. He needed rest again. He would not have been able to withstand long or numerous battles. That is why the fight with the rain ninja was quick and abrupt, giving in to flight. Uzumaki emerged from the water with 3 fish in his hands, protesting the desire to break free. The team began to eat and gather strength, because then, they would most likely face another battle. Commentary on Chapter 15. Almost there. 1. Fire flowers. A canon technique from the manga. 2. Tomo. Simply put, a sign similar to a comma. Chapter 16. Futile efforts. The next 3 days passed in a state of pins and needles. Orochimaru's seal became more and more painful to manifest, and because of this, Sasuke's consciousness soon disappeared into sleep again. As a result, the team had to hide from their opponents all this time. Despite the risk of being found by other teams and being killed by them, Haruno and Uzumaki even in this situation risked passing most of the forest without incident. Of course, it was very dangerous. This movement could be compared to walking through a minefield. And, of course, Naruto had to put in a lot of effort at first to persuade Sakura to agree to this plan. But when Haruno finally realized that her fear could expose everyone to defeat, she agreed and trusted Naruto. Meanwhile, the second scroll was still missing. There were about 12 hours left until the end of the second stage. The only thing that encouraged him in this situation was that Sasuke was truly recovering. Naruto and Sakura, finding shelters, agreed in advance to sleep in turns, half a night each, to be on guard in case of an attack. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning. Sakura was keeping watch. Any rustle, the slightest noise or crackle and Haruno would shudder in horror. She did not dare to leave her place. Even though Sasuke was unconscious and Naruto was sleeping next to her, Sakura still preferred not to stick her head out anywhere, because she felt safe only next to them. She tried to constantly watch the entrance from the inside of the shelter under the massive tree and at the same time often glanced at Sasuke, and sometimes even at Naruto. Sasuke should have had a good rest back then, after his first loss of consciousness, but it turned out the way it did. Now Haruno was more than sure that he would soon be fine, because the fever and constant muttering in his sleep were decreasing all the time, and had recently disappeared completely. All that was left was to wait for him to wake up. If only he had time to wake up before he and Naruto reached the tower. After all, it was already very close. Moreover, they needed the second scroll, and to enter into a battle with someone for it with only the 2 of them, and also manage to protect the unconscious Sasuke, would be very, very difficult. Sakura was about to fall asleep. She pulled her bent knees to her chest and, resting her chin on them, rocked slightly to keep herself from falling asleep. Her eyes were fixed on the Uchiha. It seemed like he was so close, and how much time had passed, and she hadn't taken a single step closer to him, hadn't really talked to him, hadn't learned anything more about him. It seemed like he was right here, but in reality, Sasuke was as far away from her as if on the other side of the globe. It annoyed her, but it didn't anger her. She was ready to wait, otherwise she would have certainly ruined everything. Since the Uchiha was so close, it meant she wouldn't let him go anyway. Well, and Naruto. She had almost the same attitude towards him. It seemed like he was ready to protect her, and help her, and encourage her all the time, too, but Sakura couldn't help but feel a certain coldness coming from him. It seemed like he was close, but it seemed like he wasn't. She wasn't afraid of him, she didn't see him as a threat or an enemy. But still, she didn't trust him. Naruto and Sasuke, as she thought, were similar in character, but in fact this comparison was deceptive. Yes, both had a thirst for power. Yes, they had the same coldness and even rudeness, but for both of them, these traits carried different contexts. Behind these traits were completely different goals. And that is why their characters and personalities did not intersect, but went side by side, like parallel lines, in the same direction. And Sakura could only guess about this, but not know for sure. She had been sitting in the same position for over an hour. Her head had started to hurt, causing Haruno to slide her chin down, resting her right cheek on her knees. The picture before her was already starting to blur, to distort, because fatigue was taking its toll. She didn't even realize that she had witnessed Sasuke's awakening, and even treated it quite indifferently. Haruno slowly closed her heavy eyelids. When suddenly, Sakura Ha! She opened her eyes in fear and tore her face away from Haruno's knees and saw a displeased Uzumaki shaking her by the shoulder. Wake up already. We're leaving. What? Where? Was I sleeping? Her eyes ached from the sudden awakening. Noticing Sasuke standing on his feet, Sakura jerked up and immediately stood up. Verbal surprise was stuck on the tip of her tongue, and she couldn't ask the questions that were bothering her. Was he already awake? How did she not notice this? Are they leaving already? What? Was all that escaped Haruno. We can't delay. We've already lost enough time. We'll be very lucky if there are still teams left who haven't reached the tower. Yeah. Sakura mumbled in agreement, surprised by the cheerfulness of Sasuke's voice, and then, after a short silence, asked, Sasuke-kun, are you sure you're feeling okay? Uchiha didn't skimp on even a barely visible smile and without hesitation answered evenly. It couldn't be better. Sakura, not believing her ears and eyes, smiled radiantly and, together with Naruto, believed him without further ado. And it was also obvious from the outside that Uchiha was as healthy as a bull. Without a second's delay, the team headed out of the shelter. The path to the tower went without a break. The night forest inspired even more fear than the daytime one. But not to everyone, of course, only to Sakura. The silence was too peaceful, as if everything around had died. Naruto and Sasuke didn't notice it. They were both filled with adrenaline, their energy was at its maximum, and they wanted to throw it out too much, and quickly. If they met someone now, they would spare no effort. Haruno even felt a twinge of white envy at their fearlessness. The only thing that made her happy was that the light from the sunrise was already flickering in the sky. But in addition, she also couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching them all. What kind of scroll do we need? Sasuke asked, cutting through the tree branches. The scroll of heaven, Uzumaki replied behind him. Somewhere nearby, in the thick foliage, two silhouettes flashed. Now. Yes. We'll have to be very lucky to find this particular scroll, Haruno added pessimistically. Ah. Uzumaki waved his hand. Sakura-chan, don't think about it. It's better. His proposal was stopped by a thrown kunai. Duck, Sasuke shouted commandingly. But Naruto already knew what to do. He somersaulted down to the tree branch below and looked down at the enemy team with the others. His eyebrows shot up when he saw the shinobi standing in front of them. Two wearing kerchiefs and masks and dark glasses, the third also wearing glasses but for vision and with white hair. Kabuto-san. Sakura remembered the guy who came up to her before the first stage. And why did I say, san? The ash-haired man lifted his chin arrogantly. Further, you will not pass. Naruto snorted derisively, crunching his fingers. Are you sure? Sasuke asked boldly for Uzumaki. In response, the two in dark glasses rushed at him with Sakura. And Kabuto decided to deal with Naruto. Having landed next to Uzumaki and straightened up in front of him, Yakushi's face stretched into a grin. Well, hello. Naruto grinned wryly. Without saying a word and sparing no effort, he turned and kicked Kabuto in the stomach, which instantly threw him aside. Yes, he had really accumulated too much energy over all these days. Knowing Kabuto's medical habits, Naruto was sure that it would be easy for him to relieve the pain from this blow. Yakushi did not even fall off his feet. The fight continued simultaneously from both sides, running with kunai. Numerous metal blows continued until both of them went down a few branches below. I see. You are full of strength, Kabuto noted with a smirk, approaching the face of Orochimaru-sama's youngest student as the blades of both their weapons creaked against each other. And Naruto, moving his head forward a little, with a grin still on his face, replied contentedly. You see correctly. Uzumaki pushed back sharply, creating shadow clones. Kabuto repeated the technique against Naruto, even though he always considered it mediocre. This was all a feint for Sasuke and Sakura to create a crowd, the illusion of a real battle, without raising suspicion. Quickly distinguishing the original from the rest, both rushed at each other with kunai again. Oh, you freak. There was a hubbub around the originals, and then the sound of metal objects clattering in the air again, along with the sound of some clones disappearing. You won't believe it, Kabuto-chan, but I'm so glad to see you. Yakushi complimented Uzumaki with expression and audible only to his ears, then easily threw one of the knives out of his hands to the side. An evil laugh escaped from Kabuto. Are you at it again? These childish jokes, which appeared, albeit rarely, out of nowhere over the past year and the address, Kabuto-chan, for some reason did not leave anyone indifferent, but they also never irritated Yakushi. There was never any rivalry or tension in their relationship, no struggle for the attention of a common sensei. Nothing like that. Even to Orochimaru's surprise, Naruto and Kabuto never fought. But there were no brotherly or warm relations between them either. Or maybe, they just hid it. Haruno felt dizzy from the constant movement. At one point, she stopped, unable to use the technique any longer, and ended up paying with a blow to the ribs. Sakura rolled forward, but did not lose consciousness, only her vision went dark. Sasuke, noticing Sakura folded in half, grabbed his opponent, whom he had almost knocked out, by the arm and threw him at Haruno's opponent. What was the need to show up? Uzumaki asked in interest. Their fight did not go beyond the use of cold weapons, so as not to waste their strength in vain, although Naruto was filled with the desire to fight for real. And all because he guessed that Kabuto stood in the way for a reason. Your participation in the exam was optional, Yakushi paused, blocking the attack. But I couldn't help but notice your interested look. Naruto remained silent, uncomprehending. Apparently, he found worthy opponents. And Orochimaru-sama decided not to deprive you of the opportunity to fight them or at least take a look at their abilities, and therefore, he took something out of his pants pockets. He gave you a small gift. Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion, while Kabuto deftly shoved the so-called gift into his sports jacket pocket. Scroll. After what he had done, Kabuto allowed Naruto to hit him pretty hard. Uzumaki put his heart and soul into this blow. He was a little disappointed that it ended this way, because he didn't want a fake opponent. Yakushi flew forward along a massive tree branch and activated a jutsu to make his loss of consciousness look natural. Thank you, Naruto thanked and looked at Kabuto with a kind smile. In his thoughts, gratitude was also addressed to Orochimaru-sensei. Help with a guarantee to definitely finish the already boring second stage caused a lot of positive emotions in Uzumaki. His lips spread into an even bigger smile, but he hurried to hide it quickly. I'm done, he shouted somewhere into the sky, addressing Sakura and Sasuke, simultaneously climbing up several branches. Having almost reached the rest, a shinobi flew past Naruto almost right in front of his nose, from one tree branch to the branch of another tree. The second one is ready. Good job, Sasuke, the lips twisted again, erasing the kind smile completely. We too, Sasuke confidently appeared from above and calmly caught the same expression on Uzumaki's face. By the way, they had the scroll we needed. Naruto took the named item out of his sweatshirt pocket and spun it from side to side in his hand several times. In response, Sasuke said nothing about it. We need to leave, they could wake up at any moment. Sakura almost screamed, holding her left hand to her ribs. Wasting extra energy won't do us any good, right? She looked at Naruto and Sasuke with pleading eyes. And Sasuke phlegmatically agreed. So, Sakura almost beamed with happiness. The team tore themselves away from the support under their feet and set off on their way. I see. Naruto pointed his finger forward. The tower was visible from behind the lush foliage already about 100 meters away. We must be careful. Someone might have set traps. Sasuke's warning made everyone stand still after jumping from the tree down near the bridge leading to the tower. Sakura swallowed. There was a light mist around them, and silence all around. Are we going? Haruno asked quietly. Naruto and Sasuke nodded and headed forward. The sound of their footsteps was clearly audible on the flimsy plank bridge. A shadow could be seen through the fog ahead, when the team had almost reached the destination. The enemy, they thought, and took sharp objects into their hands. But after taking a few more quiet steps forward, they realized that they had made a big mistake. I'm so glad to see you, the man greeted the team happily, smiling. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura was surprised. Phew. She hunched over in relief, and then stood up straight angrily, waving her fists. Why are you scaring us? Ha, we came here already scared. Hatake laughed, scratching the back of his head. Exhausted? I see. But you're great. You've come all this way. Yeah, but it's time for us to go. Uzumaki ran to the door, but Hatake's hand stopped him. No need. Stop, Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura's faces straightened at the words. What do you mean? Uzumaki looked down, truly not understanding Kakashi. You're great, but you don't need to go there. Already. What? I don't understand. Speak normally. Sakura got so angry that she started shaking from nerves. Hatake exhaled heavily, not knowing how to present the news so that the students would not react too strongly. You are late. Chapter 17. True Sensei. What? Sakura looked down in confusion. Kakashi remained silent, making it clear that she had not misheard. Naruto, astonished by the news, took a few steps back, not taking his eyes off Hataki. It was as if a white background had formed in his head, slowly filling with Kakashi's recent words. We're late. But I'm telling you, you're still great. I can be proud of you, because. Proud, Sasuke whispered, breathing through his mouth in disbelief. Uchiha irritably tried to hold all the anger that had surged up in his clenched fists from the fact that he had right now disgraced the entire clan with his loss. Gaara, Neji, Lee, what opinion would they have of him now? Sakura was afraid to even imagine what was going on in Sasuke's thoughts. What is there to be proud of? He said again. Proud that we were left with nothing. Right next to the building. Uzumaki shouted, not sparing his voice. Silence. Naruto let out a disappointed sigh and hung his head. Kakashi looked at him and the others with regret and couldn't say anything. Rules are rules. His support seemed empty in this situation. But Uzumaki was really angry about what was happening. And it wasn't that he had lost the chance to, officially, fight any of the participants, but that he had simply failed. Failed before Orochimaru-sensei's eyes. He hadn't had time. He hadn't been able to. He hadn't been able to use his teacher's help properly. His nobility had simply gone to waste. After all, Naruto had failed to live up to his expectations. Jonah. His teeth clenched together, remembering that nickname. His second name, attached to him by the village almost from birth. An incompetent ignoramus who couldn't even take advantage of the chance he was given on a silver platter. Jonah. What he had been afraid of since his return to the village had come true. And he couldn't see any fault in Sasuke, since it was because of his condition that the team had been slow and had difficulty moving forward for 5 days, or in Sakura, since it was because of her constant fear for Sasuke's life that the team was approaching the tower with small steps. In addition, she was weak as a shinobi, and fighting only with her and the two of them for the scroll would have been very reckless. Naruto, oddly enough, saw the problem only in himself. Just as the village had always portrayed him as a problem, so he now considered himself to be one in reality. Burden, ballast, loser. How late are we? For 3.5 minutes, Kakashi answered Sakura. Uzumaki let out a sarcastic, short laugh. 3.5 minutes. That's all. Hataki refrained from giving unnecessary words of support, as he felt that it would only further irritate and anger the team, and so he silently folded his hands into a seal and transferred everyone outside the forest area. Take a rest. From what? Naruto almost interrupted him with a question. We didn't even fight anyone seriously. If it weren't for the general low mood due to the shock of failure, his phrase would have aroused suspicion towards him from Sasuke and Sakura. And since Kakashi didn't know about what was happening in the forest, he again didn't answer. When Hokage-sama has time, I will ask him for a difficult mission for you. Don't be upset. Many people fail the exam the first time. You can participate next year too. TSK. Is it necessary? After Sasuke spoke through his teeth, he and Naruto, equally without saying goodbye, walked away on different sides of the mesh gates of the forest. Sakura watched them go, biting her lower lip from the disgusting and incomprehensible feeling that arose in her soul. She had long been afraid that something could go wrong at the exam, and Sasuke and Naruto would be upset because of this, and in the end her intuition was right. Everything happened as she had drawn in the worst-case scenario. But these two still reacted to this turn of events with restraint. Haruno felt her worthlessness and guilt without a trace now. If she were even a little stronger, she could help both in the search for the scroll and in the quick passing of the forest. But alas, she was oh so far from the status of a strong kunoichi. Kakashi-sensei. Ask Hokage-sama, for a task as difficult as possible. Kakashi raised his eyebrows, staring at the back of Haruno's head. She decided that she would never let anyone get into trouble because of her. Especially Sasuke. Thinking about him, she wanted to scream in anger because of her weakness. Sakura didn't want the team to be given missions with a lower rank. She decided that she would not let herself drag everyone down. She would never let herself make Sasuke feel bad because of her. But now, all she could do was go home. The weather, like his mood, was gloomy. A cold, irritating wind blew sharply into his face and ruffled his hair. Naruto walked home along a semi-deserted road and could not distinguish the streets from his thoughts. He was so ashamed. He wanted to hide his face with his palms, to close himself off from everyone, so that no one would see him. What would Orochimaru-sensei and Kabuto think? Turning his head sharply, he saw women talking, looking out of the windows of neighboring houses. They were staring at Naruto, whispering something, and he felt this oppression on himself until he disappeared from their field of vision. Uzumaki was almost indifferent. Offended. Yes. Unpleasant. Also yes. No matter how long this went on, he still wouldn't get used to it. But at least it distracted him a little from his self-torture. I looked to the side again, and saw a man playing with a little boy of about 5 or 6 years old. Apparently, a father and son. It was so cute that I wanted to smash everything around me. Naruto looked up at the sky and stopped on the road, his thoughts drifting off into a completely different direction from the tension. Why hadn't it started raining? What was the weather waiting for? The eyes continued to look at the sky for a while, but then they closed from fatigue. I hate. What a pity that it was not enough to just say it. I wanted to shout it. Louder, louder, so that everyone could hear. Uzumaki did not want to go any further. The energy that was pouring over the edge was now stuck somewhere inside and did not declare itself. And despite the influx of passivity, he still wanted destruction. Right here, now. But no, Naruto did not forget when it would be most effective. First of all for Orochimaru. He couldn't help himself, and, squeezing his eyes shut, he grabbed his hair. Thoughts of losing came back to him again. They just wouldn't leave him alone. It was as if something was gnawing at him from the inside and constantly whispering, "Loser. Loser. Loser." A small drop fell on the back of his right hand, causing his fingers to weaken. Naruto removed his hands and looked at them, and after that, water dripped on him several more times. Rain. Exhaling heavily, he jumped onto the roof of the nearest house and began jumping over buildings to get to his own. The glass of the only window next to the bed was flooded with rain so much that it was impossible to see anything at all. And not just rain, but a downpour. This gave the atmosphere of complete closure in the house and, most importantly, peace, because Uzumaki did not want anything. Neither food, nor drink. He just wanted to fall asleep, like Sasuke those 5 days. Thunder rumbled, as if personifying Naruto's emotions, and everything negative began to let go of him little by little. His brain seemed to atrophy, and as soon as Uzumaki lay down on the bed and covered himself with a blanket, he almost immediately fell asleep. A veil rose before him, and he couldn't see anything properly. Something red flashed before his eyes, and suddenly his gaze focused on the face of a smiling woman. She was laughing cheerfully and seemed to be calling him to her. But then she disappeared from the close distance, and when Naruto blinked, she was in the distance, arm in arm with some fair-haired man. They were standing with their backs turned and continued to laugh, but for some reason Naruto didn't want to approach them and find out who they were. These two didn't say anything and they didn't call him, they were just enjoying life. Everything around was so colorful, bright, positive, pleasant. Which didn't inspire confidence at all. Naruto-kun. A familiar girl's voice was heard from somewhere. Uzumaki seemed to come to life and, tearing himself away from his place, looked around, trying to find the source of the voice. It is unclear how, but in a second, the clarity of the rich green grass, yellow flowers in the clearing, tall lush trees, a bright high sky without clouds appeared around him. Naruto-kun. The unknown person called him again. Uzumaki slowly turned around and met the gaze of a familiar blue-haired girl. Hinata. He barely heard his own voice. Naruto blinked in amazement at her appearance. Short hair, decorated with fragrant white flowers, neatly fell in waves, almost touching, to her shoulders. She was dressed in a beautiful soft blue kimono with elegant patterns that mesmerizingly tried to steal Uzumaki's attention. In her hands, Hinata held white lilies that glowed with purity. Naruto could not take his eyes off such an innocent and fragile image. He could not and did not want to. He had a desire to tell her something about this, but when he tried to do so, he again did not hear his voice. And he could not normally catch all his feelings. Everything seemed too bizarre, fantastic, unreal. "I'm sick," Hinata said pleadingly, which made Naruto want to even hug her. "I'm sick," she said again, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Please, come to me. Please, I'm scared." Naruto. The eyelids flew open and stared at the wall. The heart was pounding painfully against the chest. Naruto remained in this position for a few more minutes, breathing deeply and slowly through his mouth, although he did not notice it. The mind had not yet recovered from the strong contrast between the sad news, the bad weather, the tormenting emotions and the dreamed Hinata in such a bright and airy atmosphere. It seemed that the meeting took place in reality, and not in a dream. Naruto did not want to raise his voice, afraid that it would not sound again. He slowly stood up and only then felt that his body was overcome by an unpleasant chill. But the room was stuffy. Looking out the window, Naruto saw drops flowing down the glass and a more or less visible golden picture from the sun's rays beyond it. The ears listened to the sound of the same drops flowing down, only now from the roof of the neighboring building to the roof of his house. But moments from the dream did not stop flashing in his head. I'm sick. Please come to me. His heart began to beat even harder. Why did he dream of her? All airy, light, bright, smiling sweetly. And what did her phrase mean? It was so strange. Naruto decided to concentrate on the window again. The rain has stopped, he said carefully, thinking he wouldn't hear himself. It was incredible that some dream could leave such an aftertaste. Even when he remembered that he hadn't managed to complete the second stage, it didn't torment him as violently as it had some time ago. Naruto remembered Hinata's request again and, quickly turning his head to the wall clock, saw that it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Uzumaki had been sleeping since the morning and had slept almost the entire day. He threw off the blanket and, when he stood up, he felt hungry to the point of nausea. Carelessly brushing small strands of hair in different directions, he headed for the exit. The air outside was no better than in the apartment. Just as stuffy and heavy. Bright rays of air were breaking through thick stripes of thick gray clouds, as if through a concrete wall. The ground was damp, there were puddles all around, everything was disgusting. But under the blazing sun, everything was slowly drying out. Before he knew it, Naruto had made it to Ichiraku's familiar eatery. Without even saying hello, he sat down on a stool and folded his arms on the bar and rested his head on them. Out of the corner of his eye, he felt the old man notice him, and then he looked up at him in response. As usual, he raised his eyebrows. Uzumaki nodded slightly. Ichiraku began pouring the hot broth he had just prepared into the bowl. And Naruto still couldn't get Hinata out of his mind. He hardly talked to her. So why did she appear in his dreams? All so beautiful. I'm sick. Please come to me. And in her hands were white lilies. What did this mean? I'm afraid. He was pulled out of his thoughts when a ramen was placed in front of him, for which Naruto did not even thank him, and a man sat down next to him, ordering the same dish. Uzumaki did not look at the man and tried to roll as much pasta as he could onto the utensils with his chopsticks. Enjoy your meal, they wished him in a familiar voice, which is why, when they brought the chopsticks with food to his mouth, they slid out of Naruto's fingers back into the broth in surprise. The man next to him laughed quietly, and Uzumaki, turning to him, couldn't believe his eyes. Orochimaru-sensei, Naruto whispered as quietly as he could. The Sannin was served ramen in someone else's guise, and with a satisfied grin he brought the noodles to his mouth and began to eat. How did he suppress the chakra so much that I didn't feel it at all? He didn't take his enchanted and happy gaze off of the Uzumaki teacher. I heard you didn't pass the second stage, he said, chewing his food. And then Naruto's high spirits fell back into the abyss. He turned away and didn't want his sensei to see his face. Why are you so upset? Naruto shuddered and turned back to the Sannin, and when he turned, he could barely open his mouth to answer. He stopped mid-sentence, because a feeling of shame blocked the entrance to words. Sensei looked down, not threateningly or smirking, and waited calmly for an answer. The light from the sun illuminated his snake eyes, clearly highlighting every detail in the sandy iris. I failed, Orochimaru-sensei. The Sannin's words unexpectedly surprised Naruto. And Naruto lowered his gaze even more and blinked, not even knowing what to answer to this question. He failed, Uzumaki said, citing the same reason. So what? Sensei asked the same question again. Your participation in the exam didn't even have any significance. So why did it bother you? Exactly. A light bulb lit up above Naruto's head. But, stop. You gave me a scroll. I was almost there. You were with the team. Not alone. Why did you take the blame only on yourself if it doesn't concern you at all? Orochimaru was confused for a second. Was he trying to calm him down now? Naruto didn't know what to answer again. Sensei started eating again, and Uzumaki's hunger completely disappeared. He looked at the ramen, took his chopsticks, dipped them in the soup and couldn't even lift them. His appetite had completely disappeared. Orochimaru smiled faintly to himself and, having become kinder for a second, did not skimp on finishing this topic with the last sentence. If you were alone, I'm sure you could handle it. Does it ever happen that one short sentence makes you want to jump for joy? Of course. This was just such a case. It was like a bunch of fireworks exploded in your soul from a colossal surge of joy. Naruto, not believing his ears, even smiled kindly. It was as if a mountain had fallen from your soul, not to mention a stone. And your appetite suddenly woke up. Naruto finished the bowl of soup in a matter of minutes and immediately asked for more. Orochimaru had just finished his portion and asked for something light. While Ichiraku was preparing new dishes, Naruto decided to ask cautiously after a short break. And what happened after the second stage? Qualifying tournament. The number of teams exceeded the norm and the examiners eliminated half of them. I see. Uzumaki felt awkward because he was trying to somehow, imperceptibly, steer the conversation towards one question. The third stage will begin in a month. You and I have 28 whole days to strengthen the seals I have placed on you. Mentioning this also caused a shadow of sadness to fall on Naruto again. Remembering that incident on the bridge where he almost let the foxes will destroy the seals, Naruto felt lousy again. I've finally invented a mixture that supports this technique. It will make it easier for you to prevent the nine tails from reading your thoughts or seeing anything through your eyes. Really? Naruto beamed, because he couldn't help but be happy about this news. Yes, as I said a year ago, if we get this liquid, then all the trump cards are ours. You can use the fox's chakra as much as you want, and it won't harm you at all. He won't be able to take possession of you and break out. Yes, a fox is a fox for a reason. He agreed to easily give Naruto power just to break free. But now, contact with him was broken thanks to Sensei. And Naruto no longer got into his subconscious to visit him. But, for this, again, don't forget, you need to take the mixture and practice the technique of subjugating the demon's chakra for at least a month, which is exactly what we have been given. This time will be enough for the primary mastery. Awesome. I'm ready right now. The teacher chuckled contentedly. Then let's start now. Naruto felt almost better than he had at the start of the day. Almost better because there was still one interesting detail. And, at the qualifying tournament, who won? He asked ingratiatingly. Kabuto and the others surrendered, and it's clear why. Neji Hyuga defeated Kankuro, Rock Lee Temari, Dog no Gara Hinata Hyuga. And that was where Naruto's attention ended. Orochimaru continued to name the names of more or less interesting strong victors for Naruto, but he didn't pay attention, because he heard what he wanted. Now it's clear. Now it's clear why Hinata dreamed. Naruto will never forget the eyes of that Sandman. Eyes with a constant thirst for blood. And it doesn't matter who his victim is. Uzumaki was sure. He did not spare her. I am going to step away for a while, he suddenly interrupted Sensei, causing him to frown. I need to go. Somewhere. Where to? It wasn't that easy for Sannin to free him from the conversation. Well, to the toilet. Naruto justified himself awkwardly and knew perfectly well that the teacher didn't believe him. I'll be there in about 30 minutes. For safety's sake, Uzumaki didn't linger any longer and ran out of the diner, brazenly leaving the entire bill on the sensei. Naruto knew he wasn't doing anything illegal, but telling a teacher he wanted to visit some girl from his old class. Stupid. Yeah, just awkward. I'm sick. Please come to me. Turning the corner, Naruto slowed down briefly and made his way to Konoha's only hospital at a fast pace. One building after another, and halfway there, Naruto wondered. Why am I doing this anyway? But he still didn't stop. He tried to remember some more details besides the words, the white lilies from the dream. But, nothing came to mind, unless the image of an unknown woman with long red hair, who went to a fair-haired man, who stood with his back to Naruto. And so, nothing else. Uzumaki was so moved by the scene from the dream that he almost crashed into the open transparent door of some store. Slowing down again, Naruto raised his head and read the inscription, Flower Workshop. The hospital was surprisingly quiet and empty. It seemed like they had just completed the second stage of the exam and the qualifying tournament. There should be many injured ninja, but here. There was no one even at the reception. I wonder what room Hinata was in. Naruto knew for sure that she was here. He was sure of it. While no one was around, he decided to dig through the numerous hospital records behind the counter in order to find the name he needed. After making an even bigger mess on the table, after 5 minutes of searching, he read out Hinata's name and her room number from somewhere. Room 307. Third floor. His footsteps echoed through the corridors, and even when Naruto tried to quietly step onto the floor, he still couldn't go unnoticed in this dead silence. Maybe because he was in a hurry and didn't notice it. My eyes ran over the numbers. 304, 305, 306, he muttered under his breath, and 307. He wanted to stop in front of the ward, but his legs themselves purposefully carried him inside. Turning the old door handle to the side, Naruto opened the door and literally froze on the threshold. Everything around was white. The blanket, the pillows, the walls, and thus the surroundings were almost similar to a dream. And in the midst of this snow-white freshness she lay. Hinata's face was slightly tense and turned away from him in a semi-profile towards the window. Carefully closing the door, Uzumaki moved forward to the hospital bed and, standing next to her, he looked at her even more intensely. The body was bandaged in places, and the exposed area of skin was slightly paler than usual. The light of the sun setting beyond the horizon drew mother-of-pearl waves on her dark blue hair, her eyelids were slightly closed, and her mouth was slightly open. Naruto's hand timidly reached out to her face and, barely touching her with the knuckle of his index finger, he ran it from her temple down her cheek to her chin. He himself didn't understand what he was doing. His attention was drawn to an empty vase intended for flowers. And Naruto had brought flowers with him. White lilies. After asking the saleswoman about their meaning, he learned that these were flowers of innocence and purity. Was this some kind of sign? Although Naruto didn't really believe in all this, but if he remembered, Hinata was the only one who had never said a bad word to him. He could, of course, remember about Ichiraku or that kid, Konohamaru, but the first one wasn't at all happy that Uzumaki showed up at his diner, and he'd heard strong language from him, he just hadn't talked about it lately. And as for the second one, he was just an ordinary stupid brat. He probably didn't know about the 9 tails inside Naruto, which is why he wasn't scared when they met. Besides, that Ebisu called him, the third's honorable grandson. It was enough to make him dislike this character. And now Naruto thought about the old one again. About Hinata. What to do with her now? Was it worth it? Uzumaki had to interrupt his judgment due to someone else appearing behind him. Having placed the lilies in a vase and touched the petal of a miniature flower, Naruto released all the remaining unpleasant emotions that had visited him that day. Why did you come? There was no response. But Uzumaki felt that behind him they wanted and thirsted for the death of either him or her. Decided to kill. You guessed it. Suddenly, however, the shinobi's voice rang out. Uzumaki turned around and met Gaara's turquoise eyes without a trace of fear. I want to let her bleed, he whispered coldly through the grin painted on his face, revealing white teeth. And you think I'll let you? Naruto said in the same whisper and with almost the same expression on his face. There was no tension in the silence that followed. Small grains of sand from Sobaku No's bottle flew through the air, as if trying to intimidate Uzumaki. But he stood confidently and straight, even lifting his chin slightly. We're the same, aren't we? Gaara noted mockingly. Naruto's silence indicated a positive answer. Why did you decide to protect this girl? Naruto himself didn't fully understand. But for some reason, this question made him feel a little angry. Isn't the Jinchuriki despised by the entire village? The sand ninja took a step forward. Naruto's patience was being tested by the universe, because it felt like every event was pushing him to break loose and blow everything to hell. I killed a woman who could have been my mother. I killed a man who was my uncle. My brother and sister are afraid to even look at me, as is the entire village. It's none of your business, Naruto interrupted, answering the original question. Gaara never lost his smile and the fire in his eyes with the desire to kill. Just like the fact that I'm here, and I'm going to protect her from you. Naruto took a couple of steps towards her and whispered again, seeing the Sandman off with words. If you want to finish someone off, I'll let you go outside. Gaara grinned. He liked Uzumaki's behavior too much. Not a drop of uncertainty, not a drop of doubt. Just strength. Strength that could compete with his. Nose dog, overcoming his pride, headed for the exit, saving the future fight with him for the future. The chance to quietly kill the girl was taken away from him, and he did not want to make a fuss, because then there would be problems. Leaving fine sand in the air, as a souvenir, he opened the door of the ward. I hope soon we will meet in battle. The door closed softly. Naruto looked at it, hearing the sound of his footsteps fading away in the hallway. Taking as much air as he could into his lungs, Uzumaki slowly exhaled through his nose. Likewise. Chapter 18. The only one I will save. He couldn't even remember how many years had passed since his departure. And yet nothing had changed since then. His mind was filled with the completely uninteresting exams that were held in his time. Old comrades, naively dreaming of a bright future, while simultaneously building a career as a shinobi. Assignments that did not have even the slightest benefit for him. A war that gave him unnecessary glory. There was not a drop of regret that he had long ago gotten rid of all the ties from the past, because all of it was so meaningless. Nostalgia never visited him, and memories always left him indifferent. The months and years he spent in Konoha before his departure were a vague and empty waste of time. Every time he thought about it, Disgust stuck in his throat towards the top of the village and the double standards, towards the pompous holiness and rotten politics behind the mask. The only benefit of staying in the leaf was that it was easy to get experimental material in the form of ordinary citizens, as well as the extraction of secret techniques along with the invention of their own. In the village, only the fruits were planted, but real life began after the escape. Even though it was funny, he still couldn't quite believe that absolutely everything could disappear soon. Not just from his memories, but from the face of the earth. No, it wasn't even could disappear, it would definitely disappear, because he was confident in the plan, in its thoughtfulness, and in Naruto. Thinking about him, Orochimaru thought about it. What a lucky catch. As a person who was not at all inclined to attachments, his attitude towards Uzumaki could not help but surprise him. It did not anger him or seem strange, but on the contrary, it seemed something natural, which is why he did not want to get rid of it. And that was exactly what was strange. There was something in the boy that did not allow Orochimaru to treat him exclusively as a weapon. And he did not even try to change it, to make his attitude firmer or harsher. Uzumaki became a rare specimen, one of which was Kabuto, whom Orochimaru could not treat arrogantly and dismissively. After all, like Kabuto, Naruto had some special, prepossessing type, but he was good at one thing and pleased with only masterful skills, for example, espionage, possession of medical techniques, cunning of the mind, and Naruto was good because he was unwaveringly loyal and carried a demonic creature with a colossal reserve of chakra. Moreover, Orochimaru had other plans regarding the latter, but their implementation was thrown into a distant drawer. He could assume betrayal on the part of Kabuto, which was unlikely to happen on the part of Naruto, and this, of course, was another plus in his biography. But away from thoughts concerning his subordinates, Orochimaru chose to return back to the present time. He noticed the long and loud singing of a single bird that had flown into the sky, blending very well into the background of the summer sun. There was not a single shadow around, and the heavy air seemed to be trying to kill everything alive. The village was full of bright colors and radiated a cloying and peaceful life, which, as always, was caustic to the eye. It was too forced and pretentious. The village was trying too hard to seem like an example to follow in front of other villages, who, unlike Konoha and its warriors, had a sound understanding of the shinobi world. The anticipation was still not cooling down, along with the throbbing in his temples from the irritation of the stuffiness due to the headdress and numerous rags on his body. But the first at least blocked his head and face from direct sunlight, but everything else skillfully played on his nerves. His fingers kept tapping on his knee, and Orochimaru had to patiently wait until the entire crowd gathered around him. His ears were already refusing to listen to anything, and his throat was constricted from thoughts of the imminent long-awaited triumph. They should have announced the start by now, and, by the way, it was strange that the seventh team had not yet arrived. But Orochimaru was not worried. He knew that Naruto would not let him down. The third man next to him turned towards him again. Fatigue was not an uninvited guest for the old man. It was already clearly visible that his strength was leaving him, and his skill had probably weakened long ago. Orochimaru grinned greedily, but the mask covering half of his face did not allow Hiruzen to see him. The former teacher only nodded hospitably and, as expected, received the same in response from the Kozekage. Orochimaru was rarely able to be truly excited by something, and even more so to make him almost tremble with impatience, and this case was just one of them. But the appearance of the examiner below, in the middle of the stadium, made his fingers stop tapping and moderate their ardor at one moment. His gaze immediately focused on him, and his hearing on the announcement of the beginning of the third stage of the exam. First fight, Rock Lee and Nara Shikamaru. Naruto. Hinata muttered half asleep, remembering fragments from today. She stood with him in the hospital corridor, catching her breath from running and confusion, trying to squeeze something out of herself. Say hello, or maybe thank him. While Hinata was lying in the ward, she understood how she opened her eyes and periodically saw either Kiba, or Shino, or Naruto, but she rarely remembered them clearly, because she was often thrown from one extreme to another, and from here she could not decide for a long time where this actually happened, in a dream or in reality. Hinata often felt the fragrant smell of flowers, a strange but familiar presence nearby, and sometimes even touches to her hair or face. But she also understood that most often it was not different people who appeared to her, but one person. And she was able to remember his image only with the constant appearance of this person nearby, who later turned out to be Naruto. With each passing day, his face began to appear in her memory more and more clearly, and after that, when she involuntarily opened her eyes again, she suddenly realized that he was here and now. He is real. He is not in a dream. The sound of the door closing made Hinata sober up and throw away the doubts in her eyes that were stuck in her brain as she watched Uzumaki leave. It was as if an invisible hand pushed her and helped her sit up easily from her lying position, after which she stared at her feet under the blanket. Is it true? She didn't believe it. Turning her head to the left, she saw a vase with fresh white lilies. Hinata hesitantly left the bed and looked at the flowers. The neat and large flowers simply sparkled with purity. Hinata hurried out of the room, not thinking about her actions at all. At that moment, all she knew was that she was desperately trying to catch up with Naruto, but at the same time she completely forgot what she would do when she actually caught up with him. It felt like Naruto didn't want to run or hide from her, because she felt like he wasn't really moving away from her. Hinata bustled around opening the chambers and, soon convinced that he was not there, nor on the entire floor as a whole, she ran to the stairs to the second floor and, halfway there, having gained control over herself, she immediately stopped, for she finally saw the familiar blonde man, who continued to confidently walk forward. Naruto. Having called out to him, he, as if on command, froze and stopped walking towards the stairs to the first floor. It was as if he was moving slowly on purpose, so that Hinata would finally catch up with him. At that moment, she was amazed at herself, because she had called his name so loudly, briskly and without any suffixes that her throat actually ached. Only then did the question come to her, what should I do now? She involuntarily trudged closer to him. She was shaking and worried. A light wind coming from the open window ruffled his shaggy hair, the ends of her hair and her bangs. Hinata looked at him almost helplessly and tormented herself with thoughts of not knowing what he was thinking about now. She breathed in the air, which was now cold for some reason, and out of the corner of her eye she noticed how he wanted to continue on his way again. Wait. He froze again, and she was surprised at herself again. But, shaking her head, Hinata decided to ignore her embarrassment for a while, and at the same time drive away the fever. Why you came to me? Her voice trembled treacherously, depriving her of her tone of confidence. Hinata didn't expect to hear a positive answer. She already knew that her question was rhetorical. She didn't believe it, of course, but it was infinitely pleasant. And unclear. Could it be that the very one she always liked really visited her? Thank you. He remained silent. Taking courage into her hands, Hinata came even closer to him and stood 2 steps away from him. Naruto slightly tilted his head back and exhaled with a shudder. I know you didn't pass. She awkwardly tried to continue the monologue. Hinata waited anxiously for some kind of reaction. Remembering that Naruto had failed the second stage with his team, she decided to cheer him up immediately with a strange feeling of guilt. It's okay. You'll pass next time. Hinata dug her nails into her palms as hard as she could, afraid of his reaction, which once again, based on his silence, did not follow. But she still didn't want him to leave. She wanted him to stay at least a little longer. This rare moment when she didn't want to hide from him. She wanted to come closer. And her clouded mind did not unlock it. And she actually came closer. Her hand lay lightly on his shoulder and then ran down his back a little. Hinata continued to be in an incomprehensible state of lightness and fearlessness, her thumb tracing a spiral on his jacket identical to the pattern on his clan's emblem. Leave the village. Hinata trembled convulsively and did not feel her own hand from the seriousness of his tone and the meaning of his order, either advice or request. What? Please, go away. His voice softened noticeably and seemed to take on a slightly confused tone. Just go away. Hinata couldn't even blink in confusion. Why? Her palm fell down, and at the same time she almost swallowed her tongue, forgetting all her questions, when Uzumaki slowly turned to face her. With his appearance, he tried to make it clear that this was indeed a request, and also tried to force Hinata to definitely fulfill it. Something is going to happen soon that I don't want to happen to you. Hinata. Her chest began to rise more often from such an explanation. It was as if Naruto was trying to immobilize her even more with his words and actions. Just like now, when he took her hand. Hinata blushed and swallowed nervously, and before she could ask another question, Naruto visibly hurried to interrupt her. I overheard Kakashi-sensei and Old Man Third talking about some traitor who is preparing an attack on the village. They think it will happen during the exam. That is, today. If you believe me, I can get you out of here. But, what made you decide? Why did I? Too weird. Too unclear. Uzumaki impatiently squeezed Hinata's palm tighter. Do you believe me? He looked piercingly into her eyes. Only you. No one else. I'm giving a chance only to you, because you. The only one who hasn't renounced me. Hinata was even more confused. She didn't understand anything at all, and her weakness prevented her from concentrating on anything. Soon, the pain in her head and throughout her body as a whole overcame her will, and Hinata, bending at the knees, fell down. Naruto never got her answer. But even if she refused, he still couldn't leave her here. Naruto, she whispered again in his arms. It wasn't the first time she mumbled the same thing. It was lucky that she fainted. He didn't have to come up with anything or explain anything again. He would just take her out of here and that would be it. She would be saved. The only one who would be saved. Naruto tried to land as carefully as possible, because there were debris everywhere, and all the abandoned buildings of this street could collapse at any moment. As for the technique, which is one of the varieties of the summoning technique, like that snake with a message that changed its color, it was written in the scroll given by Orochimaru sensei that when it is used, a very noticeable flow of energy is thrown out, covering the nearest 200 meters with waves of chakra, which would definitely attract someone's attention. And, in fact, that's why it was necessary to look for a quiet place, since it was impossible to do this either in a hospital or in the middle of some street. And so, having reached more or less safe surroundings, Naruto put Hinata on the ground and, having unrolled the scroll, read and simultaneously folded the seals. Pig, dog, bird, sheep, monkey, elephant. There was a dull ringing in his ears. It was as if an invisible barrier had burst around him. His eyes stared at something translucent and blue, which later turned out to be the body of the snake itself. Uzumaki considered this technique to be clearly unfinished due to defects, or maybe it was supposed to be that way, but it was the first one that came to his mind for this case. The snake slowly wrapped itself around Hinata's body and, after rising, leaned towards Naruto, waiting for the delivery address. Tanzaku, Yui Taken. The snake whistled predatorily, shook its tongue and then began to slowly evaporate before Uzumaki's eyes. Naruto watched the sleeping Hinata go. I wonder if the sensei knew about this scam. Most likely he did. Naruto seriously doubted that it was possible to hide anything from him. And if this was really the case, then it was strange that the teacher allowed Naruto to save Hinata. After all, he always despised everything that contradicted the essence of a true shinobi, namely the presence of bonds of friendship, love and everything else. Although Naruto did not fully agree with this point of view, he could never say anything against it. He did not dare. But the job was done and it was time to hurry. Chapter 19. Chunin Exams. Third stage. Main tournament. The hubbub of the spectators could be heard outside the walls, and the frantic rhythm of his own heart beat in time with their voices. Despite the fact that his legs carried him moderately towards the stadium, his breathing was constantly out of breath from how alert he was for killing. Having slowly reached the doors, Naruto stopped. With a heavy exhalation, he tried to eradicate the excitement from his chest. And it helped, albeit just a little. His hand slightly pushed the door, and a rather dark corridor appeared in front of him, at the end of which stretched the bright green of the stadium and the monochromatic colors of the stands. At the entrance to the stadium there was a ticket booth. The ticket seller himself was not there and, taking advantage of the opportunity, Naruto skipped the waste of time and money and hurried up. As he walked, his eyes were fixed on the central tower, where the third Hokage and Orochimaru sensei were sitting in the guise of Kazekage. The painful pounding in his chest made itself felt again at the sight of his teacher. Having reached the very top step, Naruto wandered along the stands, closing the distance between him and the tower so that the Sannin would notice him faster, and he knew that everything was ready. He was ready. As Naruto walked forward, he consciously tried not to look at the spectators. All these villagers, an empty mass that constantly caused him pain. And being in such a crowd now even made him feel a little scared. As if he had no defense and could be cornered again. But at the same time he knew that it was not so. He had Fox and Sensei next to him. After walking through a few rows, Naruto accidentally spotted Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi behind a few people. They were not far away and a few stairs down from the step Naruto was walking on. Kakashi stood with his hands in his pockets, watching the fight along with Haruno, Uchiha, and another shinobi dressed in green tights. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto noticed that Ino was fighting with some girl he didn't recognize below. Naruto stopped in front of them, peering at the backs of his former teammates. What would have happened to him if he had continued to work with them? Would they have become friends? Would their relationship have cleared up? Would there have been at least some mutual understanding between them? Sakura and Sasuke didn't even know that Naruto had the 9 tails, but they already had a dismissive attitude towards him. What would have happened if they had found out that he was a Jinchuriki? There's no need to even guess. It would have only gotten worse. Sakura clearly never cared about him and during any troubles she would first of all ask if Sasuke was okay. And Sasuke caused all the same feelings, rejection and hostility, but against the background of his different behavior towards him. At the same time, interest in his person slightly diluted them, and now in addition it was necessary to make sure that he remained alive. Naruto decided not to walk along the stands again so that the team wouldn't notice him, so he shunshined. There were members of the Anbu standing near the wall. Some of them were traitors, but Naruto didn't know exactly who was hiding behind all the masks. So maybe he had already passed Kabuto. The examiner's announcement of the winner reached his ears, who turned out to be Ino, and the next ones after that he announced, Dog no Gaara and Neji Hyuga. The column on the left blocked the view of the stadium, and Naruto quickened his pace to see the participants behind it. Gaara was descending in some kind of tense and excited state, while his opponent, on the contrary, was calm and even self-confident. The dog no, apparently, wanted someone dead to the same extent as Naruto. The eyes looked up at the stands again, and Uzumaki immediately fixed his gaze on his team. Kakashi and a man in tights unknown to Naruto were sullenly escorting the no-dog down, most likely suspecting that his power could be dangerous for them as well. Sasuke and Sakura were looking at Gaara in the same way, and they never once glanced at the entrance through which the spectators entered. They had agreed to come to the third stage together, but apparently neither Sasuke nor Sakura cared at all about his absence. Naruto had hardly communicated with the team in the last month, not even on joint missions inside the village. Surely this was strange for his teammates, but Naruto didn't care. It didn't matter anymore. It was time to end the drawn-out show. Or rather, to begin the last grand act. Naruto walked a little closer to the tower and, having overcome another column blocking his view, began to stare at Orochimaru-sensei. After long, boring battles and with Gaara's appearance, Orochimaru finally felt a bit of interest. He knew who the no-dog was to Suna and thought it would be a good idea to include him in the plan to destroy Konoha at the beginning. Two-tailed monsters attacking the village. You couldn't imagine a more beautiful picture. But there was no regret in the least that he didn't do it. Naruto was more focused on the third sore spot. The old man would be crushed by the fact that he couldn't fulfill the promise he made to the fourth. And besides, Naruto would be able to handle the task without outside help. Running his eyes over the stands again, Orochimaru once again did not see Uzumaki. Only a crowd of spectators, his subordinates disguised as Anbu members, and part of the seventh team. Orochimaru was informed by Naruto that Sakura and Sasuke decided to go with him to the final stage despite losing. But the team was already there, and Naruto himself was not. Maybe he was already here and was simply hiding his chakra. The fight began. To everyone's surprise, No howled and grabbed his hair. The pumpkin behind him began to crack and release streams of sand that accumulated around him, recreating a sand ball. Transforms? Is that good or bad? In any case, let it be. It won't interfere with anything, except maybe Sasuke's life. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Neji's face became worried, and his former self-confidence clearly left him. It was as if someone had forcibly pulled Orochimaru's attention away from Gaara and back to the audience seats. The blonde hair immediately caught the Sanin's eye, causing him to smile and nod. Finally. Let's get started. Kabuto grinned behind his mask and, together with the rest of his accomplices, began activating the genjutsu. Feathers began to fall slowly from the sky. Under this phenomenon, the spectators began to slowly fall asleep one by one. Yakushi chuckled at how Hatake, Guy, Sasuke and Sakura, a few rows away from him, quickly figured out this technique and formed seals with their hands. Commendable, but it's a pity, you won't bother us anyway. The third one blinked a few times and looked into the crowd. Orochimaru, seeing out of the corner of his eye that the Hokage had already noticed the trap, was behind him in an instant, one hand squeezing the old man's throat and the other almost pressing a kunai to his neck. I hope you realize the situation you find yourself in. Have they really betrayed us? Years of experience in ruling had apparently made the third less emotional to be surprised by the behavior of the leader of the sand. Now, contracts serve to lull the opponent's vigilance, right, Kazekage-sama. 4 boys of about 14 years old surrounded them both, standing at the edges of the central tower, erecting a barrier above them all. Ninpo, 4 fire walls. Kankuro and Temari, realizing that Konoha was under attack from the Sound Village, as their ninjas suddenly began fighting with the locals, and not even noticing that their father had attacked the Hokage, rushed to Gaara to take him to safety. But he had already completely closed himself in a sand ball. Seeing the Kazekage with his weapon pressed against the third's neck, the examiner began to fight back, thinking that Suna had betrayed Konoha. Some Anbu members tried their best to run to the Hokage to protect him, but The barrier that had been erected prevented them from getting close to him. What have you come to? Orochimaru sighed theatrically, seeing how Gaara's ball crumbled, and the shapeless mass of sand with drawings that had enveloped his hand also began to crumble to the ground, and after that, 2 of the sand team grabbed him and went away. In the distance, the Sannin saw Kakashi motioning for Sasuke and Sakura to follow them. But Orochimaru remained calm again. He had people who could save Sasuke's life if something happened. I've been telling you for a long time that you need to choose the 5th Hokage as soon as possible. Sarutobi-sensei. As he expected, Hiruzen could not remain indifferent to his address to him. Is it really you? The old man whispered almost inaudibly. And to confirm his guess, Orochimaru pulled off the Kazekage's face. Did you really not expect to see me? Orochimaru spoke again, feigning. Didn't expect me at all these years. There was a hint of hatred in his voice. His smirk slowly slipped into a contemptuous form. And why are you doing all this? The third saddened face did not cause Orochimaru any pity, only disgust. All because I didn't give you the title of 4th Hokage. Orochimaru chuckled evilly. I don't care about such trifles. Then what? Didn't let you freely kill civilians for your crazy plans. Mad. Sannin was offended. These madnesses were in revenge against you, stupid old man. How could you not understand this after so many years? I'm not going to understand you. Just as I don't intend to spare you. Orochimaru swung his angered hand at his former sensei's throat, but the latter stopped the blade with his palm. Thick blood began to flow down Hiruzen's arm to the white sleeves of the Hokage's robe. The long accumulated hostility made Orochimaru's earlier desire to kill Hiruzen as slowly as possible disappear. If you're going to fight me, then know that, despite my age, I can still do something, Sarutobi said through his teeth, clearly in pain. Something won't help you against me. Especially since I have a surprise in store for you. The Sannin began to move the blade inside his palm. Surprise. The third frowned in pain. Orochimaru looked at the stadium. Look and admire. Below, as if from thin air, a red glowing glare suddenly appeared, which subsequently began to silently expand, turning into a second sun. The terrifying aura of this chakra, previously known to all residents of the village, riveted the attention of absolutely everyone, not allowing them to move from confusion. It can't be. Hiruzen was horrified. A satisfied chuckle was heard in his ear. Do you recognize? Orochimaru asked arrogantly. What's going on? Sarutobi turned to the Sannin in confusion, and then abruptly tried to call the Jinchuriki back. Naruto. He doesn't hear you. Orochimaru tempered his ardor, squeezing his shoulder. Don't try. He doesn't hear you and he won't listen to you for anything. What did you do to him? Nothing. He came for my help himself. And I, as you can see, couldn't refuse him. When? The third turned pale. How did this happen? I always knew that this village was far from the ideal it presented itself as. Your shinobi couldn't even see the fleeing Jinchuriki. Absolutely anyone could have come to me with the same success. Even Sasuke Uchiha, leisurely, through the central exit. At this time, the glare began to spill out in even more saturated scarlet colors. Orange flames were cast around him, and sparks briefly flew to the sides. There was very little left, and the fox's chakra would finally cover Naruto's body. We don't know each other, but not knowing the son of the 4th Hokage. A scarlet wave of energy had already engulfed his hands. Don't you know whose child you are? The energy began to smoothly envelop both my chest and back. He chose the protection of the village over your well-being. Loving parents would never put their child's life in danger. In the darkness of Naruto's subconscious, a fox's face appeared before him, formed from flames, with a wide, terrifying grin. They were more concerned about the safety of the village than how its inhabitants would treat their son. Naruto chuckled bitterly. Since this place was so dear to you. The hands tensed more in the seals. Mom, Dad, look. The sphere splashed to the sides and released a rapidly growing red silhouette. The huge and still unclear figure blocked the sun, causing a shadow to fall over the entire stadium, and soon beyond. Everyone involuntarily slowed down in the fight, constantly conducting a cluster of chakra along the entire length of this silhouette. The entire village froze at the sight of it. Awe-struck horror spread to every inhabitant. The phenomenon stopped Sasuke and Sakura and even Temari and Kankuro in their tracks. Gaara, having come to his senses a little, looked askance at the red silhouette. He immediately guessed who it was and what was about to happen, and that's why he beamed with a mad smile. The figure finally took on more visible boundaries and clear outlines of the beast. First, the fox's muzzle stood out from the general background, and then the front and back limbs. Standing on only his hind legs and extending his long claws outward, the beast let out a ringing, loud roar that spread throughout the entire settlement. Lowering his muzzle down, the light from the sun broke through to the ground again, and stepping on the ground with his front limbs, dust rose into the air. Half of the body did not fit and looked out beyond the stadium. The eyes sparkled with rage, and the massive fangs were bared every now and then menacingly and tremblingly. Naruto growled continuously and looked around with excessive concentration, trying to decide who would be his first target. He is finally free. He can do anything now. Anything he wanted to do a long time ago. Somewhere below he heard someone's frightened order to catch him. The sudden irritation pushed Naruto to punch the spectators. Frozen horror was fixed on the faces of the defending shinobi. The debris of the stands flew into the air, and the splashing human blood stained the pure red fur of the beast. Naruto closed his eyes and inhaled slowly. Not enough. He swung again and smashed the stands, catching genuine pleasure from the crunch of bones and stifled screams. Uzumaki burst into a new roar, directing it into the vastness of the clear sky. How could you do that? Hiruzen shouted with a frozen voice. Underneath the Hokage's robes, Sarutobi pulled out a kunai from his hip pouch and swung it sharply at his former student. The weapons of both clenched together. Do you feel what it's like to lose someone who seemed like they were always supposed to be there and serve as a protector of their own skin? Sarutobi suddenly pushed Orochimaru forward. What does it mean? Orochimaru straightened up with utmost calm and, ignoring the question, said through gritted teeth. Once upon a time, you also send Mitsuho and Akane to certain death. Mitsuho. Hiruzen's eyes widened in surprise, and Akane. When the old man said the names, Orochimaru turned pale before our eyes, and his face then became filled with even more anger. Hiruzen breathed out silently. Your parents. Naruto looked into the distance, knowing that the warriors, distracted by his appearance, would begin to concentrate all or most of their forces on him, which would make it easier to attack the borders of the village. And at the same time as his thought, huge three-headed snakes appeared near the gate. Seeing that the operation was already in full swing, Naruto rushed from the stadium to the center of the village. The shrill cries of the fleeing people were loudly heard. Uzumaki could not imagine how much fear enslaved the inhabitants, bringing back to them the unfortunate memories of the old tragedy. People ran as fast as they could, grabbing their children in their arms. The beast's paws and tails tore down buildings, throwing them wherever their eyes looked, as if they were children's toys. Torn-off walls fell on the road, bulky stones crashed into residential buildings, and endless clouds of dust rose over the entire area. Naruto literally broke loose. He was in a hurry to destroy everything that was standing more or less peacefully. Dirt had already settled on his red fur, and his nose had long been filled with the mixed smells of construction materials. He ran up and swung at another building. The notes of blood in the air intoxicated his mind even more. He stood up on his hind legs again and looked around chaotically, and soon he tore the ground apart with his sharp claws along with part of the Hokage's residence. The building crashed into the Shinobi Academy, first of all knocking down the tree with the swing. Frantically dealing with the rest of the building along with the guarding Anbu members with his tails, Naruto slowly approached the engraved faces of the Hokage. The fox's muzzle leaned towards the fourth's face, irritably revealing some of his fangs. Naruto's heart began to pound painfully. He dug his claws into the stone structure from above and slashed them diagonally across his father's face. I hate. Commentary on Chapter 19. Chunin Exams. Third Stage. Main Tournament. Alan Walker. Faded, collision sunrise. The original version of the chapter was very long, so it took me a lot of time, but I eventually rewrote it, shortened it, and made it the way you saw it now. You could say I divided one big chapter into two parts. The second part, that is, the 20th chapter, is half ready. Chapter 20. This beautiful day. At that moment, a squad of at least 20 people, including Kakashi, were trying to lure him into a trap. Some of them grabbed his neck with an invisible fishing line and pulled it towards themselves, while others began to activate various techniques. Naruto let out another bone-chilling roar and scattered all the shinobi to the sides. No strategy could cope with his chaotic rage. Even experienced Jonin did not have time to properly use jutsu and therefore almost instantly succumbed to death. Swinging again and again, Naruto raised their bodies to the ground. He was not stopped by the pleading cries, groans of pain and requests for mercy on their faces. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Somewhere black smoke rose from the corners, somewhere dirty water spread along the streets almost in waves, either from pipes or from someone else's equipment. It was unclear. Buildings fell, and some were enveloped in fire. Naruto's final touch was to build up the tailed beast's bomb near his mouth. In the process, he again heard someone's orders from below to stop him quickly. But once again, it was too late. Time seemed to stand still as the bomb grew, and his ears went numb and stopped perceiving any sounds. Having built up to the perfect size, the bomb was dropped by Naruto, and the gushing flames began to instantly turn the bodies of people into ashes, and the rest of the destroyed houses of more than half the village's districts into dust. Naruto lowered his muzzle and took a breath, then looked around. The tower with the teacher and the third was still standing. They were fighting inside the barrier, and even though Naruto was far away from that place, he could see the sensei's face, which showed excessive satisfaction. Is he proud of him? Naruto began to accumulate the rasengan in the beast's paw. This time, the technique was aimed at the ruins of the residence and the Hokage rock. Having easily gathered enough energy, Naruto abruptly threw the ball from behind his back, and after another devastating explosion, only rubble remained from the former landmark. Now Sensei must have been proud of him for sure. With all that, these two techniques took a lot of strength, as a result of which the body began to weaken rapidly. But with their help, Naruto fully felt the extent of his power, which he himself could now be proud of. Naruto shook himself sluggishly and looked around again. The heart of Konoha, which included the residents and the carved faces of the Hokage, as well as most of the districts with the central streets, was literally erased, but some of the outskirts and the borders themselves still held. But it was not for long, because they were now being dealt with by summoned snakes. His heart suddenly felt relieved of anxiety. After all, he had done it. He had taken his revenge. And at the same time, his thinking atrophied for a moment. Had he really destroyed everything? Naruto looked at the blackened streets of the village again in slight surprise, and his hearing suddenly, as if trying to help him comprehend what was happening, concentrated on the sound of fighting near the borders. He grinned in disbelief. Seriously. The source of his hatred was wiped off the face of the earth, and on top of that, he proved to his sensei that his training had not been in vain. And from here, Naruto even killed the resentment in himself. At the first and slightest manifestation, it was hard to believe. His thoughts were filled with the loud pounding of his own heart. He froze with his mouth slightly open and looked down into space, trying to decide on his feelings. Was he really? There is no offense. How wonderful. Yes, how wonderful it was to get rid of this oppressive weight in his chest. And yet he couldn't believe it. This mission had turned out so significant for him. As if all this time a clogged and impassable swamp had been growing inside him, and after what he had done, this swamp had cleared up, or even more, evaporated, turning into cold steam. How easy, how refreshing. Even the desires pursued day and night to show everyone that he was strong and could stand up for himself. Or to humiliate and wipe Sasuke's nose, to trample him into the dirt, as he had once done to him. To show Sakura that he was far from a loser, and that he was much stronger than her and everyone's beloved, Sasuke-kun. To show Iruka and Kakashi and everyone else his true strength, seemed completely unimportant now. Unnecessary. He has already proven everything to himself. And nothing more was needed. And in connection with the destruction of what was so dear to his parents, Naruto realized that the root of all the problems were precisely them. Just those people, the closest people, who made a weapon out of him. Those people who were supposed to be there and give warmth, comfort, love, turned out to be the cause of his suffering all these years. How? To the point of madness, disgusting it was to realize this. They gave him a childhood full of suffering, for which he managed to cry his eyes out and become a lifelong outcast in his home. But Naruto repaid them in full, destroying what they were primarily worried about. And the fact of all this gave him more and more peace with every second. Naruto slowly became distracted and noticed how, having approached the main gate, Temari and Kankuro were trying to hold Gaara back and get out of Konoha territory. And Sobaku no at that time almost turned into Shukaku. Naruto still had some strength left from the fox transformation technique, and now this energy would only be enough for him to run to the Sandman team and separate them from Sasuke and Sakura, grab Sasuke and finish the mission. And the strangest thing was that Naruto really wanted to stop there. He was already completely confident in himself. And he no longer considered it necessary to look for an answer to whether he was strong by carelessly entering into battle with everyone in a row. Yes, he would not enter into battle with Gaara. He would not use Manda's summoning and would not use it to defeat Shukaku. And on top of that, Orochimaru did not give permission for him to act arbitrarily, to run headlong to someone in the middle of a mission and start a senseless fight. Naruto no longer saw the point in proving that he was not what he seemed, or confirming the fact that he was a traitor. The dislike for Sasuke, Sakura, Iruka, for all the inhabitants of the village, was simply nothing compared to the pain of resentment towards his parents. Naruto turned to face the Sannin. Sensei was already halfway to victory, using his unholy resurrection to fight the third summoned monkey. Uzumaki turned back and ran with his last strength to the running 7th team. Having overtaken Temari and Kankuro, Naruto sharply threw them with his tail beyond the village into the distant expanses of the forest, and with his other tail he slammed into the ground to throw the running Sasuke and Sakura in the opposite direction. Gaara! Temari screamed as her brother flew up from the blow, slipping out of her hands. Sakura shouted Sasuke's name in the same way. The strength was leaving. The fox's body began to turn into a red silhouette again, decreasing in size. The fox's chakra was now locked again, but Naruto still had his own chakra in reserve. And this meant that a new wave of energy had washed over him, but his body was cottony, too relaxed. As if he had just gotten out of the shower, in which he had been for at least 2 hours. And for this reason he didn't even want to run. But it had to be done. Jumping from his place, he immediately recognized Sakura's location and decided to land near her. Sasuke was much further from Haruno and was now barely getting to his feet. But Sakura, when she flew away from the blow of the tail, she crashed into a high stone and seemed to be halfway to going on an unconscious journey. Or even an afterlife journey. Naruto, landing near her, saw a pool of blood behind her head. She seemed not to notice him, slowly blinking and with slightly open eyes moving her pupils from side to side and at the same time whispering something. Naruto approached her and, standing very close, knelt down and lifted her chin. Her face was distorted with pain. And she began to whisper again. Hey, she looked up at him. Naruto, where? Even though there was probably no point in having an answer, since it was clear from her expression that she wouldn't understand anything he said, Naruto still focused entirely on continuing her question. Where is Sasuke? Uzumaki was suddenly overcome with anger. He became so gloomy that his teeth began to grind. Life was fading in her green eyes, but sparks of concern for Uchiha, despite this, still blazed in a wild stream. No, isn't she a fool? And that's exactly how it is. Stupid. No word could describe her behavior more accurately. Although, it could, but this was already beyond the limits of censorship. Naruto grinned with a gloomy look. You won't even ask if I'm okay. Sasuke. Patience snapped. Fingers slid down to her neck, squeezing with all their strength. Sakura's eyes opened wide. A muffled moan came from behind her mouth. Naruto had long wanted to put her in her place. He was strangling her not only out of anger. It seemed to him, right, she should not live. The one he liked, but who mocked him all these years, should not live. And maybe she even guessed about his feelings, but still continued to mock. And this infuriated Naruto even more. Soon her face began to take on a bluish tint and for a few more seconds. Sakura, Uchiha's voice was heard from behind the stone. Naruto quickly removed his hand from her neck and, covering the marks left by his fingers with her hair, stood up. Sasuke, we're here, and as if on cue, he appeared from behind the rock and landed down on them. Naruto, before he could be surprised by Uzumaki's appearance, Sakura immediately caught his eye. What's wrong with her? With her, Naruto looked at her sadly. I found her dead. Sasuke was genuinely shocked by this news. Damn. He leaned over Haruno. Because of the blood loss. What did you do? Sasuke, after 2 seconds of silence, quietly replied. Kakashi ordered us to stop Gaara and the others from escaping. Are they involved? Maybe. Otherwise why would they have fled? Naruto fell silent now, but the fox disappeared. Sasuke, frowning, looked somewhere into the sky. Yes, indeed. It's strange, isn't it? Uzumaki smiled slightly. Sasuke looked at him sharply, suspiciously. Naruto didn't have a single scratch on him. And you, where were you? A spinning sound penetrated the silence filled with the destruction of the gate. Sasuke immediately looked at Naruto's hand. What are you doing? The rasengan was almost ready. Nothing unusual. Uzumaki threw a scarlet-colored ball from his hands towards the Uchiha. He barely dodged, jumped from the ground onto a rock, and standing on it, grabbed his neck with his hand, wincing in pain. Is the seal in the way? Naruto quipped sarcastically. It hurts, huh? What are you doing, idiot? It is evident that Uchiha was trying to prevent the mark from taking over and was trying his best to contain its influence. Would I be able to accept the cursed seal? Naruto asked, looking at his legs hanging off the bed, bruised and scratched from regular training. You don't need it. You have enough of the techniques that were intended for you. Moreover, you don't have part of your life energy, so there is a 50-50 risk of dying. And to risk it so recklessly is very, very stupid, Kabuto explained, standing with his back to him, stirring some mixtures in flasks to get the right consistency to give Naruto to drink as medicine. Sasuke fell to his knees in pain. Naruto couldn't imagine the extent of the pain that Mark would cause. But it was a perfect moment to attack. Especially since you remember your limit, right? Don't even think about crossing it. Sensei's words came to mind. He could use Rasengan a maximum of 3 times, otherwise he could pay with his life. Naruto jumped and landed next to Sasuke. You betrayed us, he muttered, groaning. I knew there was something fishy about you. Naruto remained silent. This was not how he had imagined it. This was not how he had imagined triumphing over his hated rival. But what could he do if he did not want to deal with him at all? It was as if he had matured even more since he had returned to the village. Naruto was getting tired of everything. He wanted to end it all as soon as possible. Because his hypocrisy had lasted too long. He wanted to start living for real, without hiding his essence, to serve Orochimaru and follow him. This was his goal now. His goal and the meaning of life. Uzumaki began to sense the approach of Kabuto and Sensei. It's time. Another, the last, Rasengan was activated in his hand. Sasuke glared up at him as Naruto slowly began to walk towards him. No matter how hard you try, you won't become stronger or smarter. You'll still be a fool that everyone will laugh at. Remember, Sasuke. Uchiha's eyes lit up with even greater anger. You idiot, don't you dare. Naruto raised his eyebrows and grinned slightly. And the Rasengan in his hand twisted even more. Taking a deep breath, he whispered quietly. Goodbye. Quotes. The essence of life is to find yourself. Whatever it is, never take life too seriously. You will never get out of it alive anyway. What made my life beautiful will make my death beautiful. He was doomed to be unloved, rejected, disrespected, doomed to constant contempt and hatred from those around him, to a miserable life and eternal persecution, doomed to be on the sidelines and an outcast, doomed to ridicule and betrayal, and only in some kind fairy tale. His life could be different, where he would be the main character, where everything revolved around him. Where even the most unrealistic desires, like becoming Hokage, could come true. But life is not a fairy tale and not a constant series of good fortunes, where you would always be lucky to evade death in a fight with the strongest, but a cruel battlefield, where luck flashed only occasionally, and the main advantage and weapons were coldness, calculation and cruelty. He considered himself very lucky that he escaped from the village and met Orochimaru sensei. This was his salvation, his lifeline in the abyss of despair. Now he decided to see for the last time the person who, among other things, did not reject him. A unique person, a girl. Several birds suddenly took off and flew into the sky from behind the tree crowns. His heart fluttered with particular force. Sitting on a tree branch, he waited for them to appear. Naruto knew that Orochimaru sensei and Kabuto would sooner or later find out about his secret trick, or knew about it in advance. And despite this, they did not react to it somehow negatively, and Kabuto even shared information that Hinata and Yui had lived in the village next to Tanzaku for a year and a half, but now they decided to return back. And the house with the garden where Naruto hid was their new place of residence. And how did Kabuto find out about all this? After all, he was a true, professional spy. And a know-it-all. And why did he decide to share this with him? After all, behind the external coldness of their relationship between Naruto and Kabuto, friendly warmth slipped through. And Yakushi's actions were proof of this. But he continued to treat Naruto like a minor, but Naruto, not taking this into account, and the fact that he sometimes teased him, even treated Kabuto with respect. His eyes continued to stare at the gate, without taking his attention away. They hadn't appeared yet, but he still continued to hide his chakra. He was overly worried, although for now, this was not on his list of character traits. Since the end of the global mission in connection with Konoha, he had always remained extremely calm, even too calm, but now it was as if he had been thrown back into the times when he acted mainly on emotions. Finally, familiar female voices reached his ears, or rather, their laughter. Naruto suddenly shuddered and perked up inside. Through the laughter, he realized how much their voices had changed, matured. Of course, 3 years had passed. Uzumaki froze even more, like a small, stupid boy, when the gate doors opened. After entering the garden, they both stopped laughing, but continued to smile and discuss something heatedly. Hinata escaped from her lips. Her short hair was already down to her waist, her height was still petite, and the rest of her appearance was just as fragile and innocent. Like a true girl in his mind. But Yui was the opposite. She was a little taller than Hinata, and she had twice as many freckles on her cheeks, but her character. Just by her face and gait, you could tell that she had become even more feisty and lively. They even cured you, Naruto muttered under his breath again. He also learned from Kabuto that Hinata had given up her career as a shinobi. And remembering this, his mood dropped significantly. Did she know that it was he who destroyed Konoha and killed all her relatives at the same time? If you remember his strange request in the hospital for her to leave the village, and his equally strange lie about the traitor, then Hinata could well guess that it was he who destroyed the village. So what now? Does she hate him? How did she feel waking up in another village next to a sick, unfamiliar girl, and then finding out that she had no relatives or home? Naruto closed his eyes, not even wanting to think about it, and pushed those thoughts away. He was glad that at least she was okay now. His eyes once again turned to Hinata, who was already opening the door lock. He tried to memorize her face on the last day of his life. After all, they would never meet again anywhere. The lock opened and Hinata and Yui walked inside. Naruto continued to look at the door with slight sadness and thoughtfulness. How will she react if he suddenly knocks? It never even occurred to me. How will she react if she finds out that he survived? Again, it didn't seem that way. Does she think about him at all? Maybe her heart had been taken for a long time. He didn't even want to think about it. Naruto turned his profile to the house and, standing up, took a step forward along the branch. I'm sorry. Clenching his fists, Uzumaki rushed away. Walking down the corridor of the very lair where he first met Orochimaru sensei, he was going to his last meeting with him. Having reached one of his lab rooms, he opened the door and went inside. Kabuto was standing at the table, and when Uzumaki appeared, he immediately looked at him, and next to him on a chair sat his teacher in his usual form with a blindfold on his eyes. Naruto knew that a surgery had just been performed. After sensei now got a new vessel, Kabuto would transplant Sasuke's clan eyes back into him. You've come, Sanin greeted in a peculiar way. Yes. Sensei stood up from his seat and, focusing on Naruto's chakra location, slowly approached him. Uzumaki looked at Kabuto for a second, who stood with a slightly sad face, mentally saying goodbye, as he did to him, and looked at the teacher again. It was nice to meet you. Uzumaki Naruto, the snake nobly extended his right hand forward. His usual grin was missing from his face, but only a hint of sadness, diluted by a barely visible smile at the corners of his lips. Naruto also extended his hand and squeezed the sensei's hand in response with trembling gratitude. He did not regret or fear his choice. He did not want anything else, but only to thank, because the soul wanted to give the body as a vessel as a sign of deep respect. And after a warm smile touched his face, with these thoughts Naruto finished their last conversation. Me too. Orochimaru-sama. End. Copyright. Hiyori Shimizu, January-June, 2019. Commentary on Chapter 20. This beautiful day. Orochimaru-sama. The sama suffix is emphasized because it's only used to address someone who is, well, very respected. And in the last sentence, it was very appropriate, because previously Naruto had only called Orochimaru sensei in a respectful manner. Here comes the end. Although sad, thanks to those who read to the end, this was my first work in maxi size. The idea of a bad Naruto is one of my favorite themes, and I came across this application purely by chance, and I liked it so much that I decided to take it up right away. By the way, I have another idea about an evil Naruto lying around in my drafts. And most likely I will make a decent fanfic out of it, but not now. Let's return to Doomed. In the process of writing new chapters, I simultaneously ran through old chapters and changed the construction of some sentences, tried to very carefully analyze the text for errors, and thus the content changed a little. A little. My second and even more, much, large-scale work, Exit at Dawn, Rose. The last recheck for errors was on June 16, 2020. Paintbrush.